Well, hello, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. That means that your speakers and everything are working. So I want to say good morning to everyone here from Hawaii. I'm not really in Hawaii. The harder thing wasn't to get the Hawaii background, it was to get this microphone to float right in front of my face and keep those birds from flying behind me. First of all, we're recording it. So at any time afterward, you could always rewatch any part that you missed. I know how exciting this is all going to be, so you may want to watch it multiple times. Uh, so even if I have to come to your house and pull up a chair and just do the seminar in front of you again, we will get you through this. So don't worry about technology. So on your screen right now, you should see today's schedule. Looks like you do. You may see me off to the side. I could probably shut my own video off, but I guess that's not essential. So that's the course for the day. You could see we're going to start with something I put together a week ago, which is obviously already outdated on this subject, but I thought from the aspect of being a chiropractor, maybe it'd be a good idea to just cover some of the basics of this pandemic that we're experiencing right now throughout the world. Okay, you're probably still looking at my screen, so let me see if I can fix that. Not having the best luck at that right now. Where'd that button go? There we are. Stop share. Hey, I think I may have this working. Okay, so let's see what else we got here. If you were just let into the room, I need you to scroll down to the bottom of the screen and a little box pops up, a bunch of them. Make sure that to the left, your mute and stop video have red lines through them. And then you'll see a little box called chat. Click on the chat button and just type the word present. That's your sign-in sheet. So it tracks exactly when you did that. So you people coming in late or me admitting you late, you won't be penalized for the first 5 minutes here. So don't worry about that at all. So go down, look for that little chat button. I wonder if you can see, you can't see the cursor there. And type the word present so we know you're signed in. See what else we got here. And I mentioned the link tomorrow will be a little bit different. There's going to be 5 polling questions during the weekend that just pop up. And after the first presentation, so I'll give you a hint. It's after the very first presentation will be the first polling question, so we'll make sure that that works. And if you get everything right, we have a prize for you. We're going to go ahead and mail you 6 sheets of toilet paper. We were going to mail a whole roll, but those things are becoming very valuable right now. So if you get it all right, you get some free toilet paper because the premium on that has jumped up dramatically of late. So let's make sure we got this recording. Looks good. I'm going to start with the first presentation. And one thing I wanted to mention was because I was so worried about the technology glitches and the recording, all of this is pre-recorded. About 80% of it I just recorded this week. We also have a guest lecturer. The scheduled lecturers were not able to, technology-wise, get this done properly. But I have a very dear personal friend who is one of the brightest people and has the most wide range of knowledge that you're going to find in anybody, let alone a doctor of chiropractic. And that's Dr. J. Don Dishman, or Don. And Dr. Dishman is going to do a presentation on vertigo and dizziness and assessing the dizzy patient. And I think you're really going to enjoy that. And as I said, you can always come back later and watch any part of this. We're recording this. I'm going to make it available to you to just click a button and watch this again. So let's see if I can get this first thing working properly. This is going to be my presentation on chiropractors and COVID-19. And one last thing to mention briefly is that chat button also, besides just typing in the word present, if you have any questions about anything during the class, right while it's going on, let me let somebody in here. If you have any questions about anything during the class, take your mouse, go down to the bottom of the screen, and that little chat box pops up. And for the people I just admitted, do that right now and type the word present. That's like a sign-in sheet. You're going to sign in and you're going to sign out just like this was a live class. But that little chat button also works. If you scroll down, as I let people in, I'm just repeating myself. I know that, but I want to make sure here in the beginning, everybody gets going. So if you take your mouse and you go down to the bottom of the screen, you'll see the little chat button there. Type the word present. That's how you sign in and out. If you've already done it, you don't have to do it multiple times, of course. But also, if you have any questions while you're watching the video, you can just type them in. I'm going to be here live watching the video with you. And when the video is over, the questions that I think have pertinence to everybody, like if it's, I can't hear you, your sound's not loud enough, I'm not going to address that. But if there is solid questions about the presentation, I'll be happy to answer them. That's the benefit of a live webinar, is that you can communicate with me during the course of the class. So again, the floating microphone, I'm very impressed that that's working. I have like a little helicopter drone that's actually flying over my head holding that mic in that position. And I've got that so you can't see it. So anyway, let's see if I can get this to work. It's gonna take a second. So what you're gonna see is the video is gonna stop. My microphone will mute, and then you'll see some fumbling around, and then the video should start. So let's give this a whirl. So here's the first presentation on chiropractors and COVID-19. Some information on the virus. Hello. I'd like to start the program today with some information on the viral infection, COVID-19, and some information for you as chiropractors can use. I want to start out, obviously, by stating that I'm not an infectious disease expert. But as chiropractors, we're all qualified to search and read through the literature. So that's what I did. And I know that most of you are busy in practice and probably don't have time to pull this stuff together. So that's why I did this, as an attempt to help the chiropractors to navigate through this current crisis. So let's begin with some general facts about the disorder. First of all, there's nothing new about a coronavirus, and it has nothing to do with the beer. About 2% of the general population are healthy carriers of coronaviruses, and those viruses, coronaviruses, are responsible for about 5 or 10% of all the acute respiratory infections. So what are we talking about here? We're talking about a host of them. You can take a look at the slide, and they basically cause the common cold. They cause a variety of self-limiting upper respiratory infections, even in people who are totally normal as far as their immune systems. However, of course, in immunocompromised people, then it can go from an upper respiratory infection to a lower respiratory tract infection, which is, of course, more severe. There are other human coronaviruses that are very serious, including the SARS infection and the MERS infection, Middle Eastern respiratory syndrome, and severe acute respiratory syndrome. So those types and this type, also COVID-19, can cause epidemics, and they have variable clinical severity, featuring again upper and even lower respiratory manifestations. The mortality rates in these types of coronaviruses are much, much higher, estimated somewhere around 10% or 35%, and I'm talking now about SARS and MERS. With COVID-19, it appears it's about 1 or 2%. Thus, SARS COVID-2, and by the way, you could see the title of the slide here, is, I'm going to call it throughout the talk COVID-19, but actually it has a number of names. The first name was 2019 nCoV, but now most scientific communities are referring to it as SARS, severe acute respiratory syndrome, CoV-2, because it's the second one in that series. Furthermore, these viruses can be effectively inactivated by lipid solvents, including either 75% alcohol, ethanol, chlorine-containing disinfectants. So basically anything that you use to swab out the cold and flu viruses should also be effective for COVID-19. Now, apologize in advance if some of the information on the next few slides has been battered into everybody's head ad nauseum, but I think that we should go ahead and cover it anyway. First of all, as the Secretary of Health and Human Services earlier commented on, toilet paper provides no protection against COVID-19. So we'll start there. I'm not sure I understand the big rush for toilet paper, except that maybe people are afraid they won't be able to get it in the future. Uh, how does the virus spread? Well, it spreads from person to person contact, and they're saying that anywhere within about 6 feet. If you've ever seen someone who smokes and you walk into a room, you can tell that what they've inhaled and exhaled can really fill the room pretty quickly. And same thing if you're outdoors on a cold day and you see that the vapor of water trail that comes out of a person's mouth, the smoke, if you will, you can tell that it's not just right next to the person, that there can be some distance there where you can have the air that they're exhaling being inhaled by another person. The respiratory droplets are produced mostly when a person coughs or sneezes, but really simple exhaling could do the same thing. The droplets then land on the uninfected person, and if it lands on any part of their body and then they touch that part of their body and then they touch their mouth, or even more importantly their nose, or rubbing their eyes, that is how it'll get in through a mucous membrane in the uninfected person. Now, I'm fully aware that by the time you see this talk, this information will already be outdated. But I wanted to be sure that we had no technical mishaps during the class, and so I pre-recorded this on March 27th, 2020, and I'd been preparing the slides for a couple of days before that. So as you'll see, the information on this slide is good through March 25th, and this just shows clearly that if you just take the total cumulative number of COVID-19 cases in the United States, that number is climbing. In fact, however, the number that's actually more important than just how many cases are there total is how many people have recovered from these cases. So in other words, what's the percent of new infections amongst the population? Is that number going up or down? Because once you hit exponential growth, it's very, very hard to stop these things. The other thing is how many people have been tested. If we tested 10 people and we got 10 positive results, that would mean 100% of the population being tested had the disorder. But if we have 10 people that have tested positive out of 1 million tests, then of course it becomes an infinitesimally smaller number of rate of infection. So just giving the public the total number seems to me a little bit counterproductive. So as you saw in that last slide, over 68,000 people had been tested. This particular slide is showing the illnesses by the date of onset. Okay, so this is looking at 11,000, a little bit more than 11,000 people between January 12 and March 25. Now, because there's a lag between a person getting sick, going to the hospital, getting tested, and this being reported to the CDC, the last few days on this slide, they just don't know. And over the next couple of weeks, this is the slide to watch, because what we want to see is that curve starting to go down. Now, it looks like it may already be starting to go down, but that's because of the lag time in the reports. So I doubt that that's the case currently. But I don't think it's going to be more than a few weeks before we really start to be able to observe whether this has reached that exponential nonstop number or whether it's actually peaked out. Or as the experts say, we're looking to see if that we can flatten that curve. The question of the asymptomatic carrier state. Can someone spread the virus without being sick? Well, currently it's believed that when people are the sickest, they are the most contagious. However, the viral load in the patient makes a big difference, and some people before they have symptoms can certainly be contagious, although that doesn't appear to be the main way that this virus is spreading. It is in fact coming in contact with someone who already has the disorder. So what about touching infected surfaces? Well, again, this is sort of the same thing as the asymptomatic carriers. It doesn't appear that this is a major way that the virus is spreading. However, it is possible. So if an infected person touches an object and then you touch that object and then take your hands and touch your mouth or your face in general, or your eyes or nose, it is possible to get the virus through that means. because they do know that the virus, I mean, the vast majority of cases, it's not really clear how the person picked up the virus. But it doesn't seem that this is a major part of it. But of course, washing your hands and cleaning surfaces is important because it is possible to pick it up that way. And by the way, I'm sure most of you know this already, but the term fomite refers to an object of some kind that an infected person touches, and then someone else touches that object, and then they get the disorder. So spread by fomites is certainly possible, but not thought to be the major form in any way of virus transmission. Now, what does it look like when the person actually has a coronavirus infection or a coronavirus 19 infection? Obviously, you've heard this as well, that some patients have extremely mild symptoms, more just like a mild cold, and other people, it moves to lower respiratory tract. They develop pneumonia and death from that. The symptoms appear anywhere between 2 and 14 days. The mean number seems to be around 3 to 5 days. So after you're exposed to an infected person, the 3 to 5 day range is where you're really worried about developing a fever, so forth. After about 2 weeks, it seems you're probably okay. Same thing for a person who's had the disease. Once they recover, most authorities are saying somewhere in the neighborhood of, if they're totally asymptomatic, no fever for about 3 or 4 days, then probably clear. Personally, I'd go the 5 to 7 days just to be sure. Now, how can you diagnose this? Well, first of all, something to the effect of 85% or 88% of the patients do have a fever, and that seems to be one of the first things that comes on. So certainly fever starts out high on the list. The second thing is a dry cough. This is also reported in a huge number of the cases, and I have references at the end for you to find all the slides and so forth on this. Shortness of breath as this moves into a lower respiratory infection. But interestingly, unlike enteroviruses and other types of flus that you could get, gastrointestinal flus, there's not a lot of nausea and vomiting with this. I think one study said less than 1% of people had that, and really not much nasal congestion like a cold or an allergy. So the next few slides will sort of contrast, because we are in the allergy season and in the flu season. So colds and flus, allergies are very easy to confuse with coronavirus 19 or COVID-19 infections. So let's look at a couple of slides in regard to that. Now, I have a few charts coming up here. This is one of the simpler ones in the group. And you can see here under coronavirus, the fever, again, 100 degrees or more, cough, shortness of breath, symptoms appearing in that 2 to 14 day after exposure. Now, while the regular flu has fever and cough, it's much more likely to also have the muscle aches, the fatigue and weakness, the chills and sweat. Now, of course, these can be associated with coronavirus as well. It's just much more common in the flu, and particularly that nasal congestion and sore throat, which are relatively uncommon in coronavirus. And then allergies, the real key there is the itchy eyes, the runny nose, the sneezing. Those type of things are hallmarks of allergies that people get seasonally. This chart essentially reviews the same information. It adds headaches here, which are, again, not very common with the coronavirus, whereas very common with the flu, and sort of rare with a cold as well. Also, the idea of the nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, very rare with COVID-19 infections. The rest of it, I think we've covered: aches and pains, sneezing, coughing, fatigue, fever, in the previous slides. So this will be the last chart in this series, and I don't know if it adds too much. It goes over the same things, but sort of shows, at least from one study, the percentages of people that had these symptoms who also suffered from coronavirus versus flu, cold, and allergies. So how do you protect yourself from getting sick? Well, first of all, older adults and anyone with significant underlying medical condition or on an immunosuppressive drug or is just immunocompromised due to a disease needs to be extremely careful with this, because that's the population of patients, overwhelmingly, not completely, that wind up with the more serious complications of COVID-19 illness. So obviously, if you're not exposed to the virus, you can't get the virus. So if you were to just put yourself in a little box, you'd be fine. However, eventually you have to come out and in some way interface. So when you do, you got to wash your hands. Now, I remember reading a study years ago, I don't have that one referenced here, that actually said that the friction of washing your hands is more important in killing off bacteria and viruses than just the soap. So in other words, you just pour some soap on your hands, rinse them under water without rubbing them very hard, and you wind up with more infective agents on your skin than you do if you were to just use water and rub really hard and scrub your hands together. So of course the combination of scrubbing and soap is very, very important. Think about a surgeon before they go into surgery, how they take a brush and they scrub their nails, because the dirt under your fingernails, your skin is a very low pH, and it's not a very good environment for microbes to last very long. But if you get something on your hand and put it right into your mouth, nose, or eye, then of course it has a chance. But if you scrub your hands very well, you're minimizing that. However, you have to be very careful about the dirt that accumulates under your fingernails, because there, it's not really in contact with your skin, it's just in contact with more dirt. And so it can be a breeding ground. So when washing your hands, keep your fingernails short, and if you have a brush, just brush your nails when you do that. Now, hand sanitizer has been touted everywhere, and it's fine as long as it has 60 or more % alcohol, not or more up to 100. It evaporates, I think, too quickly to be as effective up there. But the problem that I see with that, and that I've heard talked about a little bit, no data on this, is that the drying of the alcohol really dries your hands out. And if you have any cracks in your skin, that's a nice way for the virus to get into contact with your body. And so I think you'd be careful about using too much hand sanitizer. And I think good old soap and water followed by a little moisturizer on your hands would probably be a very, very good idea. And of course, avoid touching your eyes, your nose, your mouth, even after your hands are washed, but certainly before your hands are washed. And if a person is sick, I mean, this is just common sense, right? Don't hang around with people who are already infected with the virus as much as possible. Now, if you have a sick person in your home and you have to care for them, then you want to just make a sick room, quote unquote, and just keep them in that room, and then bring them the things that they need. Have them use one bathroom, have nobody else use that bathroom if you have more than one bathroom in the house, and then use a mask when you go in there, and use gloves, although I have some slides coming up that show you the relative effectiveness of masks and gloves, and a solution for you if you don't have any surgical masks or the N95 plus masks available for use. Now, what about running your practice? Well, of course, you can close your practice if you want. But as healthcare providers, we may have an obligation to still be there for our patients, though I don't think a lot of us are going to be inundated with a flood of patients. Interestingly, before there were antibiotics and during the Spanish flu epidemic in the early 1900s, chiropractors were relied upon to provide care. Now, there are some studies that show that thoracic adjustments help the immune system. There are a couple of decent studies that show that. But even more importantly, think that you move almost 200 joints every time you breathe. And so if a person is having any sort of difficulty with respiration from this, thoracic adjustments and loosening up those costochondral and vertebrochondral, costovertebral joints can be very important in freeing up the rib cage for greater respiratory excursion. So I think there is some science out there and some empirical evidence that chiropractic treatments are going to be good for people who want to maintain their health, but also even people who are sick. But then, of course, it falls back on the chiropractor. How do you continue to practice without being sick? Well, first of all, without getting sick. First of all, you're going to try and distance as much as possible between you and other patients, other people, including your patients. So one thing I saw from a local chiropractor was he said that he's only allowing one family in the waiting room and one in the treatment room at a time. That makes a lot of sense. So you lock your doors in between, you schedule your patients much further apart than you normally would, and you just allow in one family at a time. Also, of course, be vigilant in wiping down your reception counter, the chairs, the armrests. You can use sprays. You can, and I'll show you later how to, for very, very inexpensive, make your own disinfectant using chlorine, diluted chlorine. If you are sick, though, stay home. I know that your income drops off. If we're, as chiropractors, if we're not touching a person, we're not making any money, and that's very unfortunate. But the bottom line is you just don't want to give this to your patients. This is something where the old adage, at first do no harm, becomes so very important. Be sure to show patients how and to talk about covering up their coughs and sneezes, and wear a face mask. Even wear gloves, although, as I said, I'm going to show you some slides on the effectiveness of those things. And if you can't, if you don't have any face masks, you can make them yourself. So again, when a patient comes in the room, use the headrest paper. Be sure it's fresh, constantly changed. Roll it off and then swab down that headpiece. And I'd go basically the chest piece up with a very potent disinfectant wipe between patients. And be sure not to forget things like light switches and doorknobs, besides the countertops, handles, desks, phones, particularly phones, keyboards, toilets, sinks. One of the studies out of Wuhan, China, interestingly, showed that hotspots, they were studying people that got ill and trying to track back where they may have gotten ill, and they found that shopping mall, they studied a particular movement within a shopping mall, and they found that the hotspot in the shopping mall was probably the bathrooms, the public bathrooms. So avoid public bathrooms, tell your patients to avoid public bathrooms whenever possible, and be sure that the bathroom in your clinic is absolutely as clean as it can be. Now, as far as what kind of disinfectant, they might be hard to get now. The simple wipes are very hard to get. Hand sanitizers are hard to get. So how could you do this? Well, if the disinfectant that you have in your clinic is EPA registered, it's going to work. This particular virus is susceptible, as we showed you earlier in the slide, to most of the common things that we do on a regular basis to keep surfaces clean. However, if you can't get your hands on these disinfecting wipes or solutions, you can make your own using simple chlorine bleach. So, and you can make a lot of it. If you buy a half a gallon or a gallon of bleach, you could see that per gallon of water, you only need 5 tablespoons of bleach to make it effective. Maybe you want to use a little bit more than that, but this is what is recommended. Another thing, don't mix bleach with ammonia or really any other cleanser. Sometimes you can have chemical reactions that can create fumes that are quite dangerous. So be careful of that. If as long as the bleach is unexpired, it should be effective. And when you're using alcohol, just be sure you're using a preparation that's at least 70% alcohol. I've also seen evidence that ammonia can be very effective. And again, this is something that's easy to purchase. However, this is not made for your hands or your skin. It can be very damaging to you there. So you should wear rubber gloves, and maybe you just want to use ammonia for your equipment as much as anything else. But you're probably just better off with bleach. So I'm going to give you a list of things that I think are just interesting points to know for yourself to pass on to your patients. So first of all, what about fomites? Well, yes, as I said earlier, you can get the disorder from fomites. And your pet can act as a fomite. While COVID-19, your cat can't get COVID-19, your dog can't get COVID-19. But if an infected person touches your pet, and then you start petting and kissing your pet, that's a possible mode of transmission. Again, it doesn't seem to be the major way people are getting the disorder, but because it's viable as a cause, I think it's prudent for us to take that into consideration and minimize the contact with fomites. What about this asymptomatic carrier state? I heard early on that children in particular, because they don't get a severe form of the disease and can have very high viral loads, can be asymptomatic carriers. I haven't seen any good follow-up research on that. And it probably isn't a bad idea to stay away from kids or grandkids who have recently been in daycare or school. But being that the schools are closed, each day that goes by and the kids don't have a fever or have any symptoms, you're probably one day closer to being safe by having normal contact with that child. As I mentioned earlier, in one study in Wuhan, China, public bathrooms did seem to be the most likely transmission source. It was in a shopping mall. Now, keep in mind, they had no real way of knowing that except asking people where they went in the mall and trying to figure out exactly, talking about infected people, trying to figure out what commonly was said by these people. So not a very scientific method of nailing it down, but it does sort of follow common sense as well. As far as additional risk to pregnant women, just not known. There's just no information on that right now that I can offer, except to say that, again, let's be prudent. Pregnant women have, to some degree, a compromised immune system, and they need additional protections, additional vitamins, and nutrients in a number of areas. So I think that pregnant women should be placed in a higher risk category, although I don't really have any evidence to back that up. And another thing, early on they were saying don't take ibuprofen. I think that was medical offices in France. I think that's where I saw that. However, more recent information has sort of allayed that concern to some degree, and saying that taking ibuprofen in particular, or really any of the NSAIDs, could increase your risk of either contracting the disease or making it worse when you have it, have not been borne out by subsequent data that's been reported. Now, again, there are a lot of good reasons to take NSAIDs. They kill people all the time through kidney disease, through gastric bleeding, through cardiovascular disease, and I think they're a blight on society to some degree, but they're also a miracle drug used properly. So no reason for people to suffer, but no reason for people to take it for every little ache and pain that they suffer either, when we as chiropractors are out there waiting to help them in a far more healthy and natural way. One thing that came up in a couple of different articles is the idea that initially, very early on, a loss of sense of smell may be an early sign of a COVID-19 infection. Now, this is no surprise because there are a lot of viruses, colds and flus, and it's one of the first things that happens, not only through occlusion of your nasal passages, which in this case would be unusual because we don't see a lot of nasal congestion with COVID-19 infections, but on the other hand, direct infection of the descending nerves from the olfactory bulb are likely the cause of a loss of sense of smell. So that could just be an early warning sign, something to know. The antiviral drugs that are under study and seem to be promising are this remdesivir and fav blah blah blah, whatever these are. They seem to be out there. The first one was used in MERS and SARS, and I know there are controlled clinical trials of both of these drugs. There's also the company that owns, or Fujifilms owns, a medical company, and they're also working on a drug that is in clinical trials right now. As far as chloroquine and hydroxychloroquine, I have some information here because there's been contrasting information on that. I know that the government in general doesn't want people running out and doctors prescribing those meds because they're used not only for malaria but for a lot of autoimmune diseases like lupus, and they don't want to run out of supply for the people that need it for those disorders. But there were, I think, 2 studies published, neither of them double-blind, randomized controlled clinical trials, so they're very, very limited. One of them was 26 patients who received the less toxic form of chloroquine. 16 did not. After 6 days, the virus was totally gone in the body of 70% of those who were given the treatment and only 12.5% of those who weren't. So the drug appeared to be as effective also in the sickest patients as well as the least sick, but of course that was a tiny little study. Now, here's some information that I have not seen readily discussed, but I've been talking about this for years. Living in Minnesota for a long time and also here in Iowa, we have extremely dry air once the winter comes and our furnaces kick in and they literally just boil the water vapor out of the air. You can see it going down the little condensation drain attached to your furnace. Yet humidified air is very effective in reducing viruses and other microorganisms that are in the air. So keep air humidified. One study that I'm quoting here showed that a portable humidifier with an output of only 0.16 kilograms of water per hour in a bedroom resulted in a decrease in influenza virus. There's been no test, by the way, on humidification and COVID-19. So some of my studies refer to flu viruses. Some of the studies, one of the studies at least, refers to the HIV virus. But I think we can extrapolate to some degree based on the context that these are used in. And as you can see here, it decreased the influenza virus in the air by up to 30% or 31.6%. So that's pretty high. Another thing that's probably a misconception out there is that if you eat tainted food, you can get coronavirus. However, and this is quoting from the FDA, unlike foodborne GI viruses like the norovirus and hepatitis A that often make people ill through contaminated food, this virus, COVID-19 or SARS-CoV-2, is a virus that causes a respiratory illness. Therefore, it's taking it in through your respiratory tract and perhaps your eyes, the mucous membranes there, that's most dangerous. Foodborne exposure to the virus is not known yet at all to be a route of transmission. Now, another thing is to use a face mask, but you'll say, well, you can't get those things, right? So I'm going to have a few slides here coming up on how you can actually make your own face masks or filters that are relatively effective. And as far as gloves, there's various types of gloves. There's the little clear plastic food handler gloves. There's obviously work gloves and winter gloves and shop gloves and dish gloves. And so if you take the whole of gloves in general, they may not offer the sort of protection that you think they do. They offer some protection, but I think they also offer a false sense of security, so you have to be very careful of that as well. And I'll cover that in slides yet to be unveiled. When it comes to my programs, I really try to be apolitical. There's just no benefit in bringing politics into medicine or into facts. But misinformation is not good either. So I just wanted to cover something that was sort of rampant out there that I've heard people talking about that's just simply not true. And that is about the president cutting funding or programs associated with the Center for Disease Control and for virus mitigation worldwide. I'm not going to go into all the bullet points here on the slide, but essentially what happened was anytime a budget is proposed, it's really a starting point for discussion. And so there was a proposal from the president's office, the White House, that cut funding to the CDC. However, that never happened. In fact, as you can see, the funding doubled to the CDC. And this idea that programs were cut regarding detecting viruses and rapid response to virus is also completely false. Under John Bolton, when he was in the White House, he consolidated various departments within the CDC and within the national security apparatus. No one lost their jobs. No one was fired. It was simply a task done, as I understand it, to make the reporting quicker, to make the chain of command move faster. So 3 different areas were folded together into one. But this was not a cutback or a budget cut or anything like that. In fact, our country spends a ton of money, and the future budget's looking at $225 million, with $175 million of that going directly to global health security. So again, don't believe false claims that our government is cutting funding for this, especially in the face of this outbreak. That's really ridiculous. Now, in regard to the use of gloves, I had to resort to a study that was done looking at gloves in the use as a barrier to HIV. And in this particular study, they took a look at the effectiveness of rubber latex gloves used by medical workers in preventing the spread of HIV. What they found was that gloves made of natural rubber latex, single dipped, and plastic did provide some protection, but not total protection, particularly because a lot of these gloves have tiny little puncture holes in them. I've noticed that myself, using them when I do things like waxing my car. I don't like to come in contact with that material directly, and polishes and things. And I've noticed that a lot of these cheaper rubber gloves, the quick disposable type, do puncture very easily. Some of them actually come that way. Some of them during use sort of fall apart on you. So again, the findings suggested that some degree of protection was caused by people wearing the gloves, or the gloves did afford some degree of protection, but the wearer sort of believed that it was a massive amount of protection, and you can become more careless. One other thing they found is that gloves made of polyvinyl chloride and polyethylene were less durable than gloves made of natural rubber latex. Now, as a healthcare worker, you should be able to get a surgical mask or an even superior breather mask, which are the N95 plus type of masks, but they're hard to get right now, and I don't think hospitals are going to be, and doctors' offices are just going to be passing them out to chiropractors. So one alternative, if you don't have these masks, is to make your own mask. Now, here I'm citing a study for you that examined homemade masks as an alternative to commercial face masks. And at first you'll read this and you'll say, gee, if you read the results here, it says that the surgical mask was 3 times more effective in blocking transmission than a homemade mask. And the conclusion is that homemade masks should only be considered as a last resort. Well, that's sort of what we have here, right, as a last resort. Besides, when you look at the actual numbers, they're not as bad as the results and conclusion would imply from looking at this. So rather than read you an article, I'm going to go ahead and use some graphics to display the information. So on a do-it-yourself mask, they tested against particles as small as 1 micron in this particular view. Now, keep in mind, 1 micron is 1,000 nanometers. The virus measures somewhere, if you look at that slide number 2, between, I think it was 60 or 70 nanometers and 130 nanometers. So while this is the virus is smaller than this particular measurement slide, the next slide will show you a little bit more when we get to the 0.02 size particle blocking, but micron particle blocking, but that's in the next slide. So as you can see here, a surgical mask will take 97%, if it's worn properly, by the way. You have to be sure that there's no gaps, that it covers your nose and your mouth tightly, that you don't get anything up under it, that you're wearing it properly, there's no spacing, because obviously if there's a space there, then there's no mask. But if you're wearing it properly, 97% of particles can be stopped by a simple surgical mask. Interestingly, a typical vacuum cleaner bag will stop 95% of the 1 nanometer, especially those HEPA bags that they use in filters. A simple dish towel will stop 83%, and a cotton blend t-shirt will stop about 74%. A regular cotton t-shirt may be a little bit smaller, and if you have an antimicrobial pillowcase, that's 65%. So again, you're dropping about 30% from a surgical mask, but you're still getting the lion's share of these tiny particles, and you can see scarf and regular pillowcase, linen, and even silk as you go down the list. But interestingly, take a look at the next slide. So now they're looking at the same series of objects and their ability to block particles at 0.02 microns. Now, 0.02 microns is 20 nanometers. 20 nanometers is much smaller than the virus, which, as I said, I think is 60 or 70 nanometers up to 130 nanometers. So now you're pretty much blocking this virus completely. And a surgical mask might be 89% efficient in doing that. But a vacuum cleaner bag is 86% efficient, and a dish towel 73, and you can go down the list yourself, taking a look at a cotton blend shirt, antimicrobial pillowcase, linen, a regular pillowcase, silk, 100% cotton t-shirt, and a scarf. And you can see that all of these have some degree of protection against these particles. Now, keep in mind, and maybe I should have said this at the outset, that wearing the mask is a protection for yourself, but it's also a protection for your patients in case you were sick. And I think that it should be mentioned in any emails that you're sending to your patient that you're going to be wearing a mask and not to be alarmed by that. In fact, I think it'll have the opposite effect. I think people go, oh, great. Well, this doctor's wearing a mask, so I don't have to worry about getting it from him or her. So I think that's an important thing to mention. Now, what if you took the materials and you just doubled them? You just put 2 layers, right? Well, as you'll see here, it doesn't really help much, except for some reason with the plain old dish towels. 2 layers of dish towels is actually equal to a surgical mask in being able to capture tiny particles. And you can go down the list there with dish towel and cotton t-shirt, blended t-shirt, pillowcases, etc. Now, if I didn't emphasize it appropriately, I want to be sure that you understand that doubling the layers did not really increase the effectiveness very much at all, but it did cause a problem. And the problem is breathability. Now, breathability means how difficult is it to actually push air through the thing. So, and also comfort. It's harder to breathe when you have something blocking your airway like that, and you have to breathe through it. So you might say, well, I'll put up with a little bit of discomfort to get the maximum, so I'm going to go ahead and use the doubled up dish towels. The problem with doing it that way is that you're less likely to actually follow through, and at some point you're going to go, I got to get this thing off my face, and you're going to pull it off, and then it, of course, will have less effectiveness. So if you take a look at breathability, you can see that the 2 layers of dish towels are actually a lot harder to breathe through than a surgical mask. So in this slide, they're saying a surgical mask is 0. So things that are harder to breathe through are going to be to the left, and you'll see the 2 dish towels, which were as effective as the surgical mask, are 128% harder to breathe through. And then the vacuum cleaner bag, and then the single dish towel, and you work your way up. You can actually breathe easier through cotton shirts, silk material, scarves, linen, pillowcases, but the level of protection starts to drop down. So what is actually recommended as far as a do-it-yourself home mask will be shown here in the next slide. So what the researchers actually recommended in this particular case was, for the best choice of a home mask, is a pillowcase or a 100% cotton t-shirt. You can take these, and in a number of ways you can fashion them into a mask, obviously simply by just putting it over your face and tying it in the back, or actually, as you'll see in the next slide, putting some straps on it and turning it into something that looks a lot like a normal surgical mask. And of course, the reference for this article is placed in the reference section at the last slide in the presentation. So I thought I'd finish up the lecture with a few slides regarding the brighter side of all of this horribleness. Is there any good news? Well, let's go through some bullet points here. First of all, most people who get COVID-19 completely recover. China and South Korea, the initial hotspots for the disease, are showing a massive drop of rates of new infections. Children seem to be infected less often and have milder disease than older adults. The number of new cases is falling, as I said, in China and South Korea, where the outbreak began. The internet is helping with isolation. First of all, isolation is not so bad when you have Netflix and Amazon movies and all kinds of ways to stream movies and entertainment and video games that you can play interactively with other people. So it's really turned isolation into something that's not so isolated. Also, businesses have, some of them have very robust cloud systems in place already, and so conducting business at home is easy. And then, of course, you have distance education. So there's a lot of good to the virtual interconnectedness of the internet. Also, in the future, we are going to learn some lessons from this. And if a pandemic like Ebola were to break out, now we have a vaccine for Ebola, but something like that, where the mortality rate is extremely high, we should have much better systems in place at that point. And I think that the federal government's response has been adequate or better to date. Many people and organizations have stepped up. We have athletes, celebrities, billionaires donating a lot of money to push research along. We have private industry. This has been a bottom-up thing, which I like. It's not like the federal government came out and said, starting tomorrow, everything has to shut down. If the federal government shut down March Madness before people really appreciated what was going on, there would have been a backlash of anger toward the government. Instead, the authorities in charge of the sporting events and entertainment events across the board have made that decision themselves. Additionally, private industry, even health insurance companies are waiving all costs on any testing, any deductibles or anything like that in relation to this virus. And we see a lot of private industry really stepping up to try and do everything that they can to help. You probably get 20 emails a day from all kinds of businesses talking about what they've done to help. And so I think that that's a good thing too. We do know how to slow the spread, and we've covered that in these slides previously, and that information is getting out. More and more countries are beginning to show their ability to contain the spread. Testing is going much faster than ever before. The idea that you can test for this thing now, tests are coming out now where the results are available in hours and not days, and the fact that there's 500,000 tests available now, and the stocks are getting greater and greater is a good thing. New treatments, such as taking antibodies from patients who have recovered and injecting them into sick patients. Antiviral drugs, as I've mentioned earlier, are being looked at, are in study right now, as well as multiple clinical trials already underway on vaccines. Another thing is the environment is really getting a break. Air pollution has plummeted in cities, particularly in China, a real offender, let's say, in global air pollution and water pollution. But this has plummeted. People are actually seeing the sky. In Venice, the waters are running clear. You can see how little time it took before just people backing up a little bit has a good effect on the environment. Also, support is available. The government in many countries, including the United States, is offering all kinds of grants, low-interest loans, and payments to the population in general to sort of help them through this rough spot. Of something like the 80,000 people who were sick from COVID-19 in China, more than 70% of them have recovered and being discharged from hospitals. In fact, China closed its last emergency hospital that it had set up for COVID-19 victims because there simply weren't enough victims to fill the hospital. Scientists have figured out how this coronavirus breaks into human cells, which is really helping in the development of treatments. Due to high levels of self-quarantine, one of the 2 coronavirus clusters in Italy has reported significantly fewer infections per day. A team of infectious disease experts calculated the fatality rate of the Wuhan coronavirus to be about 1.4%, which is much lower than earlier estimates that were saying 3 to 10%. Distilleries across the United States are making their own hand sanitizers, and many of them are giving it away for free. The virus is mutating very slowly. All these viruses, they mutate. And that's why every time they try and come out with a flu vaccine, that they sort of miss it, because a little variation of the flu is the one that takes off in any particular year. This virus seems very stable. And that's good news because with fewer mutations, and in fact the mutations, as I understand it, that are occurring
are so minor that any vaccine that comes out would still be effective against them. And that's really the benefit of having a slowly mutating virus. Um, Also, people are innovative and they're helping each other. I know in the city that I'm living in now, Waukee, Iowa, the fire department announced that if you have a kid with a birthday party, they'll take a fire truck, put a giant happy birthday sign with the kid's name on it, and then drive past your house with the siren on and the bells ringing and all the firemen waving. So there's ways, people are going shopping for other elderly people, picking up their groceries. Stores are making more robust attempts at online delivery. I just did that for the first time ever. I had some groceries delivered. Uh, wasn't the perfect experience, I would say, because they tend to. I checked the little box that says you can substitute anything you want if you're out of it, and everything I got was Hy-Vee brand. So I wasn't as happy about that. But anyway, I could have not checked that box, but it's still an upside. There are online concerts, even driveway concerts, people just going out on their driveway playing music for other people. So again, I think people have come through. I think the worst thing about this is the mental health of people staring at the news all day. Remember that these 24-hour news stations, they need to pump out information. And so while they may be even pumping out accurate information, and unfortunately some are even pumping out inaccurate information, uh, the point is that if you wallow in this, it's going to be depressing, and we might see suicide rates increase and things like that. So stay away from the news if you can, except maybe just watch your local news and have a more upbeat attitude. And here's a list of resources and references that I used in the preparation of this presentation. I hope you enjoyed the presentation. I hope you're well. I hope you stay well. And I hope by the early summer, or certainly the middle of summer, this is nothing more than a terrible memory and maybe a good lesson in proper hygiene and reaction to national emergencies. Thank you very much for your time, and stay healthy.
Okay, I'm back with my floating microphone. I hope you can hear me okay. I didn't see any questions popping up through the chat regarding the presentation. I made a few notes myself. First of all, the comment that I made about alcohol drying out your hands, it certainly does dry out your hands. It certainly can cause cracks in your skin. But since this virus doesn't enter the body through the bloodstream, but it does through the respiratory tract, that's probably less of a concern, probably the reason that I'm the only one who mentioned that. Uh, Next thing down the line there is, oh yeah, if you're going to wear gloves and a mask, putting them on and taking them off is important. Putting them on is almost foolproof because they come out clean and sterile. But when you go to take them off, if you stick your finger underneath the mask and push it off, then obviously you can infect yourself. Plus, the outside of the mask could, in fact, be infected. And so, what you're supposed to do is first take off your gloves. And then when you go ahead, I'm sorry, first take off your mask. And so what you can do is just detach it from your ears and lay it down. You can also spray it with that chlorine, distilled, or I'm sorry, diluted chlorine that we talked about in the video, after you take it off. And of course, take off your gloves by pinching the glove in the center of the glove. And actually, I got it right the first time. Take the gloves off first. So you would sort of, to give you, sort of grab and pinch the glove from the center, pull it off, dispose of it, and then slip your finger underneath the other glove, pull it off. Now your hands, wash them, and then you can use them to detach the I'm sorry, the surgical mask. So that's that. What we're going to do now is I'm going to try dropping a poll question up here for you. So I want you to take a look at your screen, and I'll see if this works here. There it is, COVID and the DC. Interesting that that one popped up because I have a bunch of them. There they are. Okay, good. So on your screen, it doesn't look like you see it because I'm looking at my screen. I don't see it. So let me just make sure I'm doing this right. Launch the poll. There we go. Poll launching. I'm still not seeing it. So let me see what I'm doing wrong here. If this doesn't work, then oh well. But I've got launch poll. Why can't we see the poll? Oh, maybe I still have share screen on. No. Let's see. I guess I'll have to mess with that a little bit later. I don't want to waste too much time. I have this working though. I'm very curious as to why you can't see it on your screen. Give me just a few more seconds here to try and figure this out. Okay, I'll work on this in the meantime. Let me just, I'll hit end polling on this one. And we'll just get rid of it. Oh well, so much for the polling question. Okay, so I'm going to go straight into our next video. This is a case video. We're running a little bit behind schedule, but that's okay because later on I actually gave a gap of time for questions and things, so we will catch up before the end of the day. So I'm going to go ahead and put the next class up there. This is case number 133, and I'll work on that polling question in the meantime, I hope. But let's see what we got here. Case 133. Okay, so next thing you should see is the next case. Three. Did you get some forms sent to you to sign? Okay. Did we do that?
Well, yeah, it was emailed.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I didn't get that. I'm sorry.
We'll take care of everything.
Yeah, that'll be fine. We'll just go ahead and get that. And so what I'll do actually with the camera on is I just want to make sure that you understand that we're videotaping this and we have your permission to do that. We have your permission to show this at a later date. We don't use your last name.
That's
or
fine.
anything. Okay, just as long as you know that. Okay. How old are you now?
18.
Okay. And what would you say the reason that you're here is today?
My head trauma, and I had a seizure.
Okay.
So I'm trying to figure out like what medication I need to be on, how long I need to be on it for, and if the seizures are direct cause of my head trauma, because I never had seizures before.
Okay, so the main reason then is the seizures.
Yeah.
Okay. And they began when? When was the first time? Do you have any other symptoms? Do you have like headaches or blurred vision or weakness or numbness or tingling? Or is it strictly really the problem is the seizures?
Well, I only had one grand mal seizure, but I had lots of headaches, and I would twitch, and I couldn't sleep. I would twitch and twitch. All the time I was twitching. And then I started twitching, and then I went into a grand mal seizure.
Okay.
So, and when I had this head trauma, like in July, the doctor said I had a contusion on my brain. He said that brain and nerve damage could show up later in 6 to 8 months. And then 6 months later, I have this seizure.
Okay. All right, well, I'm going to jump back a little bit because I want to make sure I have everything as far as what the complaints are. And when I say complaints, I mean the things, not what doctors have told you, but what's interfering with your life.
Aaron, you have a headache today, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I was just going to focus on that. So you have had headaches?
Yes, and after my head trauma, I did have blurred vision for like a week.
Okay. But currently, that's not a problem?
Right.
Okay.
But I get really dizzy a lot, and sometimes my hands start shaking, and I still twitch. It's really weird. I never twitched before.
Okay. So all of this you attribute, you had none of these problems before the head trauma?
Right.
So let's start right there. When was this?
It was 7/11/02.
Okay. And I read through some of the notes and I have an idea of what happened, but why don't you tell us in your words what happened? Or some kind of you were like accosted physically?
Yes. I went to my boyfriend's house at the time, and we got in an argument, and he picked me up by my waist and turned me upside down, and he was really strong, and he slammed my head into the ground as hard as he could.
You watching that WWE wrestling stuff too much? Or
I don't know.
Crazy?
He's insane. And,
yeah, obviously. Okay.
So, and then after that, he sat on me and choked me for a while, and then he pulled out a knife, and all these people grabbed him off me, and I just ran out the house, and I drove my car home. But when I got there, I couldn't even turn my neck. My head felt like it was the size of a watermelon. Like I couldn't think, I couldn't talk, I was just like out of it.
This doesn't help with the diagnosis or anything, but I'm curious, have you pressed charges against?
Yes.
Okay. And I understand from reading here, the floor had just a thin layer of carpet, but underneath that was concrete.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember if you lost consciousness, were you knocked out at some time, or when your head hit, did you just sort of go into a dream world, or were you just fully normally conscious?
Yeah, after he slammed me on my head, he was choking me, so I don't know if I was just trying to stay alive.
So you don't have a clear, I'm just curious to see if you were sort of dazed or unconscious.
I was like, this girl comes, she says, "Oh my God, Aaron, are you okay?" I said, "I don't know." I said, "Is my head open?" I said, "Am I okay?" I didn't know.
And then after your head struck the floor, he did that, he choked you. Did you lose consciousness again during that, or?
No.
Okay.
I didn't lose consciousness.
The next thing that happened then, okay, so you had the trauma. What was you felt like it felt like your head was enlarged?
Like a watermelon.
Okay.
It was just pounding. It just felt so huge. And I had a headache for like a month.
Almost immediately the headache started?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, I had neck and back problems because he slammed me on my head and it like bent my neck. So like, the doctor said he was surprised I could have broke my neck or something.
Mm-hmm.
And my neck, my spine, and I had back problems.
So you also had some neck and back problems?
Yeah.
And before this accident, you didn't have any of these things?
No.
Okay.
Never had anything wrong with me.
So the first thing you had was a headache, your head felt big and was throbbing, you said?
Yeah.
And what did you do at that time?
Well, right after he was choking me, I got out of that situation. I ran to my car and I drove home. It was just a couple minutes away. And I was just screaming for my mom. And then I tried to turn my head and I couldn't even turn my neck. So I said, "Call the ambulance."
How come you couldn't turn your neck? Was it hurt, paralyzed, or?
I don't know, because I guess being slammed on my head, I don't know what it did to my neck.
But I mean, when you say you can't turn it, either.
It just hurt really
Okay.
bad. Yeah. I wasn't paralyzed. It was just.
So it was the pain that stopped you from moving your head?
Yes.
Okay. And so you went to the hospital?
Yes.
And what did they do at the hospital?
They gave me a MRI, just a CAT scan, not an MRI.
Okay.
And
They
that's
did
it.
the CT scan of your head?
Yeah.
Okay. Excuse me. And they didn't do anything else as far as treatment or other tests? They just did the CAT scan and said there's no bleeding? Did they x-ray your neck to see if that was damaged or injured?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
But after that, I did have an MRI somewhere else on my neck and back.
Of your neck and back, okay. And at this point, so we're still at that night, you're having a headache, your neck hurts, none of the other symptoms, the twitching, the seizures, the blurred vision, did you have blurred vision at that
Yes.
time? Okay.
And I couldn't think. I couldn't talk. I would stutter. I wanted to ask my mom if I could have a brownie, and I couldn't say the word brownie. I was just like, I couldn't think. I was not myself. Very slow.
Okay. And bring me up to date after that then. The next time you saw a doctor about any of these things, or did you develop different symptoms in between?
Well, I had lots of back pain and neck pain, so I'd see my chiropractor like once or twice a week, and he said that
Did he take an x-ray of your neck?
No, but my another doctor did. She said that
Before you had saw the chiropractor or after?
before I saw the chiropractor.
Okay, so who was the next doctor you went to then?
Janine Oliver. She's just a PA for my regular doctor.
Okay. And Janine,
Yeah.
she ordered an x-ray of your neck?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's out, okay.
And she said it was fine, but my chiropractor said that it was just sprained all over.
And so then after you saw Janine, did Janine do anything else?
She gave me somas and more tabs for the pain.
Okay, and then the next doctor you saw was your chiropractor?
Yes.
Okay. Who is that, by the way?
Dr. Rick Owens.
Okay. And he either got the x-rays from
Yes.
Oliver or, okay. And then told you had sprained your neck.
Mm-hmm.
And your low back was hurting also?
Yeah, he said I had sprains all over and in my shoulder. I had sprains.
And so then you went to the chiropractor on the basis of getting some treatments.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of treatments does the chiropractor do?
He would adjust my neck and my back.
If you're lying down?
Yes.
Like pop it? Put
Yeah.
his hands and pop it? Okay.
And that helped with the pain a lot. Because I turned like this and
Crack your own back? Did it just do it there? Okay, I thought that was the table screw.
No. See, and that never happened before. I mean, I turn and it's like crack, 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 crack.
And so it helped with the neck, the popping helped with the neck and the back?
Yes.
Okay.
But it still hurts.
And at this time, how far are we from July 11th now? You're seeing the chiropractor, you've already seen the PA, but you haven't seen any other doctors or
This
had any
was probably in
seizure?
August.
Okay, so still didn't have the seizure or anything
No.
like that? Okay.
I was fine. I mean, I wasn't fine, but I didn't have the seizure.
You
But I
still
was-
had blurred vision, headaches, neck pain, back pain?
Headaches nonstop,
Okay.
all the time.
Continuous headache. Tell me about the headache a little bit. Where in your head is it located?
A lot in the front.
On both sides even?
Not really on the sides.
I'm sorry, I meant right and left front. It's not just half your
Yes.
head, it's across the whole front?
Yeah.
Okay. And anywhere else back?
Yeah, well, my whole head felt like a watermelon for at least 2 weeks. It was just like pounding. And I wrote in my journal, but I can't remember a lot of things.
So you feel like your memory is been
Totally.
affected?
Yeah, I used to be in, last year I was in geometry, and that was the same for me. Now I'm in pre-algebra. I can't remember things. I'm just not myself. But I'm getting better.
Okay.
And so yeah, we're in August. I just had a lot of head and back pain. I still have a lot of back pain, but it's not as bad. And so that was ongoing for a couple of months. And
So as we're moving forward here through August, you continue to see the chiropractor, maybe the neck and back are getting better, but the headache is still all the time. You wake up with it, you go to sleep with it, it's just there all the time.
yeah, well, actually the headaches have subsided.
But let's back up to August though. When
Yeah.
they subsided then, or they were still pretty intense?
Oh yeah,
Still intense?
intense in August.
Okay. When was the next time either you developed a new symptom, like a seizure or something, or saw a different doctor?
I didn't see a different doctor because I was just taking my
The things seem to
my
be working?
prescriptions.
Okay.
Yeah, and
The prescription Soma and Lortabs, okay.
Yeah, but I think. Sorry, what did you just ask me?
When did you next see a different doctor, or did you have a
Oh.
seizure first that prompted you
No,
to change the
in
plan?
November and December, I started these twitching spells, and I didn't know what they were, but everyone would look at me like, what's wrong with you? My whole body would twitch, or just my leg, and I couldn't sleep some nights because I would be up all night twitching.
Did it seem like it was worse at night?
At night and in the morning, it was worse. Yeah, I'd walk down the stairs and I'd twitch and I'd fall down the stairs.
And it could be your leg one time, your arm one time, your whole body.
Yeah,
It
but
just seemed
most of the times
haphazard.
it was like this.
Mostly the head, face, and shoulders.
Yes, but I still twitch, like sometimes just my leg, It's just different parts.
I'll remember to stay over here, okay?
No, it won't go that far.
Okay.
It's weird though, I'm like, what am I doing?
Okay, so, and how frequently, you say that's when that started, was in November, December of '02. How frequently was it happening?
At least once a week in November, and then in December, every day I would twitch.
So it obviously was getting worse through November and December. Has it peaked out and is now it's tapering off? Or do you still
Well, they told me that the twitching was like signs of a seizure, and I was twitching a lot, and then on January 17th, that's when I had my grandma's seizure, and I was twitching before that, and I just went into a seizure, and then I've been on some medication, and I only twitch like once every couple of days. They put me on seizure medication. But my hands shake, and after the seizure I couldn't remember anything. They asked me what my name, and it took me like a couple minutes to tell them my name. Then they asked me what state I was in, and I tell them I'm in California. And I couldn't think.
And where were you?
I was in Florida.
Oh, okay. But you're from Arizona?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was born in California, but I'm from here. I live here.
Oh, that's right.
I've lived here for like 11
You're in
years.
Arizona. Okay. We'll check my memory when we're done with yours there. So now you had the grand mal seizure. Where and what was happening with that? Where did that happen?
I was at me and my friend went to visit her grandpa in Florida, and we were staying at his house, and that's when I had
Okay,
the
that's
seizure.
how you got to Florida. Okay.
Yeah.
And so people were there, they saw you
Yeah.
have this?
There was a bunch of people.
And you have no recollection of it?
No.
Okay. That's very common, by the way.
Yeah.
Do you know if you like lost control of your bladder or bowel when that happened?
No. My friends and my sister told me that I just started twitching like that. And they said I fell on the ground and like curled up in like a fetal position. And they said that I was just shaking and like clenching my jaw. And they said I wasn't breathing for like 3 minutes and my lips turned blue. And they said after I stopped the seizure, I never started breathing again. That's when they gave me CPR.
Okay.
After that, I was like a zombie. I couldn't walk. I couldn't think. I was just like...
And so they did CPR, they took you to the emergency room. And at the emergency room, that's where they that's where you didn't know what state you were in. And
Yeah, well, in the ambulance too. That's when they asked me what state I was in.
okay.
But at the hospital, I was just like...
How long before the seizure do you remember? When does your memory end?
I was standing on the balcony, and it was like 10 o'clock in the morning, and I was just looking at the ocean,
Okay.
and that's when I started twitching. I don't remember. That's when I blanked out. My friend said I started twitching and falling.
So you actually remember pretty much right up to when you had the seizure?
Yeah.
Because sometimes people lose their memory an hour or two before that. That's common too. And then the next thing you remember was the ambulance.
Yeah.
Okay.
I remember waking up in the ambulance, and all these guys were just asking me questions. I don't remember telling them I lived in California. That's what my sister told me. She's like, they asked you what state you're in. You said California. I couldn't think.
And then in the emergency room, what did they do there?
They gave me a CAT scan and an IV, and I couldn't get up and walk. I would just fall over if I tried. Yeah, I tried to get up and go to the bathroom, and I fell like a bunch of times. So, and I was just, for 3 days, I was totally gone in the head. I couldn't think, I couldn't do anything.
Hello, and welcome to Neurology 206, Case 133. Hey, sorry about that. The video is going to restart.
I'm going to skip ahead. You just saw the actual examination portion. There were some notes in advance of it, and there are some notes afterwards. So I'm going to restart this. You're going to see the beginning, and then when we get to the actual exam, I'll skip forward to the part where we just left off. This is Joseph S. Ferrazzi, DC. For those of you that are new to our neurology cases, to briefly explain, this was a part of the Neurology Diplomate program. This patient in early 2003 was brought in by her treating chiropractor, who is a participant in the Neurology Diplomate program. So this is an actual patient who presented to a doctor of chiropractic, and then that doctor of chiropractic brought that patient into the class so that I could perform an examination. That's what you'll be seeing on the videotape. By way of introduction, I should mention as well that the patient brought in her own medical records. Obviously, there are some missing. We're going to go over what I had available to me at the time, right here in the beginning before we meet the patient, since I believe in this case I was able to review these prior to meeting the patient. In the most brief synopsis that I could give you regarding this case, we're looking at an 18-year-old female who has complaints that involve headaches, memory problems, can't think straight, dizziness, her hands shake. She describes twitching. The main reason she's there is a past seizure that she had, which was followed by some blurred vision. And all of this followed head and neck trauma following an assault. She was attacked by an ex-boyfriend, and there was a pending legal case as well. But you'll see this as it unfolds. So let's go right ahead and start looking at some of these records. I put the records in chronological order. And as I said, we don't have everything right in front of us, but this first one is a chest film that was taken on January 17, 2003. And you can see there's two views of the chest. Essentially, this is normal film. It's difficult to read. I'll do the best I can here. Chest two views regarding seizure disorder. The lungs are clear of acute infiltrate. No pleural effusions are seen. The heart is normal in size. Small nodular density projects over the dorsal spine, may be related to vertebra on end. In other words, overlying densities of the vertebra, and the radiologist can't really tell if that's what it is specifically, because chest views don't show vertebra very well. Unfortunately, I don't have the films. Impression, no evidence of acute cardiopulmonary disease, and then signed by the radiologist. Next up, we have a CT scan of the brain report dated the same day. You could see here that, again, I'll try and read you the final report. Essentially, it says diagnosis, seizures. There is physiologic calcification, no shift or midline structures or effacement of the cortical sulcus, no intracranial hematoma or vertically oriented fracture is noted. Artifact is noted on the more caudal, I think that word is areas. Impression, physiologic calcification, limited exam, findings faxed to the doctor, and then signed by the radiologist. It's important to note that we don't have any records from 2002. As I said in the beginning, the injury apparently occurred in July of 2002, yet the records we're looking at begin in January 2003. So as far as why there are missing records in there, I can't answer that at this point, but that'll be included in the discussion as we go on. Now in this record you can see we've jumped ahead now to January 27 of 2003, and this is where her family doctor writes the following letter in regard to her injury. The above referenced patient is under my care. It is my opinion with all reasonable medical certainty that the trauma that occurred on July 11, 2002 is a direct cause of the seizure activity starting in December of 2002 with
a grand mal seizure on January 17, 2003. This is likely to be a lifetime condition. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me at my office, and then the physician's office number and signature. Being that this is also a legal case, there's some buzzwords that this internal medicine specialist uses, which are very important, and in a way goes out on a limb for the patient in saying that, number one, it is the doctor's opinion with a reasonable degree of medical certainty, which means essentially 51% or more, that the trauma that occurred on July 11, 2002 is the direct cause, there's your next big buzzword, of the seizure activity that began in December of 2002 and resulted in a grand mal seizure on January 17, 2003. Another thing very important added in here is that this is likely to be a lifetime condition. And so you'll see in just a moment when we meet the patient that there was some medical records missing between the injury, because she states that she went immediately to an emergency room, or at least shortly after the injury went to an emergency room and had some testing done. We don't have any of those records, but it is apparent that this latest battery of records we're looking at, the CT and the chest x-ray, were done because of her recent seizure. So apparently she had the injury and then months later had a seizure, and then they began doing some diagnostic investigation regarding that seizure. So we got a few more pages of records, and then we'll go ahead and meet the patient. It appears they were following up with the seizure that the patient had recently, and this record goes to one of her physicians, Dr. Goldsmith. It reads, "Dear Dr. Goldsmith, I had the opportunity of seeing this woman in my office today. Very briefly, this 18-year-old woman presents with her mother. This woman was involved in a significant traumatic injury on 7/11/02. An ex-boyfriend assaulted her. She was forcibly struck on top of her head to the ground. She was seen at a local emergency room. Then I believe on January 17, 2003, she had a witnessed seizure. She was placed on Dilantin. A CT scan was performed. She is scheduled for an EEG this week. She and her mother were told that she had calcifications in her brain, and they are sent to my office for an opinion. She states she has had trouble with mental confusion and memory losses. She finds volitional movements also seem to be somewhat diminished. Past surgical history, appendectomy, current medications include Dilantin 400 milligrams a day. Family history remarkable for diabetes and can't quite make that word. Social history, she was a student. She is single and lives with her mother. She does not smoke, does not use alcohol. Review of systems was gone over in detail with the patient. This was left in the chart for permanent review. Physical examination. On examination, this pleasant young woman appears her stated age. Her speech is fluent and comprehension intact. Fine volitional movement seems good. She walks with normal tandem gait. Diagnostic tests. CT scan was reviewed. She has small calcification within the pineal gland. This is within normal limits. Assessment and plan. CT scan is normal. There is no abnormal calcification, and this was discussed with the family. It was also discussed that she most likely has post-traumatic seizure disorder. I have fully agreed with, and must be Dr. Blank there, that an EEG must be done. She certainly needs to remain on Dilantin until she is at least minimal 1 year seizure-free. And finally, I strongly agree that she follow up with Dr. Goodman. I told them that she would not need any type of neurological intervention. They are free to call me with any questions, however. Sincerely, and then signed. Then we have another neurological consultation from a Dr. Vanessa Godin. I had the occasion to see the patient in my neurology clinic for an initial evaluation. She is a pleasant 18-year-old right-handed female who was in her usual state of good health until July 11, 2002. At that time, she stopped by her boyfriend's house. Apparently, her boyfriend had another female companion in the house. They got into some sort of a shouting match, and the boyfriend picked up the patient and slammed her head onto the carpet that did not have padding underneath, but had a cement floor directly underneath. She states that her head was hit once. He then put his hands around her throat and choked her for approximately 1 minute. She did not lose consciousness. She was dazed and stunned. She was able to exit the house to her car and drove about 1 minute into her own house. She presented later that night with a flushing and pain in her head and neck. She ended up at Mountain View Hospital emergency room, and we are attempting to get those medical records. This current history is taken from the patient only. She noted in December of 2002 that she began to have twitching, and then on January 17, 2003, she had what sounds like a generalized tonic-clonic seizure and presented to an emergency room in Florida. She was placed on Dilantin. She does not remember having tongue biting or bowel or bladder loss of control. She then presented to Las Vegas, Nevada, and saw Dr. Margaret Goodman for 2 visits. She was placed on Dilantin 400 milligrams a day, and this was increased to 700 milligrams a day. She states that she presented to Summerlin Emergency Room because she was having a rash. Reportedly, an EEG done on February 6, 2003 by Dr. Goodman's office showed an abnormality. However, we do not have the report nor the official neurologic dictation. Since this time, the patient has not had what appears to be another seizure. She does get occasional headaches, no nausea or vomiting. She does feel that she has had some loss of attention, memory, and concentration since the event of July 11, 2002. For example, what day it is, where she left her car keys. A CT scan of her head was done on January 17, 2003 that I have personally reviewed, and it looks within normal limits, but we are pending the official final report. The patient is not driving a car and does know that Nevada does have a 3-month restriction on driving after a seizure. She also had a history of low back pain after this accident, for which she has presented to CU. An MRI of the low back was obtained. Review of systems. Since she has been on Dilantin, she has had a rash as well as hirsutism. Past medical history. No high blood pressure, diabetes, cancer, stroke, asthma, or heart disease. The patient does not smoke and does not consume alcohol. The patient has no known medical allergies. She did see another physician by the name of Dr. Vermespem on February 11, 2003, and he started her on Lamictal and was easing her off the Dilantin. She is now on Dilantin 400 milligrams a day and Lamictal 25 milligrams a day with an increase to 50 milligrams. I apologize, I'm not familiar with that drug and I can't read this very well. She is not pregnant or trying to become pregnant. She is not taking any birth control pills. She denies HIV risk factors, blood transfusions, illicit drug use, or sexually transmitted diseases, STDs. There is no family history of epilepsy. She has not had a seizure in the past. Past surgical history, appendectomy. Social history. She is single with no children and is a freshman in college. Past traumatic history, non-contributory. Past psychiatric history. She had some insomnia, anxiety, and mild neurovegetative symptoms after this incident, for which she sought counseling for 2 months. She had no previous history of depression or mental health counseling. Objective. The patient is a well-developed female in no acute distress. Blood pressure 130/70, pulse 64, respirations 12. There is no evidence of battles or raccoon sign. General cardiovascular, carotid normal pulse without bruit. Cardiac regular rate and rhythm without murmurs, rubs, or gallops. Neurologic examination. Formal mini mental status exam
is a 27 of 30, which is normal for her age, gender, and level of education, alert and oriented, normal attention, concentration, speech, and fund of knowledge. Cranial nerves 2 through 12. Extraocular movements are intact. Pupils are equal, round, and reactive to light. Visual fields are full to confrontation. Fundoscopic and retinal background exams are normal. Cranial nerve 5 function reveals normal facial sensation and corneal reflexes. Cranial nerve 7 function reveals normal facial symmetry and strength. Cranial nerve 8 function is normal to finger rub. Cranial nerve 9 function reveals spontaneous palatal movement and elevation. Cranial nerve 11 function reveals normal shoulder shrug. Cranial nerve 12 function reveals normal tongue protrusion. I may want to editorialize here that that's a pretty good description of the cranial nerve exam and of the exam in general so far. Motor exam. 5 of 5 equally upper and lower extremities. Normal tone. No atrophy, fasciculations, or pronator drift. Coordination. Finger to nose, rapidly alternating movements are normal. Deep tendon reflexes. 2 with down-going toes. Gait. Normal heel, toe, and tandem. Sensory. Intact primary and secondary modalities. Impression. This is an individual who has sustained a closed head injury with a constellation of symptoms, including psychoaffective and cognitive symptoms that may fit a mild post-traumatic concussion. Indeed, also, we will need to obtain the medical records to verify a generalized tonic-clonic seizure that, coming so close on the heels of a traumatic brain injury, likely reflects a post-traumatic seizure. I am sending her to see Dr. Dixit, epidemiologist at the university, for possibly a series of EEGs and also to evaluate her medication issues. An MRI of her brain, to my knowledge, has been done, and this is more sensitive for looking at brain parenchyma, especially for gliosis, and one will be ordered with and without contrast. I did go over the side effects of Lamictal, that's her medication, and cautioned her that if she attempts to become pregnant or conceive, that we need to know about this prior to the event, apparently. We will check a blood level once she has reached steady state, which is about 5 to 13 days after beginning on the 50 milligrams, and then continue to taper her off of the Dilantin. Again, we will obtain her medical records, an MRI, and then she will be seen for a follow-up visit. Finally then, for records that we reviewed, we received something from the patient, which appears to be something her mother put together for her. It starts at the top, and it's really just a chronology of what's going on, so I'll summarize it as you can see. 7/11/02 is the head trauma. December 2002, body torso twitches very strong. By January of 03, she had her grand mal seizure. The ER prescribed Dilantin. January 21 of 03, she saw Dr. Goodman, had a medication shift. January 29 of 03, I think that should be there. Mini seizure from too much Dilantin, blurred vision and shaking, went to Summerlin Hospital, cut Dilantin, said if this happens again to take Ativan to stop it. Then we have February 6, 03, EEG, only one slight normality during the 30 minutes when the lights were flashing. 2/7 of 03, rash began on torso, neck, and face. Went to Quick Care. They prescribed a topical. February 10, 03, Goodman said to stop the Dilantin and take Topamax. She warned us that Erin would probably have a seizure. We were uncomfortable with that, so our family doctor sent us to another neurologist, apparently. Dr. Verispam said she would definitely have a seizure if we stopped the Dilantin immediately, so she started her on Lamictal and also stayed on the Dilantin. He would raise her into the full dose over a 6-week period. However, she would still be on Dilantin. Wouldn't you want to taper the Dilantin down while transitioning into the Lamictal? Wouldn't the doctor want blood levels while transitioning? MRI is scheduled for Thursday, February 2003. We are referred to you by Dr. Michael Kane, chiropractor. I would like Erin to sign release forms so we can transfer to you as her neurologist. I'm sorry there's been so much activity, but this has been a very frightening and confusing situation for us. Then a couple of questions from me at the bottom, and now we can go ahead and meet the patient.
Did you get some forms sent to you to sign? Okay. Did we do that? To clarify dates, I'm just curious for the big picture and also to see how your memory is working. Now the blurred vision, that cleared up?
Yes. But I'm still dizzy and like sometimes I almost fall over. I gotta catch myself on something. And my hands really stopped shaking so much. Well, I don't know, they shook a little bit, but when I was with that other doctor taking 700 milligrams and 300 milligrams of Dilantin, my hands would shake a lot and I like turn yellow and stuff. But basically my symptoms now are subsiding. I mean, I have headaches probably once every couple of days.
And you're doing better in school and your ability to remember things?
Yeah,
that's all getting better?
I've been taking this powder medicine my mom's internist gave me. It's nutraceuticals, and he said that'll help my brain start regrowing or whatever. And
do you know what that is?
it's called Ambertose. It's made by Nanotech. And I
You don't know what's in it, do you?
He said glyconutritionals. And oh yeah, I started going to school, and at first I couldn't remember anything. I was like failing all my stuff, and then, you know, I'd remember everything. I'd see it, you know, her doing problems on the board. I'd remember, okay. And then I'd start getting better at school and stuff. But for a while, just until like a week ago, I would stutter really bad with my words, and I couldn't read. Like my teacher asked me to read in class, and I just like, I knew the words, but I just couldn't talk. I couldn't read. It would take me like 5 minutes to read 2 sentences.
And that all seems to be getting better?
Yes.
Good.
I've been practicing.
Excellent. Okay, is there anything that I left out? Anything that you need to add that I didn't ask you about?
No, I don't think so.
Pretty complete. Okay. All right. First thing I'm going to do, probably because I'm a chiropractor, is just have you stand up and take a look at your back in general, sort of your neck, back, shoulders. So just stand right up here and turn around. There you go. And well, let's do this. Let's have you face that way. There you go. This way. Try to move out here. And just sort of look straight ahead. Take that and move it over there for a second.
I can put it up.
Okay. There you go. What we do is just check to see if sort of your head is screwed on straight here. And that looks pretty level side to side. Shoulders look pretty level. I've sort of made an unusual angle here, but I'm going to run my fingers down little buttons on your back just to see if that's straight, and that does appear to be pretty straight. Okay, you look like you may have an increased curve down here. Let's take a look at that. Do you get low back pain still? Or is
All the time.
Where?
Right back here.
Both sides even? And that's where you sort of grab
Usually
the
in the
chair.
middle.
When you grab the chair and spin it, crack it, does that feel better?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to have you back up over there to that table. And what I want you to do is get way up on your tiptoes, high up. In fact, could you take your shoes off for me? Thanks.
I think my hips like out of place though.
Okay. Well, let's have you, could you hike up your pants too? So, there, I get a little better. That's perfect. Okay, get way up on your tiptoes and start to walk forward on your toes. Good. And turn around and walk away from me, but this time walk only on your heels. Don't let your toes touch the ground at all. Oh, you're all over the place. Okay, let's do this. I want you just to walk normally. Let's give you a little more room. Why don't you just walk down this path? Just nice and normal, leisurely. That's about the right speed. Maybe a little faster. Turn around and come back this way. I want you to turn around real quick and walk back there. That's it. Okay. Keep the speed the same, but make the turns quick. One more turn. Okay, what I want you to do this time when you come back, walk on your heels again. I want you to correct for that, so don't let me push you over or anything. Good. Okay, I want you to walk now, heel to toe, like you were walking a tightrope, straight ahead. Couple more steps is fine. Can you go even faster? Can you juggle when you do that? No, I'm just kidding. No. Okay.
So just a quick recap here. First, we try to observe the patient's posture as far as any spinal deformities, anything along those lines. Obviously, in a classroom, it's a different situation. So we did the best that we could. Also, you notice she did the Romberg test. Seemed a little sway here and there, but generally speaking, I would consider that within normal limits. She didn't need to reposition her feet or fall off balance. Same thing when I started to have her walk tandem at first. I don't know that she fully understood what we wanted her to do, or she was focusing on it too much, but when we broke it down, she walked very slowly in the tandem walk, but again, she showed very good balance. Really no problem with the balance. So I'm going to say that the Romberg test and the gait and tandem gait, although there was a little confusion it seems, were all within normal limits.
And just do it like a shallow knee bend like that for me on either side. How deep can you go before you have trouble coming back up? Good. Other side? Good. Okay, turn around for me. Well, actually, I'm sorry, let's do it this way. I keep forgetting about the camera in the group. I want you to face this direction, make it easy. Step forward a little bit. Okay, I'm going to hold this up a little bit, and I'm going to put my hands on the top of your hips. I want you to do this like you were marching in place. First, one leg going up. That's it. Okay, and then we'll do the other one. Okay, and now the other side. Perfect.
Here, of course, we have a simple Trendelenburg test, if you will. But essentially, the side where the patient elevates her leg actually comes up higher off the ground. And this shows good proximal muscle strength, good pelvic muscle strength on both sides.
All right, let's have you go ahead and have a seat right over here again. All right. I want you to hold both hands straight out in front of you. Spread your fingers wide apart. Okay, I want you to close your eyes. Hold your hands out there like that. When I touch you, I want you to say now.
No.
What was that?
Like Velcro on my pants.
Oh, mine do that, but buttons go flying across the room.
No.
Okay. Do they feel the same when I touch you like that? Okay. You don't feel it different on one side than the other? Could you pull your sleeves up for me too a little bit? There you go. Okay. Close your eyes. Do the nail thing again.
No.
Does this feel the same? Where did I just touch you? There and there. Good. And does it feel the same? In other words, it's not, you don't feel it more close than you do far away?
This side feels like you're really touching it. This side feels like you're
Okay.
touching it.
Let's try that again. Turn your palms up this time. There you go. If I touch you like this and both sides this way. Okay, here to here, here to here. Is that all? Is it similar? I know I might
Yeah, I can feel it all.
So there's no spots where it's different?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a few things I'd like to point out to you in regard to what you just saw. First of all, when I do sensory tests, I try to objectify them by actually having the patient identify where I touch them and to say now when they feel me touch them. And the reason for that is because if a patient was giving you a sincere effort with their eyes closed and you went to touch them, but their nervous system was tricking them into thinking that they felt something that they really didn't, then that would be an abnormal sensory test, but you'd never know it if you just said to them, do you feel me touch you? And they were looking with their eyes and saw you touch, and then their brain thought that that was sensation. So we're not doing it because we don't trust the patient. A patient who's lying can certainly get past any effort we make on the sensory exam per se. The other point is to notice that there's three things that you compare when you do the sensory exam, and that is right side to left side, so side to side, also proximal to distal. So you saw me do comparing proximal to distal. And the reason for that is because in a neuropathy, peripheral neuropathy or a polyneuropathy, often bilateral, the patients will have a diminished sensation distally. So if you touch the fingertips on both hands, for example, and then compare those, and then touch the elbows on both arms and compare those, the patient might think that those were normal. However, if you compare the fingertips to the elbow, then the patient notices the diminution of sensation. Also, the third thing is you want to go across a dermatome, so you want to test around. That's where the pinwheel used to come in very handy, but you can do it with your fingers as well.
Squeeze my fingers just as tight as you can. Tight, tight, tighter, tighter. Good. Don't twist them. That wasn't part of it. Okay. All right. I want you to shrug your shoulders up. Just hold them up. Don't let me push them down. Good. Okay. Turn your chin this way. Bring your head down a little bit. Good. Push against my hand here. Okay. Try that on the other side this way. Push against my hand.
That hurts my neck.
Yeah, I was going to say those muscles are really weak in the front there. Go ahead and push back against my hand. These will probably be fine. Yeah. Okay.
That hurts my head though.
That does hurt in your head?
Yeah.
When you cough or bear down, do you still get pain in your head, or just what I was doing just there?
My neck hurts.
Oh, don't adjust yourself in front of all these chiropractors.
Well, if I don't, it's in
Okay,
pain.
then it'll hurt. Okay. If I push like this, does that hurt?
Yeah.
Where does it hurt when I do that?
On the sides.
On the sides of your head?
Yeah.
Okay. How about if I pull up? Does this hurt in your neck, head, or anything?
No.
Okay. Does it feel good or just neither?
Yeah, and actually, it feels, hurts my head.
When I pull up like that?
Yeah.
Is it just my hands touching your
Yeah.
scalp sort of that hurts?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's, okay.
Once again, you can see clearly demonstrated how important it is to be on the same page as the patient, to understand that she's not really complaining about an increase in headache or particularly neck pain, just some sort of an increase or hyperalgesia, if you will, or even something that you might describe as an allodynia, in that normal touch of her scalp is perceived as painful.
All right, I'm going to grab a little piece of equipment over here. Just going to use this in a second. What I want you to do, I want you to just look at this thing. Look straight ahead at it. I'll put your head back just a little bit. Okay, I want you to keep looking at it. Does that sort of bother you looking at it? Sort of like you're squinting a little bit. You okay with that? Look at my finger here. Now look back at this here. Finger again. Back here. Fingers. Good. Okay. I want you to look right at this again. Okay, good. Here's what we're going to do. I'm just going to take a look inside your eye real quick. They've done all this already, I imagine, many times. Okay. Look over there in the distance. They haven't? Yeah. Or they have?
They've,
Done that kind of thing? Okay.
I don't think the lights now.
Your eyes are very easy to look into. They're big openings. Straight up. Good. Okay. I want you to clench your teeth real hard. That's it, like that. Okay, relax. Open your mouth. Tip your head back a little bit. Okay. Say ah.
Ah.
Good. Stick your tongue straight out, all the way out. So you're way out. It's your only chance to do this to me legally. Okay. Back in.
Where how does it go?
Stick in your cheek. And then push, don't push against me. Good. This side. Push against. Okay. All right. Let's just do a couple more things here. Hold both legs straight out in front of you. Bring your feet and toes up toward you that way. Does that hurt in your back? Does it hurt anywhere? Keep them up like that. Bring your chin down towards your chest. Does that hurt? Mm-hmm. Where? Back, but not in your low back or anything?
All the way down my spine, down here.
He starts to pull that way. Mm-hmm. Go ahead and cough when you're in that position. Does that do anything any different? No. Okay, hold.
Now, if I had to put a name on this, I would just call it a Bectoroo times 3. In that what we're doing is we're combining a soda hall, we're bringing the chin down to the chest, which is really stretching the intrathecal sac, which of course is tethered at the coccyx. Then we're bringing both legs extended at the knees and flexing the patient at the waist. So we're doing everything we can to stretch the coverings of the spinal cord as well as the spinal cord itself and the nerve roots. And this is typically an uncomfortable position for people with soft tissue problems and even arthritic problems, joint problems of the spine in general. When we add the intrathecal pressure test, that is the coughing, then we really turn this into more of a test for radiculopathy. Now, obviously, if she had radiating pain down her legs or arm for that matter, in this position, we would consider that possibly positive for radiculopathy. But when we have the patient do a Valsalva maneuver or cough, and then we get sort of an increased presence of any radicular symptoms down the upper or lower extremities, then that's a much stronger indicator that this patient may in fact have a radiculopathy. Of course, in her case, she does not. She has some pain throughout the spine doing this, but no radicular symptoms and nothing added when she coughs. Now, this again lends credibility to her because everything that we ask her to do, she's not saying, yes, this hurts, this is bad, this hurts, I'm weak. Patients sometimes, when they have lawsuits or even when they are suffering from somatoform disorders, can give inappropriate responses or false patterns of responses. And so in this way, it lends credibility to her story because she has really the most common sorts of things and is denying some of the more significant ones.
Holding your feet out like that, just like I did before. When I touch you like this, you feel that on both sides? It feels the same to you? And it feels the same far away and close, left and right. Okay, go ahead and relax. Almost done. Put your arm over here, just resting. Okay. Hold your arm almost. Just rest it right in my hand, let it go. Good. Come over on this side. Go ahead and rest your arm. I want you to lie down on your back.
So as you can see fairly clearly, I think, in the video, muscle stress reflexes of the upper and lower extremity seem to be within normal limits, probably graded at about 2+ or 3+.
Here. There you go. Okay. I want you to take your hand, touch the tip of your nose, and then touch my finger, okay? Good. Back to your nose, and back to my finger. Keep going back and forth. Go a little fast as you can, but you have to be accurate. You have to touch just like you're doing, just tip to tip. Okay, use the other hand now. Okay, I want you this time to come as close to you can as my finger, but don't actually touch it. Oh, there you go. And hold it out there, so to hold it as close as you can. Good, come back. Just hold it there.
Probably the best test overall of muscle control and movement in the upper extremity is the finger to nose, finger to finger test, as you see me demonstrated. This portion of it, though, where you ask the patient to get their finger as close as they can without actually touching it, in cerebellar disease, can actually show the tremor a lot more. As the patient tries to get real close but not touch, they sort of lean more on their cerebellar function for that type of coordination, and when the cerebellum fails them, it becomes very obvious by a side-to-side tremor. Of course, that was not the case with this patient, who performed the test perfectly well.
Okay, good. All right, I want you to take this heel, touch it to your knee, slide it right down your shin and go right off your big toe.
It doesn't go that far.
You can bring this foot up. Nope, don't bend the knee. Bring this foot, that's it. See, it reaches that way. Try it on the other side.
In the lower extremity, my favorite refined test for movement and coordination is the heel to shin test. Now here the patient's lying on her back, so she really can't see the part very well. So it's also sort of a proprioceptive test in that way, that if you say take the heel of your right foot and touch it to your left knee, they, without looking, they have to sort of know where those parts are. But once they get that heel to the knee and slide straight down the shin without sort of an S or serpentine side to side movement of overshooting and undershooting that we see in cerebellar disease, and then as you can see here, this patient has no problem going right up off the big toe at the end of the exam there. And again, that takes coordination, and that's really what we're testing for here. Not as much strength. Strength could enter into a situation like this in a very weak patient, but not in someone that's passed all of the normal gait tests and crude strength tests like we had already performed on this patient.
Perfect. Okay, just a couple of things real quick. I think we could probably do this with your socks on. Just relax your foot. I'm just going to give a little scrape on the bottom of your foot. They did this before?
No.
No? Okay. This is the very last one. I take this tuning fork. I'm going to touch it down here around your ankle. And I want you to tell me if you feel it. Close your eyes. Okay? Do you feel me touching you with that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you feel it buzzing?
No.
Okay. Keep your eyes closed. No cheating. Okay.
Yes.
You feel it buzzing?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me when you stop feeling it buzzing.
No.
You don't feel it anymore?
Well,
Do you feel it now?
no.
It's gone now?
Yeah.
Okay. Same thing on this side, okay? I want you first to tell me if you feel it.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me when it stops.
No.
Good. Okay, one more time. Tell me when you feel it.
No.
Tell me when you can't feel it anymore.
No.
Okay.
Just as I did in the sensory exam earlier, I like to have an objectification of my test anytime I do a sensory test in particular. You try and make it as objective as it possibly can be. So what you would have seen here one of the times is I actually stopped the tuning fork. Now by stopping the tuning fork, I know several things, because then she said now that she had sensed that it stopped. What that tells me clearly is that she's differentiating pressure from vibration. If I was just touching it to her ankle and she was saying, yes, I feel it buzzing, I have no way of knowing that she really feels it buzzing. So by stopping it and having her respond immediately that she felt it needs to stop it, I know that she understands the test and she feels the buzzing, and the buzzing is separate and distinct from the pressure of the tuning fork. Now, aside from that, you're still titrating this against your own sense of vibration because you're holding it in your hand at the node, preferably, and you're feeling the vibration. So you're comparing her right side to her left side, as well as I said, objectifying the test as much as you possibly can.
Okay, let's have you sit up here. There you go. All right, we'll talk for a minute or two.
I just want to know if you think I'm gonna still have seizures or something, or if this was just like a one-time thing.
Okay. Basically, when we look at you, we do these neurological tests and we challenge part of your nervous system and we see how they react. Essentially, see, I didn't know how you were before the injury, but right now I would say you're completely normal neurologically. Your strength, tone, volume, your gait, your sensation, your reflexes are all within what we call normal limits. In some of the things you seem a little shakier, maybe than you would have been before based on your age and your physique. I think that some of the tests you may be a little less, like with your eyes closed standing, you're a little wobblier than I would expect for someone your age, but it's still normal and there's a variation. Also notice in your left hand a little bit more shaking than in your right hand when you were doing some of the tests. Aside from that, everything looked normal. I think it's fairly straightforward what's happened. There's a disorder called traumatic brain injury, TBI, closed head injury, post-concussion syndrome. You've probably heard these terms before. Okay, what did they tell you it was? The contusion to your brain? Yeah, it's the same thing. It's essentially what happens is when you hit your head, three things can happen that are bad. Obviously, one is nothing can happen, but one is you get a concussion, and a concussion means that the nerves in your brain don't work right, but then everything comes back and it's all fine. The second, and that's you could even get knocked down and just have a concussion. A contusion means that there's some degree of damage to the cells. Now, from what you told me, normal MRI, normal CT, I don't know how they determined that you had a contusion, except that with a concussion, it's much less likely that you develop seizures. With a contusion, it's more likely. However, usually an MRI can see the damage done by a contusion. So I'd have to get all of your records and put it together. You probably fall somewhere, and the third is called a laceration, and that's where there's an actual cut in the brain, and that certainly hasn't happened because otherwise you wouldn't be doing normal. The good news is that this all happened to you in July, and here we are in March, and you're remarkably improved. Mm-hmm. Your headaches are better.
I feel so much better, like myself.
Especially because usually it takes, after a traumatic brain injury, it can take a year before people start getting better. So the fact that you're getting better and it's only 7-8 months is very good because it usually means you're going to get even better, and hopefully all the way back to normal. Having seizures after this is not that common. Everything else you mentioned is common. The memory problems, almost 100% of the time. We see this a lot when people injure their head in car accidents. That's the most common place for it. The whole separate issue is your spine. I'm sure the chiropractor was exactly right. You've sprained and strained all the vertebrae, because when you bring your chin down to your chest, you feel it pull all the way down. It's all connected.
As you can see from the discussion that I had with the patient, I believe she has mild traumatic brain injury. Her injury to the head and neck, followed by the types of symptoms she had short of the seizure would be very unusual for that diagnosis. But aside from that, clearly she has all of the classic symptoms of what we used to call post-concussion syndrome, or we might want to call mild traumatic brain injury. Let me review a couple of things that came up throughout the case. One of the reports mentioned battle sign. Battle sign is the sign of a skull fracture, and I thought it'd be a good idea to review it. If you happen to be on the scene of a head injury, one of the things to look for is this so-called battle sign, which looks like bruising behind the ear, but it's not due to a direct blow to that area and then just the capillary damage and ecchymosis that you'd see in the skin with a bruise. It's actually due to leaking of blood from the posterior auricular artery. And so it sort of just leaks and pools back there. So you're actually seeing extravasation of blood into that area. So that's a classic sign of trauma, as is the raccoon sign. Now the raccoon or panda sign is basically the same thing, only the blood extravasates into the area paraorbitally. So it looks like bilateral shiners. But if a person was in a fight and just got punched in the eye, you'd see direct damage to the eye itself, and you'd see probably subconjunctival hemorrhage, a bloodshot looking eye, but even worse where there's more of a solid area of blood. Here you have nice clean sclera because the damage wasn't necessarily to the eyes directly, but to the skull, and it's the bleeding into the skull that leads to the blood collecting around the orbits. So again, if you wind up on the scene of a significant head injury, these are very important signs to look for immediately. Now, what we're talking about here is a traumatic injury to the brain. Now, because it's not a serious hemorrhage that's obvious on imaging, we tend to call it a mild traumatic brain injury, and especially in cases where there's no loss of consciousness. Certainly you don't need to have a loss of consciousness to have a concussion or a post-concussion syndrome or mild traumatic brain injury. One of the ways that we see this quite frequently is in auto accidents. Often there's no injury to the head directly at all. And what happens is we have a severe whiplash, the brain just comes in contact with the skull. And so we have the injury inside the head. In fact, in some car accidents, as you can see from the first bullet there, we have what's called the coup contra coup injury, where the blow is to one side of the head, and then the brain sort of bounces off that side and then smacks against the opposite side of the skull. So you wind up with injuries on both sides. And I discussed with the patient the difference between a concussion, a contusion, and a laceration. Now, really, the thing I don't think I pointed out clearly is that a concussion has no obvious macroscopic damage. It's certainly been shown that there's microscopic damage to the brain. And with chronic traumatic encephalopathy, sort of a cousin here, and this is the formerly known as dementia pugilistica, or the punch-drunk fighter, where it's not one trauma but the result of cumulative trauma, slightly different syndrome. But this has become very popular of late. And the disorders have in common the fact that they are both due to trauma to the brain, which is not obvious initially on any sort of advanced imaging that we might have, although certainly in later stages of the disease it would be. And a few other terms that you might have heard beside mild traumatic brain injury, and most of the time you'll see that M not capitalized and then the TBI capitalized. But you've heard of a person getting knocked out or getting his lights put out or knocked out, had his bell rung, seeing stars, knocked silly. Remember the cartoons with little stars wheeling around the cartoon character's head. So concussion has been understood for a long time, and it doesn't, again, necessarily by any means have to involve being knocked unconscious. So what exactly is a concussion? Well, as the slide says, it's a complex process, and it involves trauma to the brain, and then the brain malfunctioning. Whether that's strictly due to an anatomical, microscopic sort of change, or whether there's some other chemical or pathophysiological process, it's really not very clear. But what is clear is that you do not need a direct blow. It can be due to, as I said earlier, neck injury, whiplash injury, where the forces can cause the brain to slam against the skull. Now, in the severe cases, we have a loss of consciousness. Anytime you have a loss of consciousness due to a blow of the head, it's a concussion. But the reason that I emphasize you don't require a loss of consciousness was because at one time that was the gold standard, was no loss of consciousness, no concussion. And that kept a lot of people from getting the proper care or the proper consideration for their illness. It's been shown through various staining techniques upon autopsy that there is in fact microscopic damage clearly to the brain, sort of a shearing of neurons. Just from the movement. I mean, the brain is sort of gelatinous. If you were to take Jell-O and shake it, you could tear it. And that's sort of what happens inside the skull during a traumatic injury involving the neck and vectors of force to the neck and skull. As I mentioned, there's no grossly demonstrable physical brain damage. You can't go in and get a CAT scan and see a hemorrhage or an MRI and see an infarction or anything of that nature. Most of the time, the effects are pretty temporary. Although, of course, repeated trauma, then you can have the syndrome we talked about earlier. But normally, the patients recover pretty quickly. When they don't, we can call it post-concussion syndrome. And post-concussion syndrome, which is what you're seeing in this unfortunate young woman, includes problems with headache, memory, concentration, judgment, balance, coordination, and she had all of those things. So unless she's reading the textbooks, she came in real close symptomatically to what we would expect. When you look at the scope of what traumatic brain injury involves, this slide really is stark. It compares the annual incidence of things like multiple sclerosis, that little thin yellow slice, and spinal cord injuries, HIV, AIDS, breast cancer, and then 1.5 million traumatic brain injuries annually. And so here we see what a tremendous cost to society and to civilization and to the individual this problem really is. Our poor young patient could have used a helmet, but here's a slide I found on the internet just showing basically how the initial impact can be in the front, particularly with the head down in this case, but that could cause the force from the blow to make the brain strike the inner surface of the skull. That's what we call the coup contra coup injury. In severe concussions, the brain can twist, it can torque, and that causes more shearing and damage to cells. At least a microscopic level, in a mild injury, the brain starts to swell and there's damage to neurons. In severe injury, swelling becomes the biggest problem because there's no place for the brain to go. So if it starts to swell within the skull and the swelling continues, the brain will crush itself within the skull. So medical intervention in severe head injuries where this swelling begins to occur, there's many things that they do. That's where you see chemically induced comas. You see patients' body temperatures brought down very low. You even see a surgery where they remove the top of the skull to allow the brain to just swell up, and then as it returns back down to normal size, they put the top of the head back on top of the skull. So obviously the degree of injury determines what the immediate on the field sort of situation it should be. This slide sort of just shows us where brain injuries might come from. So if a person has an acquired, if something they're not born with, it's either traumatic or non-traumatic. If it's non-traumatic, it can be due to anoxia. Then we see it tends to be bilateral as well. It can be due to infection of the brain, a stroke, a tumor, metabolic disorders, which again tend to be more bilateral and symmetrical. Or we can have a traumatic brain injury. Open brain injury, of course, is where we actually see the fractured skull and the brain is hanging out, or blood, obviously quite a mess. Closed head injury, the thing that we're more likely to witness or be involved in, is due to, as we saw here, an assault, but also falls, accidents, and abuse. When there's discussion about the level of consciousness, aside from normally alert, a patient can be described as having 5 different levels of consciousness. Just below normal, we would have a clouded consciousness. This is where the patient is confused, may be irritable and slow, but generally accurate. And there are various causes for this, like hypoxia to the brain, increased BUN, encephalopathy, as in this case, where we have trauma. Next on the list is delirium. So the patient is thought to be delirious, and this is, of course, the DTs made delirium tremens famous. That's the most common alcoholic encephalopathy. This is where the patient is more like a drunk. They're certainly arousable, but they're irritable. They may act confused, psychotic. They may even have hallucinations. Sort of difficult to really truly discern these levels of consciousness from one another. They're really a continuum. There's no sharp demarcation. So as we move down the line more toward coma, we sometimes hear the term obtunded or obtundation used to describe that state of consciousness. Penultimately, we have a stupor. And I believe I said to the patient at some time during that exam that perhaps she was in a stupor after she got hit on her head. Probably a bit of an overstatement, probably more like a level of clouded consciousness or delirium. In any event, stupor is just sort of one short of coma. At this time, the patient really is not awake and alert, but they can still be aroused if you sort of shake them or pinch them a little bit. And finally, and we don't see these patients wandering into our office very often, we have the patient who is in coma. And patients in a coma are not arousable. They are not responsive to external stimuli. Now here we have the famous Glasgow Coma Scale. And essentially what you do is you add this together to compute the total score for the patient. If the patient never opens their eyes, they get a 1. If they only open their eyes when you pinch them, they get a 2. If you can talk to them, and that can get them to open their eyes, but when they're not talking, they want to close their eyes. And then finally, if you just say open your eyes and they can open them spontaneously, they get a 4. So you can see how that is scored. As far as best verbal response, it's just that. You ask them a question. If they give you no response, they get a 1. If they make some sort of an incomprehensible sound, they get a 2. If they use words which are inappropriate, they get a 3. If they're disoriented in their conversation, they get a 4. And if they're totally oriented and converse normally, they get a 5. And then we have their best motor response. And same thing, you ask them to move. If they can't respond, they get a 1. And as they do better and better, they can work their way all the way up to responding completely normally on command, and they get a 6. So you can see that in a worst case scenario, they can get a 3. In a best case scenario, they can get a 15. Now, if following a head injury, you were to give the patient a test on the Glasgow Coma Scale, you can then determine whether it was a mild, moderate, or severe head injury by using the following chart. So you can see, even if they scored a 15, you can still, based on the injury and the symptoms the patient has, consider that they had a mild traumatic brain injury. However, you move into moderate if they've scored between 9 and 12, and of course a severe brain injury based on this Glasgow Coma Scale if they have between 3 and 8 points. So let's take a look at some of the meaningful aspects of a particular study that was done, looking at the ability to image mild traumatic brain injury. So here we have 3 patients, and then we have 3 controls. In the 3 patients, we go down the list here. One of them is a 39-year-old male. There was no loss of consciousness. There was no post-traumatic amnesia, and he scored a 15 on the Glasgow Coma Scale. In fact, you'll see all 3 patients scored a 15 on the Glasgow Coma Scale. All 3 patients were involved in motor vehicle accidents, and the duration between the accident and the diffusion tensor tractography is marked in the next column. As we drop down, we see that they all 3 had normal IQs, yet all 3 of them scored badly on global memory tests. So now let's take a look at the imaging. I thought it might be fun to end the class here talking a little bit about what sort of imaging is on the horizon, actually available right now, but not widely available, but certainly on the horizon that we might consider. Two kinds of the imaging, PET scan and SPECT scan, which can image mild traumatic brain injury, are nuclear medicine. In other words, you have to give the patient something in order to, some nuclear material in order to either measure blood flow as you would in a SPECT scan, or directly the positrons emitting from the patient as you would see in a PET scan. So in this study, they took 3 normal control patients, and then they took 3 patients who had mild traumatic brain injury, and they did a standard MRI, and then they also did something called a diffusion tensor tractography. So they're actually using MRI to visualize the neurologic tracts. And in particular, it's the anterior portion of the corpus callosum, the cingulum of the corpus callosum, which seems to have sheared off or lost its connection between that anterior portion of the cingulum and the basal or the bottom part of the forebrain, the frontal area. And this finding here you can see observed in all 3 patients, and we'll take a look at that real quick. So let's zoom in here to the top row where we have the MRIs for patients 1, 2, and 3. And as you'll notice as we zoom across, or you don't really have enough time to notice, but you'll have to trust me, these are all 3 normal MRIs. That is, of the patients with traumatic brain injuries, the MRIs are all normal. Now here you'll see on the diffusion tensor tractography that up here by the blue arrows anteriorly in the forebrain, you'll see that both the red and the yellow, the right and left sides of the brain, come toward the area, but then they stop. There is no connection directly going any lower down into that base of the forebrain. And you'll see clearly as we pan across, all 3 of the patients with mild traumatic brain injury are missing that connection between the anteriormost portion of the cingulum and the basilar portion of the frontal lobe or forebrain area. And now as we pan down to the normal subjects and we take a look at their diffusion tensor tractography, we can clearly see thick and abundant fibers arching between that anteriormost portion of the inferior cingulum and the basal portion of the forebrain. So one final thing that I think we need to discuss based on this case is the patient's description of her seizure, but more importantly of this twitching that seemed to precede the seizure. Now we know she described, lying in the fetal position and kicking and thrashing, and said that 2 people observed her having that problem, but because she was having a seizure, she doesn't really remember it. However, she knows what the myoclonic jerks are, and that's what we're going to call these things, and that's this twitching that she describes. Myoclonic jerk is a form of myoclonus. Now, myoclonus can range from something that is really quite benign, such as you're listening to my lecture, I'm going a little bit over, you're pissed off, you start to drift off to sleep, and then all of a sudden a door slams somewhere and you jump out of your skin. Now that would be the type of myoclonus that one experiences just before they fall asleep. But also that would be something external that's causing it, the sound. It doesn't really take anything external for some people. They start to develop these twitches just out of the blue. Now, again, this can be totally normal and just happen once in a while, particularly when someone is trying to fall asleep, or they can become worse and worse and really interfere with the patient's life quite considerably. So as you can see here, and this is right off of the National Institute of Health website, myoclonus is the symptom, not a diagnosis. It refers to a sudden involuntary jerking of muscle or group of muscles. They're usually caused by sudden contraction of muscles. That's what we call positive myoclonus. Occasionally, and I think I added that word, you can have muscle relaxation called a negative clonus. And that's where instead of having a contraction, you have a sudden relaxation. Myoclonic jerks may occur alone or in sequence, in a pattern or without pattern. They may occur infrequently or many times each minute. As I say, it can go from being really nothing all the way up to something that significantly interferes with a person's life. And you can read, the rest of these on the slide. They're not able to be controlled. A hiccup would be a very simple variety of just a quick contraction, relaxation type of myoclonus. The sleep starts that I mentioned earlier are very common. Normal, healthy people get them. And you could read the rest of those yourself. I want to thank you for participating in the class, and I hope you'll continue with your educational endeavors. This is Dr. Joe Ferrazzi signing off. Thanks again.
Okay, there were a couple of questions about the COVID presentation, and I missed those initially, so I just put them down here for you. The first one was, how long or how many times can a mask be used? First of all, as long as you don't take the mask off, you can use it all day. I don't think you'd want to sleep with it, obviously. So it can be used all day. Once you take it off, it becomes very difficult to put it back on without possibly reinfecting yourself. I'm not sure about peroxide-based cleaners, but the general rule is if the product is rated for cleansing bacteria and viruses, then it's okay. So anything that's approved for that, and I believe they have to have a statement on the container about that, or you can check the MSDS sheets, the material safety data sheets, for what the product is. In fact, you can just go online, type in the product, and it'll tell you what it's approved for. Can a mask be sterilized? Certainly freezing it won't sterilize it. However, because of the shortage of masks, some authorities are saying that you can, after they're removed, spray them with the chlorine sterilizer that you made earlier, the 5 tablespoons per gallon. I might use a little more myself, but that can do it. However, it's frowned upon. It's best. These are disposable masks. I'm talking about the surgical masks as well. There's 2 kinds of masks. The surgical masks are the sort of paper ones that you can expand over your nose and mouth. And be careful, if you have a beard, you're probably not going to be able to make a full full contact with your skin, and so there's going to be some leakage in that situation anyway. The other ones are called N95 masks, and those are respirator masks, and those block 95 or more % of the tiniest of particles. Those are considered a little bit better, very hard to get. 3M makes those. At one point, they were about $2 a mask. I can't imagine what they would cost now. So yes, they can be sterilized, but it's frowned upon. And as far as looking online about face scarves made of spandex and other kinds of fibers, anything is probably better than nothing. But the information that I presented to you is really the only information I have. So I'm not sure. Certainly I know that in stores, even the dust masks used by people that do woodworking and things like that, they're out. So people believe that they can offer some protection. And I imagine that they can, as you saw from the list of items, even very permeable things like silk scarves and so forth offered some protection. So I think that anything is probably better than nothing in this particular case. See how I can work on this now for you here. Let's turn my video back on so you can see my beautiful face.
Am I back? I think I'm in a weird position there. Let's see if I can make that work better. Let's see. Anyway, we're about to take a break, so I'll just work on this. Oh, I see. I have to shut off my screen sharing. That's what I'm doing wrong. Ta-da! There I am with my floating microphone. You can maximize me up on your own page there with that box on the top. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. I have 10:45 right now. That means that we're going to come back at sharply 11 a.m. I would like you, right before you take a break, to go ahead and move your mouse down to the bottom of the screen. And here, I'll put screen share back on so you can see this. Open up the little chat button and type the word present. Because we accidentally kicked everyone out, the video was choppy, so I went to try and fix that, and that's what kicked everybody out, but it fixed the video. So go ahead and type the word present. I'll put my screen share on again so you can see that. So again, what you're going to do here is move your mouse down to the bottom of the screen. You'll see the little chat box. Click on it. Just type the word present, hit enter, and that's like a sign-in sheet. So we'll see you back at 11 a.m.
I have no financially, unfortunately, but I don't gain anything from any of these tools that I will be discussing. I'm an East Coast guy. I'm a native Floridian. I taught at NYCC for 15 years. I taught at Palmer College of Chiropractic in Florida on their Florida campus for 15 years. And now I'm Dean of Graduate Programs at Parker University in Dallas, Texas. And I run their master's program. We have an online Master of Science degree program in neuroscience and clinical neuroscience. So a little bit about my background for those of you in the Midwest maybe that don't know me as well. That's a bit of my background. I have a master's in neuroscience and neurophysiology from the Institute for Sensory Research at Syracuse University. And I met Dr. Ferzi actually through the International Academy of Chiropractic and Neurology, where I'm a diplomating fellow. And I was a co-founder of our board for electrodiagnostic medicine. And my latest little bullet here is I'm the first and only DC ever appointed to the neurology section of the American Physical Therapy Association Clinical Practice Guidelines for Vestibular Rehabilitation for 2020. Every 4 years, best practices and clinical practice guidelines, these CPGs, are rewritten based on literature. And this is the first time ever a DC has been involved. Now, I'm not saying that to toot my horn, because I don't toot my horn, but it's very important for the profession for us to realize we are now included, we are now considered a major component of the healthcare community or constituents of the healthcare community that see an awful lot of vestibular dysfunction patients. And this is very exciting for me just to be a part of it. And I met all these people here, and these are all really the who's who in this field. And they've been very, very receptive. In fact, Dr. Courtney Hall, who's the chair, she was the one seeking a chiropractic physician on this board. So my talk with you today is really essentially what you see here. It's the tip of the iceberg for what is out there. This is a very vast field, but I'd like for us to be able to understand the tip of the iceberg, because if we do, we're going to be able to help people in a way we probably haven't been able to before. Here's a couple of books I'd recommend to you. The one here on the left is by Susan Herdman and Richard Clendaniel. They are at Emory University, or they were. They're both emeritus now. And this book, Vestibular Rehabilitation, they're the editors. The contributors in this, if you look at the table of contents, these are the who's who of vestibular science, clinical vestibular sciences around the world. That book is very voluminous, relatively expensive book, but it's essentially, if you're going to have one book, that's the book to have. This other book I came across a couple of years ago by Charles Pliszka, who's a doctor of physical therapy out of University of Mississippi, and A Clinician's Guide to Balance and Dizziness, Evaluation and Treatment. A smaller paperback book, very easily readable. And quite a few of the photos that you'll see in this lecture I did glean from this textbook. So I'd highly recommend that you consider both of these. But if you're only going to buy one to start with, Plishka's book is really quite a nice way to start. Now, for those of you into apps, and everybody seems to be with our iPhones and our iPod pads and our pods and all sorts of devices, tablets and operating systems. This is called AVOR, active, and this is VOR stands for vestibulo-ocular reflex. And you can just search AVOR free app. And what this is, it's static here because I just took a screenshot. This little icon of a man here has the 3 semicircular canals, and you can play with this app, and you can make, just by touching your screen, you can make the individual's head move. You'll see how which semicircular canal is inhibited or which one is excited, and what does it do with respect to eye movement. And it's very critical to understand how eye movements are affected by the semicircular canals, because they are. In fact, our major diagnostic information that we're going to glean from these patients is largely based on looking for nystagmus and other eye movements that we may encounter. Now, here's a product I came across about a year and a half, 2 years ago, and it's a little company, little startup called vestibularfirst.com. They're a husband and wife team, a DPT, and he's an engineer. And their goggles, their video nystagmography goggles that you see here, they're rather boxy and big compared to their competitors. But here's the beauty of this. Their product is $1,000, not $30,000, and it works great. I have one. In fact, their Generation 2 model is ready to be introduced this fall. Again, I have no financial interest. They're wonderful people. In fact, their device is by far the best video nystagmography device that you can get for anywhere near the money. So can you evaluate patients in your office on Monday morning and look at their eyes for nystagmus and other abnormal eye movements and have a good take on what's going on with their vestibular system? The answer is yes, you can, but this will make your life a lot easier when you can put a light-sealed goggle on somebody with infrared camera so you can see the eye, and that makes them not gaze fixate, by the way, and you can see eye movements precisely. This is interfaced to a PC, and you can record this and place it in a patient's file if you so desire, but you can see the eye movements really nice with these goggles. So what is balance? If you look at human balance, it's got really 3 basic areas of input. One of them, which is huge, is vision. So a lot of our friends in optometry, our neuro-optometry people, they're really involved in treating people with concussion and other types of traumatic brain injuries, because we know that TBIs, amongst other things, affect eye movements. In fact, you name a disorder of the human brain or brainstem, and I'll bet you we can find in the literature that it affects eye movements, whether it's saccades or pursuits or the vestibulo-ocular reflex and so forth. So vision's very important. If you take away an individual's vision instantaneously, let's say, God forbid, IED blows up and the soldier is blinded instantly, their balance is going to be off for a long, long time. By the way, most older folks, they have their falls. When are their falls? They're at night or in low levels of light, which most older folks get up to use the restroom at night, and that's when they fall a lot. The vestibular system is really what we're going to talk about today in total, mostly, and also somatosensory input's huge. So as you age, all of these things decline, don't they? Even a really fit, healthy 80-year-old still isn't quite up to par on vision, vestibular function, and of course somatosensory function. So these are all afferent inputs into central processors, and these include the cerebellum and the basal ganglia or the basal nuclei. So we're going to see these individuals in our practice, and I'm sure you do daily, especially if you live in an area where there's a lot of retirees or older folks. And of course America's population of people over 55 is huge. It's almost half of our population right now. So you're going to see kind of a constellation, a multimodal aspect to people with balance and fall risk. And this may be older folks, obviously, but we may see this in concussed athletes and as well. So people with cerebellar dysfunction have huge problems with balance, as you would imagine. So the cerebellum is sort of an integrator, a central processor, if you will, kind of compares and contrasts and modulates things. And then, of course, if your musculoskeletal system's not up to par, then you have problems as well. And of course, as a clinical neuroscientist, and really as a chiropractic neurologist and a rehabilitation specialist, as I would view myself, I put a lot of emphasis on the brain. Things that we do for rehab are quote-unquote brain-based rehabilitation procedures. But we have to be aware that we may take a gentleman, for example, off the top of my head, let's say I've got a 73-year-old man that his daughter calls up to our clinic and says, you know, he's really slipping, he's a fall risk, he's fallen a couple of times, he's kind of slumped over, he looks like he has Parkinsonism, you know, and he's got neurodegenerative disease. He's a neurodegenerative patient, and he's slipping, so to speak. We can do all that we want to do with eye movement training, balance training, cerebellar training, vestibular training, balance training in total as a package. And if he has sarcopenia, he's got muscle loss, muscle strength, you know, is diminished, joint problems, then we have a limitation of what we can do, can't we? So we view this patient as a software and hardware. Software is what we do in kind of the functional chiropractic clinical neurology rehab mode, but rehabilitation of the musculoskeletal system is as important as well. So all of these things together give us agility and balance and help us with our activities of daily living. And these charts, and by the way, these notes are available, I'm pretty sure, Dr. Farazi has given you the option to download these notes. My notes are available to you in PDF format as you see them here. So if I skip through things for time's sake, this lecture is actually designed for more than 2 hours, so and I know where I'm going to cut the time. But you'll have these notes to read, and if you don't, just let us know and we'll get these to you. So areas responsible for balance and what they do, they range from spinal cord, brainstem, cerebellum, thalamus, basal ganglia we mentioned, and of course the cerebral cortex. So there's a lot going on here with various parts of the nervous system. So from not a neurodegenerative standpoint, but rather a traumatic standpoint, any and all these areas can be lesioned. They can be dysfunctional, even if it's not an ablative lesion, but be dysfunctional and cause balance problems, as you know. So the vestibulocochlear system, as we know it, is in the petrous portion of the temporal bone, which is a very, very deep from lateral to medial. It's a very medial, very dense area of bone. And it's designed that way so it doesn't fracture very readily, and it doesn't. It takes usually individuals that sustain head trauma to where we physically fracture the petrous portion of this temporal bone where this bony labyrinth is. They're usually having severe brain trauma or that leads to their demise. So we don't see that very often. So of course there's two systems here, and it's well beyond the scope of what we want to accomplish today to talk about the auditory portion. But of course the so-called vestibulocochlear nerve, cranial nerve 8, has two components. It's got a cochlear nerve and it's got a vestibular nerve or a vestibular component to it. So we see these bony labyrinth, they're called, which are bony channels in this very dense part of the bone. And this whole system is smaller than the size of a dime. So it's smaller than the pigmented iris of your eye. So we see this cochlear duct over here, and this spiral cochlear duct shell-like structure, and the spiral ganglion. And ganglion is just a cluster of cell bodies outside the CNS. So all of our auditory information is going in this way. And then we see over here is our vestibular system. Now the vestibular system has two major components, and these are called the vestibule, and these are the utricle and the saccule. Utricle and the saccule. And then you see these three tube-like structures coming out of the utricle, out of the vestibule, if you would, and they form these rings, and they're designed in a way to be in a horizontal plane, an anterior, and a posterior plane. So what we have here is our designer gave us a system that responds to several things. The utricle and saccule responds to linear acceleration. So if you're in an aircraft, and maybe you've been in a jet where there's not many people, maybe there's no freight, and the pilot just hammers it, and you, wow, jet engine power, and you feel that linear acceleration. That's the utricle. That's liquid. That's endolymph inside the utricle, moving backwards, scraping, if you will, against the walls of the utricle, making hair cells move and giving us some neural input as to location and the sensation of linear acceleration. Now, if you get in an elevator, you press the button to go down, and if you maybe have done this, and all of a sudden it kind of jerks quick, and you feel kind of queasy. You get that weird stomach feeling, and it catches, hopefully, and goes back to its normal speed. That area, that's a vertical acceleration area, and that's from the area called the saccule. Now, that's all fine and dandy for linear acceleration. And as I'm sitting here today, gravity is exerting some influence on me, but I'm not sensing any linear movement. I am sensing gravity, nonlinear movement, but not through endolymph movement. Now, we see these three semicircular canals here, and they're responsible for so-called angular acceleration. So if I turn my head, the no-no movement, what am I doing? I'm stimulating liquid to move the endolymph, which is like very thin viscosity mineral oil, and it makes that liquid move around in those tubes, in those horizontal tubes. And of course, what happens to one side, the exact opposite happens on the other. And neurophysiologically, it's the same thing. You get depolarization over here, hyperpolarization over here. So it's on and off. And then, of course, there's an anterior and a posterior. So if you do this kind of circumduction movement like a gyroscope, these three semicircular canals are giving constant input into the vestibular nuclei in your brainstem, largely in the pons, to tell you where you are in space. And this is angular acceleration. So angular acceleration versus linear acceleration. Now, microscopically, within these areas of the semicircular canals called the ampule, like an ampule of a drug, still to this day, you'll see a nurse crack open glass, pull up a drug, and give you a shot. Well, that's the ampulla, and in this ampulla is a structure. These are all microscopic, of course. This is called the cupola, like the cupola on your house. So it's this kind of connective tissue device, if you will, that sways back and forth like a windmill or a fan blowing in the breeze, and it's due to liquid movement. So when you turn your head, the cupola down in the ampulla, the liquid in that semicircular canal gets momentum built up, and it's actually pretty forceful for as little as it is, and it slams into this cupola one way or another, and it may come in here and make this cupola go this way. When it does that, when it makes it displace that way, what you'll see is these stereocilia, these hair cells, get bent that way. Or if it comes back and hits it the other way, due to opposite movement, those stereocilia bend the other way. So this is our mechanoreceptor device in the vestibular system that causes neural transduction. Okay, so these are all mechanical. Now these hair cells, I want to let you know that these hair cells are susceptible to so-called ototoxic medications. And these are largely IV based. They're not always IV, but IV antibiotics. And so gentamicin is the most famous of the ototoxic antibiotics. And people that have had a regimen of heavy IV antibiotics in their past history and they're dizzy or they have balance issues, you might want to consider that as an ototoxic effect. It's not uncommon at all. A lot of drugs can do that. Again, I don't have the time to go over that today, but I've got a list of all major, relatively common medications, prescription medications that are known causes of ototoxicity. So the semicircular canals are located in this position that you see here. The horizontal canal is not perfectly horizontal. It's at about a 30-degree angle. and the so-called anterior or superior, those are synonyms, and the lateral is also called the horizontal, and of course the posterior canal. So you can see the angles here, 45 degrees from side to side, and 30-degree elevation rostral on the horizontal canal. Keep this in mind, because when we place the patient in the position to stimulate or to perturbate or irritate, if you want to use that word, these semicircular canals, in other words, get a semicircular canal isolated in motion to get endolymph to stimulate the receptors, these are the positions, this 45 and 30 are what we're going to utilize during our maneuvers. So that AVOR app, by the way, if you get that, play with that, you'll learn a lot about what eye movements occur as a result of what semicircular canal stimulation occurs. So these hair cell groups, you can see the right and left are angled exactly the opposite. So in the special senses, vision, hearing, taste, smell, you see this pretty consistently. You see moving a receptor one way causes an electrical event that's coded. Moving it the other way causes an equal electrical event, but it's coded the opposite. It's a yin and yang, right? It's a depolarization and a hyperpolarization. And this is a most basic part of neural coding. So we see the cupola. Again, this is just another picture out of another textbook. And we see these semicircular canals coming up here, and then here to the utricle and saccule, the so-called vestibule. And you can see this so-called crista ampullaris is where these hair cells are embedded. Now, that's the basics on the peripheral vestibular system. So when I get a patient in who's got balance, dizziness, vertigo, whatever subjective description they give me, they might even say, I feel like I have brain fog. One of the first things I do is I try to say to myself, I wonder if this is a peripheral vestibular system, amongst other things. But if it's vestibular, is it peripheral, what we just discussed, or is it a central problem? Now, statistically, the average patient without disease or an ablative lesion, i.e. destructive anatomical lesion, statistically, patients have peripheral vestibular problems, and that's generally pretty good because we can fix those easier than we can a demyelinated brainstem, can't we? So here's our central nervous system projections for the vestibular system, and here we can see the artist Dr. Wilson Powell's from her textbook on cranial nerves is where I got this beautiful book, and you can see the semicircular canals here. So the afferents, these green axons coming in from the so-called Scarpa's ganglion or the vestibular ganglion, these project in through cranial nerve 8, vestibulocochlear nerve. Now the vestibulocochlear nerve is out anterolateral in the cerebellopontine angle, just below his friend, the facial nerve, right next to it, cranial nerve 7. So what we're going to see then is these afferent axons are going into the pontine region, largely pontine, almost pontomedullary junction. So it's in that region. And of course, this picture is the floor of the fourth ventricle that you see here. So who cares? Well, there's 4 groups of vestibular nuclei: superior, inferior, lateral, and medial, on each side, of course. And as these vestibular axons from the vestibular ganglion, from Scarpa's ganglion, enter this pontomedullary junction, this region of the brainstem, they do a couple of things. They're going to synapse in all those millions of axons or neurons, but they're going to ascend up the brainstem and they're going to descend down the brainstem. So why do we need to do that? Well, if we want to move our head around or our body around, what's one of the most important parts of balance of the big 3 I had on that chart a few minutes ago? Vision, vestibular system, and somatosensation, cerebellum, basal ganglia, motor systems, cortical motor systems, pyramidal systems, correct? So if we look at vision, one of the most important things that your vestibular system does is it drives your visual system. So as I'm moving my head talking to you today, my eyes are perfectly in synchronous movement, right? And this is called conjugate eye movement. So it's yoked perfectly. You don't want to get out of alignment or you'll have visual disturbance. On the other hand, as I move my head around, my eyes have to be responding to vestibular input. And this is called the vestibulo-ocular reflex, the VOR we call it for short. And so here we see this term, you may see it labeled over here, as ascending and descending MLF. Remember that from neuroanatomy, all those painful years ago for some of you? Medial longitudinal fasciculus. Well, that makes sense. It's very, very medial in the brainstem. It's longitudinal, it's up and down. And what's a fasciculus? A bunch of white matters. Bunch of white matters, right? A bunch of white matter, a bunch of white, heavily myelinated axons traveling together, essentially doing the same thing. So they're highway connections. So what do we need that to the vestibular system? Well, we need it to ascend because cranial nerves 3, 4, and 6, the oculomotor nerve, the trochlear nerve, and abducens are all rostral or superior. So the MLF is the superhighway of the cranial nerves in the brainstem. So as I move my head around, my MLF is being stimulated, or is conveying this stimulus to cranial nerve 6 abducens for the lateral rectus, cranial nerve 4 trochlear for one muscle, superior oblique, and then cranial nerve 3 up in the midbrain with 3 and 4 in the midbrain. And then that's for all others. So you may remember way back in neuroanatomy that mnemonic LR6, SO4, the rest all over 3. So that's cranial nerves that innervate eye movements. Lateral rectus is abducens, that's horizontal movement laterally. Superior oblique, down and in essentially, walking down the stairs, is 4 trochlear, which is the only cranial nerve that exits the back of the brainstem. And 3, all the other ones. So 3, 4, and 6 for the vestibulo-ocular reflex. Now, what's happening with the descending MLF? Descending MLF goes down to cranial nerves 9, 10, 11, 12, including SCMs and trapezius. So sternocleidomastoideus and trapezius, and also the lateral vestibulospinal tract. So there's a summary of what each of those nuclear groups, what they receive, their afferent inputs, and their efferent connections, and what jobs they actually do. So you can do that. Again, I have time for so much, but those notes you have to read through. So the anatomy and physiology, I hope you get a grasp now just from this module 1 of our lecture. This portion is the vestibular system's peripheral portion and how it operates, and also how the central pathways connect to the brainstem for the VOR and vestibulospinal systems and resultant movements. Okay, so one of the things that we'll have to discuss is pathology of the system, which we will do in just a few minutes. So the diagnostics of the vestibular system are largely based on eye movements. In other words, perturbation of the patient or moving, provoking the patient, and what happens to the eye movements. And of course, 3, 4, and 6, cranial nerve 3, 4, and 6 in the brainstem, 3 and 4 are midbrain, 5, 6, 7, and 8 are pontine, 9, 10, 11, 12 cranial nerves are mostly medulla. So these are, this 3, 4, and 6 are above rostral to 8, so the ascending MLF is stimulated. Okay, so eye movements are the most sensitive measure in detection of vestibular function that we have. Okay, so that's just a little overview of the anatomy and physiology. Next sector here in Mod 2, let's look at diagnostics, so vestibular diagnostics. So again, that's the very same slide I just showed you, isn't it? Diagnostics are based largely on eye movements. So let's give you a quick little overview of eye movements. Now there's a book out called The Neurology of Eye Movements. Not a real imaginative title, but it's descriptive, of course, by Lee and Z, L-A-I-G-H, Lee and Z. They're the world leader in the neurology of eye movements, and that's a real heavy book to read. I'm still working on it, and but it's the gold standard. We don't need that today. All we need to understand is the basic eye movements, and there's just a few. So the first one is saccades or saccades. I call them saccades. And a saccadic eye movement is a rapid movement or a rapid rotation of the eye that you do, whether it's voluntary or not, that brings an image into focus via the fovea centralis. So as I'm looking here around today, as I'm talking to you, I can have a reflexive saccade. If somebody walks into the office and opens a door over here, I'm pretty thick-skinned, and I've been doing this a while. I'll maintain my focus looking at you on the camera, but you might be able to catch it. I'll do a reflexive saccade to see what's over there, and then I'll go back and just keep on talking, right? So these can be spontaneous or reflexive saccades or learned saccades. So they're voluntary or reflexive. So when you look at something, you look at an image, you kind of scan it, and these are saccadic eye movements as well. So why do we care? Well, there's two main types of eye movements, aren't they? There's saccadic eye movements, and then there's pursuits where you follow something of your own volition. So we want to know about this because there is an exploding field in clinical neurosciences these days on eye movements. And I highly recommend you look in the journal Frontiers, Frontiers in Human Neuroscience, Frontiers in Neuroscience, Frontiers in Neurology, because they're open access. So when you can go on there and log on and get their table of contents sent to you every 2 weeks. And 90% of the journal articles you may not like, but you see the abstract and you may see something really neat. You can download the PDF free of charge. It's open access. Wonderful concept, isn't it? And here's why I'm telling you this. It's because everything from ADHD, autism spectrum disorder, children, Parkinsonism, post-stroke, cerebellar disease, what else? TBI, you name it, there is abnormality of saccades or pursuits or both in various formats. So eyes are the windows to the brain. You know, eyes are the windows to the soul. I think Shakespeare said that. No, the eyes are the window to the brain and higher brain function. So let's say we shift gears here. We've been talking about balance, maybe an older person coming into your office. What about a concussed high school or college athlete? And you see abnormal eye movements when you examine them. Here's the areas of the brain that contribute to saccadic eye movements. You're going to notice something absent here. Notice there's no cerebellum contributing to saccades. Of course, frontal eye fields are huge. They contribute most to everything. Now, what's a caudate nucleus? Caudate and putamen, the striate, right? That's basal ganglia. Substantia nigra, you recognize that as well. And of course, mesencephalic and pontine reticular formation. So the brainstem contributes to these relatively non-volitional saccadic eye movements. So smooth pursuits. Now, at some point, I'm sure with Dr. Ferzi in the future, we'll get into this more, and we can talk about eye movements and the clinical pragmatic neurology of eye movements and how you can evaluate them in your practice to see what the areas are that you want to concentrate on treating the patient as well. But smooth pursuits involve keeping a visible moving target on the fovea centralis. Now, I didn't mention it when we were going over the peripheral vestibular system, but if you don't have a good vestibulo-ocular reflex, if the patient doesn't or you don't, and as you're turning your head, if you're off of a 360-degree clock, okay, so let's pretend the eyeball is 360 degrees around. The fovea centralis is just this small little area, and you want to always have that beam on there. That's the area of highest resolution of vision. If you're 3 degrees off of that, it's a 50% reduction in visual resolution. 50% reduction, 3 degrees. Huge, isn't it? So it's a 1 or 2% difference makes all the difference in the world. So between your vestibular system and your conscious volitional saccades and pursuits, you're always trying to have everything in your fovea centralis. So smooth pursuits are voluntary, but they need input from other structures, and we'll go over those in just a moment. So the trigger for a smooth pursuit movement is the velocity, is a velocity difference between the eyes and the target. So if you're moving your head around, your eyes are moving at a different pace, and there's a target, you're going to have to follow it. So what we do is we use a software app called Focus Builder, and it has a little colored ball that goes across the screen, and we just say, okay, sit here with your head still, hold your head, and I want you just to follow this ball. And you can see if they do nice smooth pursuits or do they have what we call saccadic intrusions. A lot of brain injured patients have saccadic intrusions, where when they're pursuing something, they'll have little jerks. Okay? So there's a lot to it, but it tells us a lot about the patient and where their problem is and what, if it's vestibular, or what portion of the vestibular system, which semicircular canal, or if it's a brain injury, if they're a TBI, or they have neurodegenerative disease or cerebellar dysfunction. what is it that's the main contributor that I want to work on? We're going to work on everything, but I really want to focus for clinical efficacy's sake on what we're doing most quickly and efficiently. So smooth pursuit. Now, remember, let's go back really quick. You notice I said there was no cerebellum over here for saccades. Much more like more basal ganglia and brain stem driven, isn't it? Now look over here. Cerebellum's a major drive, if you will, of smooth pursuit. PPRF stands for paramedian pontine reticular formation. These are reticular formation drives also in the brainstem as well. Frontal eye fields are actually way huge. They're about like this. Frontal eye fields take up tons of neuronal space or bandwidth in the frontal lobe. You damage your frontal lobe, like most traumatic brain injuries, most concussions have frontal involvement, and you see some personality and executive skill changes and things, you betcha you're going to see eye movement change, especially with pursuits. So again, just not to make this into the neurology of eye movements, but for you and I to understand as we go along here a little further today, these eye movements and how they're generated, I think is important to us. And of course, in the brainstem, who's the pathway? We want to make sure we got a healthy medial longitudinal fasciculus. Now that medial longitudinal fasciculus, or the MLF, we like to use abbreviations, is contained within the PPRF. A lot of people get that confused. Paramedian means around the median, paramedian pontine reticular formation, and the MLF is a part of that. So if a young lady, a young adult comes in, a young adult female comes in and says, you know, I've been having a lot of dizziness and balance problems, and you take your whole history, there's no trauma, there's no anything. Doesn't really fit the bill for BPPV, it's not that positional. So you got to be thinking demyelination. So one of the first things I do is I ask that patient in my neurologic exam, one of the things that I'm going to do, it won't be the first thing necessarily, but what I'm going to do is horizontal gaze. Because horizontal gaze is lateral rectus and medial rectus contralaterally, and vice versa, having to talk to each other and say, hey, we have to do this together to do it perfect. And 3, cranial nerve 3 drives the medial rectus, correct? That's in the midbrain, the mesencephalon. And then cranial nerve 6, abducens, is in the pons about 3 or 4 centimeters away. And they're connected by the MLF. So if she's got MS, she's got multiple sclerosis, and has demyelination partially of the MLF, she may have what we call internuclear ophthalmoplegia, or INO. Well, that's a problem, because her peripheral vestibular system may be working okay. The central pathway isn't working okay. I'd much rather have somebody with an intact central pathway and will work with their periphery. Doesn't mean we can't help her out, though, with rehab, but it means we're going to have some limitations, obviously. So the other, I guess the third major eye type of movement, so saccadics are quick, jerky movements that you bring things into your fovea. Pursuits are things that you follow and keep your eye on, so we keep things on the fovea. And then the last one that we need to discuss essentially is vergence. Vergence are very, very important when we assess a patient who has had brain trauma. So divergence, right, is and convergence. So vergence is eyes moving in an opposite direction, and we don't do that very well. We converge and we diverge. And of course, accommodation, we call this a near response sometimes. There's a lot going on when we do that, isn't there? And if you look in the literature, vergence dynamics and abnormalities of vergence dynamics are huge indicators of traumatic brain injury, even mild so-called concussion. Yours truly has it, and it'll make me throw up if I do it enough. So what we see is this high order brain function that says, I'm going to get bilateral synchronous firing of medial rectus. I'm going to get parasympathetic activation through the Edinger-Westphal nucleus in the midbrain, the parasympathetic component of cranial nerve 3 to get pupillary constriction. Why? It's like a camera. It's got to focus that aperture, right? Very, very powerful. And of course, the lens accommodates too. So that's a very powerful high order brain function. And of course, being isochoric is a nice good evaluation of higher brain function as well. And then, of course, on the way out, divergence, we see the exact opposite occurring. We get people with oscillations of their pupils a lot on those. You got to watch that for that as well. So convergence, and everything that's on this slide, of course, I'm always ahead of myself verbally because I don't stop talking. At least that's what my wife says. So vestibular ocular reflex, or the VOR, is very, very important for our purposes today because people with peripheral vestibular problems tend to have altered VORs. Okay, so what we see then is in this illustration, they look like big snails, and what you see is the cochlear system here and the vestibular system here, both right and left sides. And of course, in the green it says inhibition versus here in this pink fuchsia color, excitation. So what they're showing you is as you turn your head, your eyes are going to go in the opposite direction. Because this is a compensation eye movement, isn't it? We don't like to be turned in a way. We like to get our eyes back to the neutral plane. So what do you need to do here? You need to have cranial nerves 3 and 6 talking to each other and communicating. And how do they communicate? They communicate through the medial longitudinal fasciculus. So if I've had a stroke, an old guy like me, if I had horizontal gaze problems, probably from my MLF being demyelinated from stroke, not MS, young adult female would be more likely to be MS, wouldn't it? So this is we can kind of check out the central nervous system, but this good healthy VOR requires a very nice functioning peripheral vestibular system to excite one side. For instance, I need to have excitation of the medial rectus on this side, but I need it to be inhibited on the other side, and vice versa. So the VOR is one of our major tests and evaluation for vestibular dysfunction. Vestibular colic reflex, the vestibular system drives electrical activity of muscles in our neck and down into our lower limbs too for balance. And of course, this is one mechanism in which a chiropractic adjustment most likely causes changes in those regions as well. Optokinetic reflex, or OPK, some people call it OKR, we call it OPK most of the time. This is basically combining pursuits with saccades, another high order brain function, whether it's horizontal, right to left, or vertical, shaking this way or horizontal. And that requires us to follow a bar of a device on our screen like you might see here. And this will be moving. And what you'll see is these bars, when you can change the color, the width, the speed, say, okay, grab one of these, just follow it all the way out, follow it halfway, then go back and grab another. Some people just have you stare in the middle of the screen at a dot. Sometimes they'll do that. They'll gaze fixate on a dot, and you'll end up doing it. You'll end up doing this. So what the patient's is they're pursuing and they're saccade. So pursuit, so saccade, pursuit, or pursuit, saccade. And I'll tell you, a lot of people with vestibular dysfunction and or concussion, they'll really have emesis, or at least tell you that this makes them not feel very well. So that's part 2 of what our discussion is, some of the diagnostics that we might be using on these patients. Our third section here is the evaluation of the vestibular system. So of course, there's a shopping mall you don't want to go to if you've got problems, and don't look down. The initial encounter for the history of and the evaluation of a patient, we have to go through, as physicians, we have to go through and be able to evaluate them for syncope of a cardiovascular origin, for example. Do they have other signs and symptoms neurologically of CNS pathology or cardiovascular disease? These are major players, and a lot of older patients will have syncope events or syncopic events where they do have cardiovascular problems. And we want to be aware of that as we go along. So again, for our purposes, we're largely going to concentrate on the vestibular system and its effect on oculomotor activity today. So some of the questions we asked: do you experience vertigo? Do you feel like you're moving about the room, or the room is moving about you? Do you feel disequilibrium, which is really a feeling of just being off balance? Some people will describe it as I'm lightheaded, which is really considered pre-syncope. Some people will say, I feel like I'm kind of floating around. A term we see nowadays, a lot of people talk about brain fog, with carbohydrate diets. You hear that a lot. I'm on a low carb diet, so, my brain fog's really improved. So these are things that we have to consider. Medications, by the way, or prescription medications can be the cause of balance disturbances in adults. Just plain and simple. So a lot of things that we take, for instance, quite a few hypertensive medications do lead to balance and disequilibrium. Some of our psychotropic drugs are antipsychotics and antidepressants. They impair oculomotor function as well, so it can really mess us up in our diagnostics if we're not aware of that. And over half of Americans, adults, are on these types of medications. Very big cash cow for big pharma. Ototoxicity is very, very important to find out in this history. I know, for instance, my wife had some after a surgery and some hemorrhage and some infection, and she had just systemic infection, this whole like just a general sepsis. So she was on IV antibiotics in ICU for a week. And I remember asking the infectious disease specialist when they did blood cultures and everything to design her treatment regimen, and he said, "No, don't worry too much about the one that I'm using is not known at all to be very ototoxic." And she, thank goodness, didn't have that. Were there any hearing changes? This is important too. Any hearing changes, because sometimes tinnitus or tinnitus, if you want to call it, that will be concurrent with balance issues as well. And transcranial magnetic stimulation is being used now pretty readily and pretty successfully for tinnitus. We use it out at our Synapse Human Performance Center at Parker in Dallas. We have quite a few patients that we see with depression, primary depression. We have a medical neurologist on staff as well. And also we secondarily see it quite a bit of a relief for people with tinnitus. Was there a preceding illness? So with flu or any viruses, and of course at this point with COVID-19, I haven't read too much about its effect on, or its comorbidity on, other neural systems other than olfaction. I read today at Harvard they found out that damages supporting sustentacular cells in the olfactory epithelium, and that's why you might have a precedent anosmia or parosmia prior to other systemic manifestations of COVID. But viral infections, these are the flu. For instance, I had H1N1, and I was so dizzy I couldn't stand up. And it lasted for a while, and we get this vestibulitis and vestibular neuronitis. That's very common as well. And of course, older folks sometimes have orthostatic hypertension, and that's just good old-fashioned dysautonomia. And many of them will have that in addition to vestibular problems. Do we have trauma? Do we have cervical trauma, concussion? We mentioned that. We want to make sure these patients that we're evaluating, we want to know if they have a history of rheumatoid arthritis. Of course, that's typically older adult female versus Down syndrome. And the reason why we want to know that or ask that is they can have, they don't always, but they can have unstable upper cervical spines. And we're going to be moving these people around. We don't want to harm them in any way. We also want to make sure we're dealing with somebody who doesn't have vertebral or carotid artery dissection. I'm sure Dr. Ferzi will talk to you a bit this weekend about that. There's always new and cool literature on it, and that's something we'll also want to consider. And also we want to be very safe and use some fall prevention tactics with these individuals using gait belts, which just attach around a dizzy patient, and they have handles on them for you to grab onto them, which increases your strength exponentially to not let them fall. A couple of these scales you might want to consider for your practice. The DHI, the Dizziness Handicap Inventory, is the most commonly used. There's a vertigo handicap score. This DHI, this Dizziness Handicap Inventory, you can see printed out here. It was first published about 1990 is the reference down here for its validity. But a very nice little outcomes instrument tool that you could implement in your practice electronically or on paper, and have a numerical value on the day you evaluate somebody and then a week or two later, perhaps redo this, you see major changes in their inventory. A really nice tool for the patient and a third-party payer maybe. Dizziness handicapped inventory, also the DHI has a youth version, or a little bit different language. There's post-concussion scales out there. This is the main one most people use, and you can see it's pretty straightforward for some of those concussion-like symptomatology. So the vestibular examination specifically, one of the things that we do is we pertubate the patient, i.e. we place the patient's semicircular canals or vestibular system in a position of perturbation or irritation or provocation. Okay, so the lateral semicircular canal is the easiest. You just have them turn their head, and we look for any nystagmus. Now there are these, there's Frenzel goggles, which are big magnified goggle lenses. They're just like big glasses. Some people still use those. But these with video, that's what you see here. This guy's sitting here. He's looking at an OPK bar on the screen. It's a static photo, obviously. But those bars go across, and we can see his eyes on an infrared picture. And I'll show you some coming up here in just a moment on a bigger screen. And we can see pursued saccade, pursued saccade. We can see OPK. Here we're doing caloric. This is caloric, not colonic. That's a little different area. But this is caloric or calorie, right? Heat, cold, irrigation of the ear. Why we have the video nystagmography goggles on them. Okay, so if you can get a VNG, the systems that you're looking at, these are two different brands. This one over here is about $25,000. That's $30,000. I used to lease this one. I don't do that anymore. I use the $1,000 system because it's literally just as good. It just doesn't have the quantifiable software in it. That isn't always necessary. Another nice product is called Right Eye, R-I-G-H-T, and it kind of does this in one package for you. You can Google all these if you'd like, and pretty neat stuff to help you out. Now, what about good old-fashioned low-tech? You don't need a $100,000 neurology center. You just need a nice way to see the eyes and your brain, and some low-tech cerebellar and balance tools, and maybe a computerized assessment of balance, which you can get a really nice one for $2,000. Really neat stuff these days. So bedside testing, still, the skill of bedside examination is just still invaluable, isn't it? So there's a couple here that we'll talk about, because we'll run out of time, because I'll stay here all day, and that's not what I'm supposed to do. So the head thrust test is sometimes called head impulse test, where we impulse the head. The head shake test, where we move them back and forth. Dynamic visual acuity test is a third basic one. Now you can figure these out, can't you? When you move people's heads around, we want to see if the eyes are reacting and compensating as a result eye movements. Are they doing the eye movements they're supposed to do as a result? So Halmeji is a researcher at the University of Sydney, and he's in Australia in Sydney. And Dr. Halmeji is a world leader in this area of vestibular research. And he came up with this. They call it a VRR1. It's a real basic one. He's taking the patient's head in his hands, looking at the patient here, and passively moving their head, making sure not to cup the ears if they have hearing aids, making sure not to stress their cervical spine, and making sure not to stress their temporomandibular joint. So what we do is we ask them to fixate on something. Say, look at the tip of my nose, and whatever it is that you'd like, or you have them off to the side if you want to do it. Most people just have them say, look at the tip of my nose. I'm going to turn your head, and the eyes will remain fixed on a target, won't they? So if you move the person's head, what's going to happen? Their eyes will go with their head movement, but if they're supposed to be looking back at your nose, you're going to get these quick, very quick saccades back to the target. And that's the sign and symptom of what a normal, healthy, peripheral and central vestibular system should do. So here we are. This is out of Charles Pliska's book. This doctor has his hands on the patient's head. So he says to him, just drop your chin slightly. I want you to look at the tip of my nose. And while you're looking at your nose, I'm going to turn your head, and your job is to keep your eyes on my nose. Now, this 30-degree tilt down is for the horizontal canal angle. So the patient's seated, and the examiner's facing him, hold the patient at the ear level higher, yada, yada, everything I just said. And what do? He's thrusting the head. So stay relaxed as I move your head, and keep your eyes on the tip of my nose. So look what's happening. He jerked this guy to our right, and the eyes have to, they would be normally going to the right. Now they're going to have to saccade back to the tip of the nose. So what does it mean? If they're able to keep their eyes on your nose while you turn his head, the test is negative, and the vestibular system is working well enough to generate a vestibulo-ocular reflex. Doesn't mean it's perfect, but it means it's working well enough to do that. If they can't do it, then he's no longer looking at your nose. You'll see a corrective saccade because they'll realize they're not, and they'll actually move it. Okay, so this is a positive test with the weak ear, the weak vestibular system being the one in the direction of the head turn. Most all of these, as a general rule, these maneuvers, the side you're turning to is the side of the lesion. So is this very sensitive? Not at all. But if you use V and G and can document eye movements, because you can miss these saccades sometimes, then it's actually pretty sensitive, 90 percentile or more sensitive. Now the second basic bedside maneuver for vestibular evaluation is the VOR2, or the head shaking test. So he's got her looking down at 30 degrees, and I want you to close your eyes while I shake your head. No. No is this way, right? Horizontal. So you basically passively move them back and forth for 20 seconds. But keep your eyes closed and stay relaxed as I move your head. Don't try to help me out. I'm going to do it for you. And when I tell you to, I want you to open your eyes as quickly as you can. Even if you're feeling dizzy, I've got you. You're not going to fall over. But even if you're feeling dizzy, I want you to open your eyes as quickly as you can. So open your eyes, and when nearing the end of your 20 cycles, slowly bring the patient's head out of the 30-degree flexion while you're still shaking them. We've got them down at 30. Okay, and as we're getting near the end of that 20 revolution cycle, we lift their head back up more to neutral, and then open your eyes. Stop turning your head when their eyes are open, and observe if any nystagmus is present. You're jostling them. You're doing a schmozzle, aren't you? You're jostling them around, and you're really screwing up the vestibular system. And if their vestibular system is healthy, and they're otherwise healthy as well, you won't be seeing nystagmus and all weird eye movements. So the observation of a quick phase nystagmus laterally indicates a vestibular weakness, with the likely stronger vestibular side in the direction of the head, in direction of the quick phases of the nystagmus. So vertical nystagmus on this test indicates central pathology. That's never good. And this isn't very common, but these are ablative lesions of the central nervous system, including brainstem, cerebellum, and cortex. So if we have a positive test here, then we're moving forward. We're going to be doing V and G, much more in-depth evaluation to really see if we've got a central pathology. Lastly, of the basics, dynamic visual acuity test, very, very simple. We have the patient sit in front of a chart or a computer screen, and we ask that patient, we say, I want you to read this line of letters like your Snellen eye chart for visual acuity. You know, G, E, A, F, A. Okay, great. And then what you start doing is you stand behind the patient. Let's get pictures, that's better. So the doctor's standing behind the patient. They're looking at the screen here for the letters, and we have them read. So let's say they can read KD, NRO right here. And you start oscillating their head. They should be able to read 2 lines up. If they can't, then this is a sign of peripheral vestibular dysfunction. And this peripheral vestibular dysfunction is allowing them to have altered eye movements, which will affect visual acuity. Okay, a couple other ones here as we go along. Vestibulo-ocular reflex cancellation test. So VOR is, we can override it. Let's put it that way. We can override the vestibulo-ocular reflex. So what we're doing here is he's saying to the patient, let's take a look and let's just look at your thumb. Just stare at that thumb, nail bed. Okay? Turn your head to the left and right while keeping your eyes on the target. When you do that and you see the patient staring at that target, they're overriding, they're canceling the test. So the interpretation of this is during the test, examiner, we watch the patient's eyes to see if they're able to maintain a fixation on the target while they're moving. So the target's stable, they have to fixate on it. Okay, if they're performing these so-called catch-up saccadic eye movements, or if they can't keep it on the target, there's failure of fixation suppression, which indicates cerebellar dysfunction. We do this daily. Everybody who's dizzy or has had head trauma, we want to make sure they can gaze fixate, they can fixate and suppress the VOR. You have to be able to suppress the VOR, because let's say you're in an airplane and it's you're looking at the seat. It says, you know, please keep tray table upright and locked while flying, you know, in flight, whatever it says on it, and a little latch. When it's real rough out, you ever notice if you focus on that, it'll make you better. Okay, when we perturbate people, like we have a gyro stem out at Parker at Synapse Performance Center, and it's a pretty neat device, but we can get people going in the gyro stem. We can kind of make them sick, and we realize we're pushing them. We do pulse oximetry, and we see their PO2 go down, their heart rate and blood pressure goes up. They get clammy. They're real sympathetic. We stop. Say, okay, stare that. See that crosshatch on the frame of the machine? Stare at it. And that fixation suppression really gets that autonomic nervous system to come back down. But that's a sign of a cerebellar problem. And we see a lot of people with concussion that have this, they have this fixation suppression deficit as well. So just a few of the things that we can do bedside: head thrust, head shake, dynamic visual acuity, and also the VOR cancellation or fixation. Pressure testing, not a big deal here. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on it, but superior canal dehiscence is relatively common in the ENT office. Canal dehiscence is a malformation of these beautifully machined, low friction, perfect canals. It's just amazing. I've seen cutouts of these in human bone. They're just beautiful. They're like CNC machined metal. So if it's rough or malformed, it'll really mess up the dynamics of the endolymph, and it'll make you sick. It'll make you dizzy. So we have people do a Valsalva. They blow, they hold their nose and blow, bear down as though you're having a baby or a bowel movement. Don't have either one, please. And see what happens if they get nystagmus or feel dizzy. Arnold Chiari patients, sometimes the Chiari malformation patients, will also have this as well. So something to consider. These patients respond to rehab. In other words, we can make them feel some better. But superior canal dehiscence, or canal dehiscence in general, that's usually surgical. And even then, it's a challenge to deal with. There's fistulas that can come about in those areas as well. We also just do a basic tragal compression. You do a basic tragal compression, you're increasing pressure. And if you get nystagmus, that's a sign of dehiscence as well. And of course, that's Valsalva, Italy. I took that picture. Well, my wife did. I'm standing over here. I'm all smiling. I'm like, oh my gosh, we're at Valsalva. I had to turn around. You know, she's like, oh, are we really doing this? It's like, we're really late. I'm tired. When she took the flash, I'm not in here pointing to the sign like an idiot. But the Valsalva, Dr. Valsalva, that's up by Bologna. The Valsalva maneuver, as you see, just like you would for any other type of test, is quite useful for craniocervical abnormalities. Perilymph fistulas, endolymph and perilymph kind of connect, and it drives those together. Canal dehiscence, all these things do that. By the way, loud noise, if you hear a loud noise and you get nystagmus, that's called the Tullio phenomenon, and that's also a sign potentially of dehiscence. So lastly, as we go along here in the last part of our lecture before we run out of time, and this is vestibular intervention and treatment. And this is the longest of the 4 segments. And as I said, you know, you have these notes. If you don't, and if you can't get a hold of anybody to get them, email me and I'll get them to you. But generally, Dr. Fairzy and ChiroClasses.com, they provide notes. So what are the basic vestibular interventions that we can do? Well, everybody, you know, you hear this term, I'm going to do vestibular rehab. I'm going to do cerebellar rehab. We're kind of getting away from that. I hear people say I'm doing balance rehab, or I'm doing balance training, or stability exercises. These are all fine. But there's basic areas of intervention and different schools of thought and different theories. Some of them are a little bit more commonly used nowadays than they have been in the past, and we'll get into that in just a bit. So the first type is habituation. The second type is adaptation exercises. And the third is substitution. And they're pretty descriptive of what they are. Habituation, we make you do something over and over and over again until the symptoms are actually decreased because we get used to being provoked. We actually can tolerate things, and our nervous system is so plastic, neuroplasticity occurs from constantly getting stimulated. And so that's habituation, as the name obviously describes. Adaptation is long-term changes to neuronal responses to retinal slip. In other words, your retinal slip, your eye movements never are going to be perfect based on your feedback from the vestibular system. And we do exercises to adapt your nervous system to that. Substitution exercises are exercises that we do to help something else out because your vestibular system isn't doing its job. Maybe visual exercises, maybe cerebellum exercises or training. So that's the substitute. So the VOR1 is the very, very most basic low-tech form of vestibular treatment or intervention. So there's a letter A on here. You can do anything. Some people just hold up an item like look at your nail bed, look at your finger, whatever it is. And you can put an X or an O on a piece of paper and say, okay, hold this card. See the X on there? I want you to hold that card and I want you to move your head to the right and the left. And the whole time, I want you to keep staring at it. And I want you to do that horizontally, and I want you to do that 30 times. And then I want you to go like, no, no. Now I want you to do it. Yes, yes, up and down. Okay, so this is a very, very powerful, pretty basic tool to treat these patients and stimulate the VOR and suppression actually of the VOR as well. So here you see VOR times 2. What do you think that is? 2 planes, 2 movements. So you've got the card with the X on it. Not only do I want you to move your head like this, that's what we were doing. Now I'm going to have you move the card and your head. And I can tell you that's a much more powerful function of all parts of the CNS essentially. In fact, it makes me a little dizzy. So when you look at these interventions, some very low-tech things, in fact, and you look at the CPG guidelines, some of the low-tech take-home things are actually quite efficacious for sustainability of the results that you get in your clinic. So if you look at home exercises, you can see, again, I'm not going to read these to you for time's sake, VOR times 1 seated, times 1 minute pitch and yaw planes, and then 3 or 4 times daily taking breaks as needed. And you can see we progress as we go along with tolerated backgrounds. You know, it's tough. It's more tough to do where there's a background that's busy visually. Now, back in the day, and I think this was, I may be mistaken, I think it was late 40s. Cawthorne Cooksey, they're British, I believe, from London. They really were kind of the pioneers in these exercises. Vestibular exercises, and people don't really use them so much anymore. Their literature says they're not as effective as some of the other things that one can do. So you start out like in bed, because that's pretty safe for somebody who's a fall risk. Eye movements at first slow, then quick, up and down. So make your eyes move up and down, slow, then quick, side to side. Focusing on a finger moving from 3 feet to 1 foot away from the face. That's vergence. Some basic things, head movements, and then seated, shoulder shrugging and circling. These are all, this is kind of if you really went through this, you would see this was a cocktail of eye movement therapy, primordial 1940s eye movement therapy or oculomotor therapy, and somatosensory training, and a little bit of motor control and musculoskeletal training, you know, with moving, throwing balls around and moving things. So I'm not saying it's bad. It's just that the literature says it's a little non-specific probably for what we're doing. So these are from the 1940s. You know, you see a lot of ENTs that really don't do a whole lot of active care. They're surgeons. You're better off going, you know, if you can't deal with a patient, they're better off going to a hearing and balance center. Usually those have doctors of physical therapy, and doctors of audiology together, and they do a pretty decent job of helping folks. You can be better because you have chiropractic tools as well as the standard tools that you're seeing here. And you see these folks prescribing these, even though the efficacy says they're not that great. So a supervised dynamic program is probably good in the office. It's a little bit tough at home, and I think that was probably why some people still prescribe these Cawthorne-Cooksey exercises. Okay, so just something to consider. So what is the efficacy of vestibular rehabilitation in general, if you want to use that term? It's actually pretty good. And if you look at patients with peripheral vestibular dysfunction, i.e., I place them in a head movement or a body movement, and I get nystagmus, and they feel dizzy. That's what peripheral vestibular dysfunction is. Studies demonstrate that people get pretty decent recovery pretty quickly, rapid recovery of dynamic visual acuity. Remember where you read that Snellen eye chart? That comes back pretty quickly. Significant improvement in their DHI, their dizziness handicap inventory. Remember that sheet of paper I showed you back, one page quantifiable outcomes instrument. And the literature also says you can't cookie cutter everybody. You sort of can for the basics, but every nervous system is slightly different. Everybody has different modalities that may be more or less of their clinical picture than the next patient. And that's what makes it really neat, in my opinion. But an individual plan is better. Research says it's better than just generalized plans. And the cool thing that the literature is saying lately is age isn't really that big of a deal. It is in the extremes, but I'll take a 65-year-old and a 35-year-old and do the same thing, and we'll still get really good results. Okay, and of course, these studies that we're talking about here, that I use for these bullets, this is before we use the days of the interactive metronome, which is really a really fantastic computerized-based sensory motor integration tool that if you get into this, yeah, I would recommend you take a look at it and see if it's something you want to get involved in more heavily. You got to have that tool if you really want to get involved in these types of patients. Let's kind of segue from vestibular hypoactivity or hypofunction or vestibular dysfunction to a specific vestibular disease, if you want to call it that, or specific vestibular system dysfunction of benign paroxysmal positional vertigo, or lovingly called BPPV. And let's talk about what it is, what are some of the symptoms, what can we do for it, how do we diagnose it, and how we can treat these patients and get them better. So BPPV, by its name, it's benign. In other words, there's no ablative lesion. It's paroxysmal, kind of has a paradoxical presentation of when it comes and goes, but it seems to be positional, and it's vertiginous. Okay, so it's the most common vestibular disorder in humankind. 1/3 of all vestibular disease in the general population, and as you age, as the population ages, or as your population gets older, you're going to see it's an even higher percentage in those populations. So what is it? Well, it is otoconia, displacement into the semicircular canals. Simple enough. So these otoconia are literally calcium carbonate crystalline-like structures. They're microscopic. You got to see them on a scanning scanning electron microscopy. They're stuck on the walls. They're so-called macula of the utricle and saccule. Remember the basement, the vestibule, and then the 3 semicircular canals connect into the vestibule. These otoconia, these calcium carbonate, tiny sand-like crystalline structures, should not be in those semicircular canals. And if they get displaced into those, they screw up the dynamics of the endolymph, the hydrodynamics, the liquid movement. One microscopic crystalline structure can make you sick. So where is this? 90%, this is according to Epley from the late 80s, early 90s, who was the godfather, the grandfather, I guess is a better word, of this field of study. 90% of BPV is caused by otoconia, or an otolith is a synonym, in the posterior canal. So if you leave here this weekend and you only listened, maybe I'm monotone and you fell asleep during my lecture, know that if you do a Hall-Pike maneuver and you get nystagmus and you do the Epley maneuver as a result, 90% of those patients, if that's what it is, are going to get a result because you reposition the correct semicircular canal. If you don't reposition the correct canal where the otolith is, then you're not going to get a result. So it really, statistically, the odds are high in our favor to be able to help people out with this tremendously. If you're not already doing it, many of you probably are. So contraindications to this, well, if somebody's got acute fractures, we don't go whipping their head around. That makes sense, right? From the cervical spine, if they've had surgery where there's instability, if they've got vascular disease such as vertebrobasal artery system disease such as vertebral artery dissection history or carotid dissection, by all means, don't go positioning their head around. You know what the literature says, though, that a Hall-Pike maneuver, which I'm going to show you very soon here, it's very low incidence to produce stroke. So I wouldn't be too worried about it, but I definitely want to know the history if they had that or all the above. And of course, retinal detachments sometimes can occur when we position our heads in certain ways. When we use transcranial mag stem, for instance, for depression out at synapse, it's a very low percentage, it's less than 1%, but people with retinal detachment histories can have retinal detachment. So then that's just, in this case, it's positional. In fact, retinal surgery, they usually have people lie to take the pressure off the eye, to lie in a certain position. So the patient with BPPV says, I get dizzy when I get out of bed. Now, it doesn't have to be this way. If you sleep supine, you get out of bed, you roll off, whether it's to the left or the right, whatever side of the bed you're on. When you roll out, that's the position where the semicircular canal, the posterior semicircular canal, is being stimulated versus the gravitational effect. I get dizzy when I wash my hair. Well, what's that? Leaning back like this? Or like me, laying in the salon every day, you know, at the hair salon. When you lay your hair back in the salon and get your hair washed and your scalp massage, that can do it. That's the same position. Or bending over does it. It's just the opposite direction. So obviously, things can jostle loose these microscopic otoconia. So you have this membrane, this macula on the utricle and saccule. You've got those macula on the walls of the utricle and saccule to roughen it up, right? To give it surface area. So you get this sort of gelatinous, tacky, sticky, structural cell layer, and these little calcium carbonate crystals, millions of them, are all on the wall. And so the liquid, for linear acceleration, horizontal and vertical, gets better surface area. That's why they're there. But much like if you took a piece of cellophane tape and you went down to the beach, you got beach sand on it, and you shook it off, and you take a tack and put it on your bulletin board in your office, and come back 65 years later. So you're now a 65-year-old patient. You think some of those little crystals will come off? They do. But how else can you get them to dislodge? Trauma. Everybody's talking about concussion, right? Traumatic brain injury, vestibular neuritis. Meniere's disease does it as well. Okay, so people with BPPV, they typically have a large delay in diagnosis and treatment. The average is 90 days. The average patient waits 3 months before they go see a provider. Most are treated inappropriately with vestibular suppressant medications, which ultimately are refractory, and they're dizzy later. Best practices say that canal lift repositioning is the way to go if, in fact, that's the finding on your exam. The cure rate's really high. The recurrence is around 30%, and you'll have to tell the patient, for many patients, when we do this, they get instantaneous results. Sometimes it never comes back. Most of us, we have to do this over and over, but it's a very simple maneuver. I'm going to show you pictures or videos, or I'll lead you to YouTube if they're computer savvy and they're not too old. You can do this yourself at home once we get you where we need to be here in the clinic. So most of the diagnosis is based on eye movements, i.e. nystagmus. You already knew that. And of course, I do ask them, when I do a provocation maneuver, I'm looking for nystagmus as my first and primary foremost symptom or key to the diagnosis. But I'm also asking them, how'd that make you feel, by the way? And they go, that kind of made me feel queasy, doc, or no, it's fine. Or I'll say, is that kind of the way you feel when you get up in the morning when you get that? Yeah, it's kind of like that. And that's part of what I want to hear, but I'm after nystagmus. That's really it. So nystagmus latency is typically 5 to 30 seconds, with 15 seconds being average. Now, I position the patient, and I'll show you in just a moment, this Hall-Pike maneuver, this so-called Dick's Hall-Pike maneuver. I hold them for 30 to 45 seconds. And the reason we do that is the otolith takes quite a bit of time, 30 to 40 seconds, to settle down in the liquid in the endolymph. And as soon as it stops moving around and it settles like sands in an hourglass, then your symptoms of nystagmus will stop. So here's a general guideline for the 3 canals. The posterior canal, if you perturbate it, you'll get a nystagmus. We call these little nystagmus jerks, we call them beats. So upbeating with torsion. If it's in the horizontal canal, lateral beating, either towards the ground, we call that geotropic or ageotropic. Anterior, downbeating, so with torsion or twisting, right? So let me show you, if I can. This is a video infrared video goggles. These are infrared video nystagmography systems. You can see 4 little infrared beams of light. This is a person with a goggle on their head. You can see in the picture up here. And this allows us, this patient is in total darkness, and that way when we position them, they're not gaze fixating. Because if you gaze fixate and you got a pretty decent cerebellum, your nystagmus will be overridden pretty easily. So here's a person with BPPV, and they are being positioned in the posterior. They're going to be placed in a supine position. They're seated here. So what we do, we're going to do the Hall-Pike maneuver. And the Hall-Pike maneuver is the patient is seated on the table, legs out on the bench, and we say, I'm going to lower you down to the edge of the table, and I'm going to hang your head off the edge of the table. Don't worry, you're not going to fall off the table. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put your head like this, 45 degrees. I'm not telling them that, but I'll rotate them 45 degrees. And as I lay you down on the edge of the table, I'm going to slightly extend your head. And I want you just to keep your eyes open and look straight ahead in the goggles, if you have them. If you don't have the goggles, which I've had plenty of times in my career, I don't have goggles, I have them to look at something, but I'd say just look off into space. Don't stare at one thing. I try to help them with gaze fixation. So here's what we get. This is a BPPV patient. And of course, the posterior canal is, according to Dr. Epley et al., is over 90% of the cases. That's the canal where the otolith is displaced. So you should be getting upbeat with torsion. So you see he's placed at 45 degrees, rotation, and his head's at 30. He really didn't do much 30 in the picture there, but he's at 45. So that's a 10-second latency. That's all it took to evoke that nystagmus. The patients tend to close their eyes a little bit, so we say just keep your eyes open, look off into the, into space, and you see that nystagmus there. See that beat? Now that could be tough to see without the goggle. So what you see here with that system I showed you the first few slides this afternoon, you can see this up on, you can put it on a 50-inch monitor if you want. So we brought him back up to neutral and he got downbeating. Okay, so very helpful in the diagnosis of what canals involved. So here's a lateral canal, which isn't as common as the posterior canal, and that's where this guy's otolith is. And you can see what's horizontal canal or so-called lateral, it's synonymous. Just turning your head this way. Okay, so here he is. Let's let it roll. Wow. It's like he's got a beat to the music, doesn't it? And that's just nonstop. Now he goes back to neutral. Now he goes to the other side. That's called ageotropic. Well, there it is written for it. I forgot to see it. Look myself. So its beat is away from the earth, from the side, down at the ground. People like that, when they walk down the street and turn their head, they almost get oscillopsia and they're sick as dogs. So that's something you would be able to probably see that without a goggle, but so be it. Here's one that's in the lateral or the horizontal canal, and this one's geotropic, meaning it's going to have a beat towards the ground. So that this is the ground over here where the medial canthus is. So again, the vestibular system is perturbated. It's tweaked. It doesn't like that crystal, if you want to call it that, in the canal. It's messing up the fluid dynamics and therefore the neural transmission and therefore the VOR and eye movements in general. In this nystagmus, these are corrective movements. That's what this nystagmus is, a corrective movement to get you back on track so you don't feel so sick. It doesn't screw up your system. So these VNGs are really pretty neat. I would encourage you to look at that vestibularfirst.com. Tell them you're in the class, and they have quite a few chiropractors. In fact, chiropractic neurologists and general chiropractors too are buying these right and left, as are PTs. It's actually a really neat device. So here's somebody with the anterior canal, sometimes called superior, with a downbeat and a torsion. We tell them they'll take off makeup because it's got usually metallic in it, and it kind of gives reflection. You can see a little bit of that, but doesn't. You can see that over there. It doesn't preclude you from doing the exam. And that lady may have superior canal dehiscence. You never know, or fistula or something. So you can see VNG is really useful. So if you look at BPPV and the vertigo symptoms, you can predict which side, right or left, and which canal the problem is. So if it's posterior canal, which is 90% with BPPV, there you go. Basically it's going to be on that posterior 45-30 degree angle on the angled side. So the Dix-Hallpike maneuver, Hallpike-Stenger, these are all AKAs. I just call it Hallpike. And then there's a sideline, which is really just a modified Hallpike versus a roll test. We're running out of time here today. So there's a bunch of these. They call them barbecue rolls and things. And ironically, these testing maneuvers or provocation maneuvers, they look very similar to the treatment maneuvers, don't they? And that's exactly what happens. So here's a fellow. Here's the doctor is going to have this patient. He's going to perform the Hallpike. He's going to say, he's asking the patient, turn your head halfway towards the side. I'm going to tap over here. Wherever I tap, turn your head about halfway over there. I actually kind of do it for them as I'm lowering them down. It's just a little bit of a difference. So you can see he holds their eye open because he doesn't have VNG goggles. I don't do that necessarily. People get a little uncomfortable. So he's off the edge of the treatment exam table. He's at 45 with a 30 degrees angle of the head, and look for any nystagmus. If you see a slow drip of an eye, that's not nystagmus. The nystagmus is the corrective, really quick, jerky phase, okay? So something to consider. And you see in here, you'll see this maneuver called the Dix-Hallpike maneuver. And these are kind of computerized ladies here. They're a little bit serious looking, but computer age, let's go with it. So 45 degrees, I'm going to lower you down, and I'm going to extend your head back slightly, about 30 degrees. And I just want you to relax. Don't pick an object to look at on the ceiling, but just keep your eyes open. And of course, this doctor here, she was examining her for any nystagmus. Then she goes back to the edge of the table and stares her down like, did you bring your insurance card? Did you pay your copay? She said, no, she gives her a stare down. And that's generally kind of not needed. What we do is we look for that 45 and 30 degree motion. You're going to see nystagmus. If you're going to see it, you're going to see it within 30 to 45 seconds. I know some people hold them a full minute, and I don't know that you need to do that. But generally, when you place them back into neutral, a lot of docs will go back and they're just telling you, take a look now, because sometimes in neutral things will start moving around again, and there may be some other resultant nystagmus. So I'm only kidding about staring at it because the animation's kind of intense looking here. A big stare down, but it's worth taking a look at it. So canal and lith is stone, like renal lithiasis is kidney stones, right? And canal lith repositioning therapy is just doing maneuvers. There's the canal, get it? Amsterdam. So Epley maneuver is the most famous of them all, and named for Dr. Epley, an ENT from Portland, Oregon, John Epley. And Samant was another researcher, and there's a liberatory maneuver named for Samant. And Brandt Daroff, two researchers out of Munich, Germany, big-time neuro-otology people, and they recommend these really habituation exercises, which there's some controversy over how effective they are, and then barbecue roll, where you just kind of roll around. I'll show you here. To effectively reposition them. So John Epley was a fellow who was actually persecuted for his beliefs and his theories that these tiny little calcium carbonate crystalline structures can cause all this. And he and his PA and a partner published a bunch of papers. I believe the first one was in '88, and it took forever to get him published. He literally was ostracized as a quack, and now he's not. And so based on the positioning of the patient in the Hallpike maneuver, it tells you what canal. It should be able to tell you, in this case, posterior canal. We position the patient to make the crystalline structure, the otolith, be repositioned back down into the utricle-saccular vestibule where it should be. So the patient's told, the patient's seated, patient's told to long sit on the table like that with the legs out, you see here, and bending the knees if needed, if their back hurts, their hamstrings are tight or something. So the patient's instructed to move the head at 45 degrees. You can see what we're doing here. Look at that. It looks very similar to a picture of Hallpike. That's step 3. Step 4, we roll them to the other side with their head locked out in that same position. And then keep it that way and have them sit back up. You're basically rolling them over. I'm going to show you the video version of it in just a second, make it a little more dynamic. Okay, so here's that video version, and the same kind of Angry Birds lady there, and she's going to lower her down. There's 45 and 30. This is the affected side. She would have had nystagmus now. Now she goes over to the other side, rolls her whole body over. Slowly. We can leave them there a minute, bring them up, sit there, and neutralize them. Very simple to do. There is a somersault version. You can get on a mat on the floor like a yoga mat or on your rug at home if somebody is a fall risk off of a bench or a bed, and you can do that as well. And that's called the Foster maneuver. And I'll show you on this video. This is a so-called half somersault maneuver to treat BPP. Dr. Foster's a woman ENT. She's out I think in Denver, Colorado, came up with this.
Normally, only with head movement does fluid movement occurs in the crystal.
So there's that otolith. That's huge, I mean, for illustration, but showing you the problem.
Posterior canal BPPB by trying to get the crystal out of the canal. The maneuver is started by kneeling. While kneeling, the head is quickly tipped upward and back. The somersault position is then assumed with the chin tucked as far as possible toward the knee. The head is then turned about 45 degrees toward the shoulder to face the elbow.
That's the same position we were in using the table.
60 seconds. While keeping the head turned at 45 degrees, the head is then raised to be aligned with the back and shoulder. This position is maintained for 30 to 60 seconds.
Again, 45-degree angle you see there.
While keeping the head turned at 45 degrees, the head is then raised to the fully upright position. At this point, the maneuver is completed.
So they did an Epley maneuver closer to the ground in case they fell or had some sort of syncope or some sort of hypotensive event. A lot of older people do. Samant liberatory maneuver. There's another canal. Looks kind of cold, doesn't it? That's Ottawa, I believe. And you see some people are resistant to a basic or traditional Epley maneuver. And the idea was, the theory was, that the crystalline structure is stuck in that cupola. Remember in the ampulla, the base of the semicircular canals? The cupola, it's in there and it's getting trapped. So as a result, we want to liberate it. And this requires a more rapid movement from side to side. And it's kind of a violent looking movement, but it's not. It's just to get good momentum of the endolymph to really slam into that cupola and knock loose the otolith. By the way, Epley, his company, they don't make this anymore, but they did for a while. It's called the Omniax. And you can see this person's got a 6-point harness, and they got video nystagmography goggles interfaced into the system. You can see over here there's a VNG picture or video running of the infrared picture of their eye in the various positions. So we can use this for diagnosis and treatment if you have $150,000 laying around that you want. Maybe that's why it's not in business. They're not in business anymore. So the liberatory maneuver is basically where this patient is at that. You see the classic 45 and 30 degrees, and 45 is more important. They're laying down on one side. They're going to get up and keep that direct in that same position. They're going to slam it to the other side, and then we do that again. Let me show the video version of it for time's sake. You'll have all these notes as well. I know I keep saying that, but I'm trying to compress as much material as I can into the time that we have. So here's a lady with with refractory type of complaints that just don't seem to get better with that Epley. So here we are. There's the 45 degrees. And he instructed her. He said, I'm going to lay you down here for 45 seconds or so. We're going to raise you up really quick, swing your legs around, and I'm going to slam you over almost on the edge of this table. And just get your legs out of the way as we go. Here we go. And he slams her into the table a little bit more. I don't know, maybe she was late for her appointment or something, but a little added effect. But the idea here, I think you get it, is the positioning is done, and that's kind of slow for the video purpose. He'll take her back to neutral. So this big arcuate motion actually does generate more force, they think, and it can knock it loose. Brett and Daroff exercises, again, for time's sake, as I said earlier, they are essentially non-specific, but they're more habituation of just making people go back and forth in those directions and really kind of perturbate, if you will, the system. So here she is. There you go, 45 degrees of head movement. Lay on that side, back to the other side. They go to neutral first. Do it again. And what are you doing? You're habituating the system. You say, I'm going to keep beating on you until you get better, right? And so you will see people habituate and improve with time just doing these exercises. Okay, so the modified barbecue roll, here's another one of our cartoon guys. This is another, they call it a log roll, and you're going to see what he's going to do. He's going to roll his whole body over one side and then another. And then back, you can see he's got the head up 45, and ultimately he's going to get back up to neutral and sit back down. And they have some neuro-oto artwork on the walls too there. So the modified barbecue, they call it the barbecue roll because you're just kind of rolling around like a rotisserie. It's pretty safe for people who can't do other things on their own. So here's Dr. Hain again doing that. So again, 45 degrees. Haynes big on about a 45-second period of time before he moves people. He's probably not going to hold it for that long for our video purposes. Neutral. .45. And then whole body roll back over. So much like essentially that cartoon that we saw as well. So the vestibular system is complex. The physiology is complex. It does things we don't understand. It's actually a very hot area of research in human physiology. We have things like maldebarkment syndrome, where it's very interesting. We'll see typically older women in their 60s on up will go out on a cruise, and they're fine on the cruise, but when they disembark, they're sick, and they never get better. Very, very. I've seen a couple, and both of them, I just, oh no, this is what it is, because there's not much to do for those people. So there's some things like that, but there are some people, and it's actually the majority of people, who have fairly modest to moderate vestibular peripheral dysfunction, like an otolith in their posterior canal because they have BPPV, or they've had some concussion. And you can do these canal lith repositioning maneuvers and have great results and adjust them too. So the vestibular system is really kind of neat, and I've really kind of taken a liking to it over the last few years, and do a lot of reading in it. And eye movements are really, really important, not only for you and I to evaluate the patient and determine, yes, you do have a vestibular peripheral problem, but you may have problems elsewhere in the nervous system, especially with respect to trauma. So keep reading and studying it. Practice these maneuvers. If you're not doing the basic Hall-Pike maneuver, and then as a result, the Epley therapeutic maneuver, do it. Very simple to do. And I think you'll see some really neat results with that. And if you have any questions, feel free to email me at CNI. I'm at cninstitute.org. And be happy to help you out or make some recommendations for reading or further study in any way possible. I'd like to thank Dr. Joe Ferrazzi and ChiroClasses.com for all he's done over the years. I know in several states he's the mainstay every year for continuing education, and I'm really really happy to be a part of your program, and I thank you for your attention. Have a great rest of the weekend.
Hey, I'm back. No shoulder on that left side, but I'm back. So you got to meet Dr. Don Dishman, and hope that you found his lecture as interesting as I did. Hang on one second. I just got a volume thing here. Okay, I'm going to pop up a polling question for you. But in the meantime, if you want to go ahead and type present, this would be a very good time to sign out. We're about to take our lunch break. You may notice that we're late on schedule, but don't worry. I actually built in some pad time. So we are, in fact, ahead of schedule and looking to get out a little bit early. We'll see how that goes as time goes by there. But in the meantime, we're just about to take a lunch break. We're going to do a little polling here first. And then I had a couple of comments while the poll is up there. If I can find that, there it is. Okay, we want to go a different poll. We're going to this time go to, you know what? I guess I don't have a polling question here. It's supposed to be after the next case. So we'll blank that one out. Never mind on the polling. I just wanted to comment that obviously today I'm focusing on cases. There's a lot of Ferrazzi here, and I'm so glad that Don was able to break up the monotony of my presentation and my voice with his presentation. He is a brilliant guy. By the way, he taught anatomy and dissection for years at Palmer and at New York. He also is probably the eminent chiropractic neurophysiologist in that he teaches and performs electrodiagnosis. And his latest passion is the balance program. And he's now running the master's program at Parker College. The only criticism I would have of the entire presentation is that he says tinnitus or tinnitus depends on the part of the country you come from. Actually, I'm the last person on earth that cares about how people pronounce things. But in that particular case, it's one of my pet peeves. It's not tinnitus. Tinnitus would be an inflamed tin. We use the term itis specifically to mean inflammation of. Also, if somebody just said to you, pronounce T-U-S, you wouldn't say tis, you'd say tus. So the term is tinnitus, is not tinnitus, but tinnitus. And so I prefer that my chiropractic neurologists and students use the word tinnitus. But I am glad that he pointed out the difference between caloric and colonic, because those are two different orifices for sure. Let's see. So if you've typed present, let's see what else we have here for you. If you've typed present, we're just about to send you off to lunch. We're going to do a 35-minute lunch. So in the next 2 minutes, as I sign you off, we're going to come back sharply at 1:30 p.m. Central Time. Last thing, for those of you that have signed in using your phone, if you look at your chat and there's only your phone number there, we'd appreciate it if you would send us a chat right now stating your name, so we don't have to go look up your phone number at the end to verify your attendance. So again, if you go to chat and all you see is your phone number representing you, then just go ahead and say, hey, by the way, this is, and put your name in there, and then we're good to go. I think that's it. Let me just look at my little list here. I had a couple other little unimportant comments. So let's go ahead and send you off to lunch, and we'll see everybody at precisely 1:30 p.m. If you have any questions, go ahead and put them up on the chat, and I will get to them after lunch.
Bilateral. The pain was very sharp, but has not been bad for the last couple of hours. She also relates that she felt nauseated earlier today, but this is better now. And may I comment here at what an excellent initial history this is. Past history. The patient relates that when she was 12 years of age, she fell from a horse, striking her head on a tarred surface. She was unconscious for a couple of minutes and spent 3 days in the hospital following that injury. During her hospital stay, she was fed through IV and slept for the duration of the day. She recalls having an MRI taken at that time, but is not sure if it was taken of the head or neck. She denies any residual problems from that injury and denies any other traumas such as falls, blunt force, or other motor vehicle accidents. The patient is currently a T6 student at Northwestern Health Sciences University. She states that she has had x-rays taken of the full spine when she was a T1 student. Examination findings. The patient is a 22-year-old Caucasian female, 5 foot 9 inches tall, weighing 165 pounds. Blood pressure is 110/72 and pulse is 64. Inspection and posture. The patient is a well-proportioned female. Postural exam reveals a low right shoulder and low right iliac crest. There is also a mild lower thoracic scoliosis. See X-ray report for details. Heel and toe walking are within normal limits. Range of motion studies estimated. Lumbar spine, all ranges of motion are within normal limits, and left lateral flexion eliciting mild right upper back pain. Cervical spine, flexion 60 of 60 with stretching in the upper back. Extension 60 of 75 with upper back pain on the right. Right lateral flexion 35 of 45, again with stretching in the upper back. Left lateral flexion 30 of 45. Right rotation 80 of 80 with right upper back pain and left rotation 75 of 80. All active ranges of motion elicited some degree of dull upper back pain. Passive ranges of motion of the cervical spine are within normal limits. However, extension elicits a feeling of apprehension in the patient, and right lateral flexion elicits upper back pain on the right. Strength testing of the cervical ranges of motion are 5 of 5 in all directions, with right rotation again eliciting right upper back pain. Neurological findings:
Muscle strength testing and sensory examination of both upper and lower extremities are within normal limits. Reflexes are brisk and symmetrical, graded at 2+ at the biceps, triceps, brachioradialis, patella, and Achilles. Babinski sign is absent. Orthopedic exam. The following tests are negative: cervical compression, cervical distraction, shoulder depression, VBI, and Valsalva. Sperling's test of the left elicits right occipital pain. On the right elicits bilateral occipital pain. Chiropractic exam. Spinal digital pressure elicits moderate pain midline from C1 through C4, as well as over the spinuses of T8 and T9. Static and motion palpation reveal left lateral flexion, C1, right rotation C3, right rotation T4, left rotation T7, right rotation T10, and a posterior right sacrum. There is moderate hypertonicity of the right rhomboids, as well as the trapezius bilaterally greater on the right. The suboccipitals and cervical paraspinals are also hypertonic, with trigger points in the suboccipitals referring down the neck and up into the head. Assessment. As a result of the motor vehicle accident on 10/7/03, the patient is experiencing cervical and thoracic sprain strain with accompanying subluxation. And then diagnosis codes are in there. Treatment and plan. At today's visit, x-rays were taken of the cervical and thoracic spine. The patient was then adjusted manually for the listings as given in the examination portion. Treatment was well tolerated, and she will return in 2 to 3 days for follow-up care. Page 3. Further treatment will consist of specific chiropractic adjustments based on static and motion palpation, as well as spinal digital pain findings. The patient will be treated throughout the spinal column, including the pelvis. Soft tissue work may include interferential in order to balance and relax the involved musculature. The patient will be treated 3 times per week for the first 2 to 3 weeks, followed by twice per week for 3 weeks, at which time we will reassess frequency. At-home care will consist of stretches for the cervical spine, as well as the trapezius and rhomboids. She was instructed to ice the cervical and thoracic areas as needed for 10 to 15 minutes at a time. She was also advised to take multivitamin, vitamin C, and increase water and protein intake for the next couple of weeks to assist in soft tissue healing. The patient will also be advised to refrain from being adjusted by classmates while she is in chiropractic school until the auto case is resolved. Goals of treatment include reducing pain frequency and intensity to pre-accident status, increasing joint function, and increasing cervical range of motion. At this time, prognosis is good for recovery of these symptoms. And then signed. And I do feel compelled again to state that this is probably the single best written and complete note for an auto injury or any other chiropractic visit that I've seen in my career. This addresses all the areas. It's not verbose. Obviously, it's a 3-page note, but at the same time, this is the initial visit post-auto accident. And as I said, Dr. Horton has addressed everything that needs to be addressed in a concise and cogent fashion, and really should be commended for her excellent clinical work here. Now here's the radiology report, which was obtained the very next day. As you can see here, the indications: 22-year-old female with right posterior shoulder pain and headache since motor vehicle accident earlier in the day on 10/7/03. Occasional sharp pain with breathing bilaterally in the posterior lower rib cage. History of head injury with concussion at age 12. So one of the things that is important is that when we have our x-rays overread by radiologists, that we give them a good history so they have the basics. And here you can see that was done. The plain film radiographs taken were a series of the cervical spine. And I won't read everything through there. There are some postural findings. You may be able to make that out. I don't know that it's pertinent to our case, which is what we're going to look at is much later on, some of the clinical symptoms that she developed. But what we see here, she does have a posterior ponticle, some, as I said, some postural alterations, and in fact, the conclusion is postural alterations as described, otherwise negative study. Again, you may be able to make this out yourself, but I'll just summarize. I won't read all of the findings here. These are the thoracic films, same date. Looks like AP and lateral views, and the conclusion here is postural alterations as described.
multi-level Schmorl's nodes formation without other classic radiographic features of Schurman's disease, which is juvenile kyphosis, residuals including anterior vertebral body wedging and hyperkyphosis. So basically some Schmorl's nodes, which we consider a normal variation. These are actually nuclear herniations of the disc up into the vertebral body. And so while they're very common, they certainly can cause some postural alterations. Now here's where things start to get a little bit dicey. And as I've said many times, often when we take films looking for one thing, and whether that's advanced imaging or plain films, and then we send it out for a radiology review, we come back with more questions than we do answers. And this is another one of those cases, because when she went in for the head MRI over at St. Paul Radiology, this was less than a week later, their findings were 2 small foci of abnormal high signal within the right parietal subcortical white matter. There are no other areas of abnormal signal identified. The ventricles and sulci are normal for age. There's no hemorrhage, mass, blah, blah, blah. Paranasal sinuses and mastoid air cells are clear, and impression is 2 nonspecific foci of abnormal signal in the right hemispheric white matter. Comparison with an old MRI would be very helpful if this is available. Differential diagnosis is broad, however, this likely is not secondary to the patient's recent trauma. Back then, I remember a radiologist telling me we call those UBOs, unidentified bright objects. And the state of the art in 2003 of the MRI was not the same resolution, obviously, that we have now, and these were more common. Follow-up MRI would probably be important to see whether these were persistent or whether they were artifactual or just simply findings that are within normal limits. A cervical MRI was performed also in addition to the head MRI, and as you can see, the impression here is mild degenerative changes as noted above, but no nerve root or cord impingement. There was an addendum to this several days later. In the body of the report, C6-7 level should read normal except for the central posterior disc protrusion, no neural compression. In conclusion of the report, there should be a number 2 tiny central posterior disc protrusion at C6-7. And this was reviewed addendum by Dr. Mick, who is a chiropractor who overreads imaging sent to St. Paul Radiology at that time that was initially read by medical personnel. So here we have the addition of some things that obviously in a case like this, in an auto accident, any sort of disc protrusion or herniation, these terminologies are a little bit antiquated right now, is important to add because this could have a ramification in any of the ultimate settlement in legal matters that might occur. Now here's a progress report note from Dr. Horton. Rebecca states that following an adjustment for headache, which she previously graded at 3 of 10, her headache increased to 6 of 10 within half an hour of the adjustment. She took ibuprofen and slept to reduce the headache back to a 4 of 10. She states she's been very dizzy and tripping when going upstairs. She states that everything hurts. Today she continues to have a headache graded at 4 of 10. She denies any changes in her vision. You can take a look at the objective there. I think it's readable on this slide. But what we might notice is, first of all, she couldn't test the patient's sense of smell because after the head injury that she suffered at age 12, she had lost the sense of smell. That's not uncommon. During concussion, the brain can move forward and backward, and what happens is the cribriform plate locks the olfactory, the fibers dropping down from the olfactory nerve. They call it a nerve. It's really a tract. And they sort of shear those second-order neurons off. Sometimes that returns, sometimes it doesn't, but apparently in this case, the patient has permanently lost her sense of smell. What was interesting here is that Dr. Horton noticed that if she pressed over the multifidus muscles or over the thoracic paraspinals, that the patient developed this sensation of vertigo, which she described as a feeling of spiraling downward toward the side of stimulation. The vertigo continued for several minutes after releasing pressure to these muscles.
She also did a canalith repositioning maneuver, which is described in other videos that I've posted online here under dizziness and vertigo subject matter, and that did not reproduce the dizziness of the patient. She went ahead and did static and motion palpation and found a left lateral C1 and a right rotated C2 and some marked hypertonicity of the quadratus lumborum, multifidus, the same muscles that she was pressing on to elicit the sensation of dizziness. Additionally, the upper sternocleidomastoid bilaterally caused sensation that the ear is clogged or full. So what does Dr. Horton do in this case? Again, she responds without a script, without just doing the same thing over and over. She responds directly to what she sees in the progress note and decides not to adjust the thoracic and lumbopelvic spine because the patient seemed to have an adverse reaction to that last time and because those areas seemed to be bringing on symptoms. She used some ice interferential. I think you can read this one too. It was well tolerated. The adjustments in the cervical spine were. And then she set up an appointment for the patient to see a neurologist. So once again, reacting directly in the progress note to what they see. The patient comes in, had an adverse reaction. You don't just go ahead and adjust them exactly the same over again, but she reacts to that, doesn't adjust the areas that seem to be causing a problem, and then sets up a consultation. So here we have the neurological consultation report sent to Dr. Horton. I had the pleasure of evaluating your patient today. Thank you for consulting. She's a 22-year-old left-handed woman. And by the way, why would they state that? Why do they care that she's left-handed? Just to interpose something completely unrelated to this case. But the reason that neurologists always put that in report is because if you're a right-handed person, then over 90% of the time, high 90% of the time, language will be in your left hemisphere. And for a left-handed person, it's still a very high percentage, over 80% will still have language in their left hemisphere. But that does change the percentage of people. And so if you're looking at something like a stroke or a brain injury, and there's any language problem, it's good to know where language, or at least to be able to work with the odds as to where language will be held in the brain. So that's why neurologists do that. She's concerned about headache, spinal pain, dizziness. These symptoms developed as a result of the recent injury. Tylenol on October 7, 2003, and obviously that's not Tylenol. So something like on October 7, 2003, her car got hit by a bus. She was at a stop when the other vehicle ran into the front of her vehicle. She didn't suffer any direct head injuries, but the following day her spine was all stiffened up. She has daily headaches, especially in the occiput. Neck, low, and mid-back are also sore, and there's pain in the shoulders, hips, knees. Sitting for a long time, walking, exacerbate the discomfort, whereas stretching, heat, ice, and chiropractic adjustments help. She uses ibuprofen intermittently, particularly when the headaches are severe. Her biggest concern is with the unsteadiness, where she stumbles, especially when she walks on uneven surfaces. She finds it difficult to concentrate and has eye pain, depression, poor appetite, nausea, constipation, chest pain, and joint pains. Otherwise, the review of systems is negative. I think it's important to note here that anytime a patient tells me that they're stumbling when they walk on uneven surfaces, that's an indication they could have mild foot drop. Because when you walk, it's actually amazing how narrow the base is, meaning that the 2 feet are actually very close together as you walk. And during one of the phases, the swing phase of gait, you're elevating the hallucis extensor and dorsiflecting the foot in order to clear the ground. And if you have any minor degree of foot drop, that distance of dorsiflexion may be decreased, and that's why people tend to trip over uneven surfaces. Tripping on stairs, particularly going downstairs, is sometimes more due to a proprioceptive problem. In other words, people, when you're going upstairs, you see the stairs. So they're right in front of you, and then you step up. But when you're going downstairs, you're actually looking straight ahead. Most people don't look down at their feet while they're going down the stairs. And so feeling unsteady when you're going down the stairs could be an indication that the joints coming from your feet and ankles, or the neurological impulses coming from the joints in your feet or ankles, are not going up and feeding that sensory information to your brain properly, and so you sort of have an unsteady feeling. The second page of the neurologist's report, past medical history is significant for concussion in June 1993. Rebecca is a student. She doesn't consume alcohol or tobacco. Family history is significant for Alzheimer's disease, headache, stroke, diabetes. A recent cervical MRI showed mild degenerative changes. The brain MRI showed 2 nonspecific foci of abnormal signal in the right hemispheric white matter. On examination, Rebecca is a pleasant, alert young woman in no acute distress. There is no aphasia or apraxia, and her memory, orientation, and fund of knowledge are normal. She is attentive. Cranial nerves are normal 2 through 12. Optic discs are clear. The head shaking maneuver does not elicit vertigo, though I see gaze-evoked nystagmus. Limbs are strong, well coordinated. Tone is normal. Reflexes are brisk and symmetric, and toes are down-going. Sensory examination is non-focal. Gait and station are steady. Cervical and lumbar movements are full in range. There is tenderness but no spasm in the cervical lumbar paraspinals. Blood pressure is 105/60 with a heart rate of 68 per minute, regular. She weighs 160 pounds. Rebecca's neurologic examination is non-focal. I think her neck and back symptoms are due to myoligamentous strain, which affected facet joints as well. To quicken the healing process, I'm recommending Vioxx 50 milligrams and a well-structured exercise program in a pool setting to complement the chiropractic efforts. It is possible that the dizziness is the result of her neck injuries, but the signal hyperintensities on a recent brain scan would need to be reconciled with this set of symptoms. As a first step, I asked her to submit to an electronystagmography study at Abbott Northwestern Hospital. I would also like to get a chance to review her brain scan and get a second reading. We must decide whether to press on with further studies or rule out infectious inflammatory conditions. Thank you for the opportunity, blah, blah, blah. So let's go ahead now and see the patient in the examination room with myself, as well as the Neurology Diplomate program participants.
Rebecca, Dr. Joe Ferrazzi, pleasure to meet you. What we're going to do is we're going to sit and chat for a few minutes, and I just want to make sure that you understand you're on the video camera here. Hard to miss that. The purpose of this class is that everybody in here is a chiropractor, and what they're doing is training to become specialists in chiropractic neurology. So the purpose of this is an educational experience for the doctors, but at the same time we will try as hard as we can to put our heads together and figure out why you are here today. Fair enough? Okay. Even though I have this on tape, I've been doing this so long, it's hard for me not to take notes as I go, so I may be a little slow and just jot a few things down. Okay, how old are you, Rebecca?
22.
22. And if you had to give me a list of things or complaints that you have that bring you here today, I want you to do that, just a list, because we're going to go back through all of them.
Okay.
But what I want is a list with the one that's most important first, and then sort of work your way down from there. So what brings you here today?
Headaches. And then chest pain. It's like tightness, I can't breathe. And my neck and back. Like thoracic, lumbar. And then I get shooting pains down into my arms and legs. And I fall asleep a lot.
So shooting pain into arms and legs, both of them? On both sides?
And dizziness and nausea.
I think I missed one there. After shooting pain, and they go to sleep a lot. Okay. Also dizziness, nausea.
That's it.
That's the list. Okay. Did these all start at the same time? There was a trauma? Did these all start after some trauma?
After that, yeah.
Let's just talk about that for a minute. So the onset of these problems was after, that was a car accident, wasn't it? Okay. Were you driving?
I was driving. I was stopped at a corner and the bus cut the corner out and hit me head on.
So you were stopped and a bus hit straight into your vehicle?
He was turning, like making a left turn, so it was the front corner of his bus hit the center of my car.
Like a school bus?
Mm-hmm.
Type bus? Were you wearing a seatbelt?
Mm-hmm.
Did you hit your head at any point? Did you lose consciousness?
No.
Can you remember? Some people can vividly and some people can't, sort of what happened to you at the point of impact? Were you holding the steering wheel looking straight ahead?
I kind of looked like the bus was coming and I saw him, and so I had both hands on the steering wheel. And then like right before the bus hit, I kind of pictured where the cars get crushed and your legs crushed in there.
Mm-hmm.
And so I jerked both my legs up at like right when the bus was hitting.
Did the bus try to stop? What was the deal with the bus? Why did
He said he didn't see me.
Didn't see him. Did he come out with glasses and a cane or something? Or, you know? What was that? What is going on? And then what happened after that? Did you develop some of these symptoms right away and some later on?
Yeah.
What happened right at that time? What did you?
Right then nothing happened. I was just shaken up. But then about an hour afterwards, like my back and neck and head started hurting.
Police come?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but no ambulance then? Because you said you're okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And within an hour, your neck and back started hurting?
My head.
And where did you go, or what did you do after that?
I went home and my roommate brought me to school here. I went to the clinic upstairs.
Okay. And what did they do for you?
X-rays and adjustments.
They took x-rays of your, what, neck, upper back, lower back?
Thoracics and cervicals.
And how did you feel after that? How did that work?
The next day I felt worse, but I think it was just more muscle. Felt a little better afterwards.
And then when you say you felt worse, same complaints, only they were just worse? Okay. Did you see any other providers or develop any of these other symptoms? Which came first? Well, I mean, did you start to develop more symptoms or did you go see another provider?
No, I kept going for chiropractic,
Okay.
and then just more symptoms kept developing.
Any particular order? I mean, can you remember what was next after the...
I know, I think the week, like the Monday after the accident, the shoulder started hurting.
Left shoulder?
Mm-hmm.
So that was...
Or that was Sunday night, and then by Monday I like could move it.
And I don't remember you mentioning that, so I'm going to put in here left shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
And then, and I'm assuming you're continuing treatment, chiropractic treatment the whole time. But tell me if and when you started to see any other kinds of providers. So the shoulder pain developed or about a week after, and then what?
I went to a neurologist, I don't know, 2 weeks ago or something.
Okay, but what about
That's...
Did the other symptoms start to develop first?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's stick with that, but give it to me like in a timeline, if
I
you
didn't-
remember.
I don't know, I know I started getting really dizzy, and I noticed I started tripping on steps and things like that, and just kind of like a foggy feeling like I'm out of it or something. Like everything's moving and I'm not quite there.
And that occurred in what time frame from the accident? We were about a week out before, are we more than that now?
Yeah, probably about the same time, maybe a little bit
Okay.
after.
And at that point, did you see any other providers or did you start to develop more symptoms like the shooting pains in the arms and legs?
Just the shooting pain started developing.
Any other tests or was the next thing that you did see the neurologist?
I had an MRI done.
Okay, that was ordered by the chiropractors? By the way, when was this accident?
Accident was October 7th.
Okay, so just about a month and 5 weeks ago. And you had an MRI of neck, head, back?
Head and neck.
Head and neck.
I think it was on the 15th, I think.
On 10/15?
I believe so.
Okay, so just that was like within a week or so of the accident. Okay. And do you remember about what that showed? I know we have some of the records, so it's not that important, but just...
Degenerative changes. There's 2 small intensities
okay,
in my head somewhere,
we'll check
and
that
there's
out.
small disc protrusion.
So you have small disc protrusion, that would be, and something about 2 intensities. Okay. And is that when they decide to send you to see a neurologist?
No, I think that was like a week later or something.
Okay.
The stuff wasn't changing.
All right, so you continue to treat, no change with the treatments? And you referred, who you referred to?
Dr. Adams.
At New England?
Mm-hmm.
And what did Dr. Adams do for you?
He gave me a prescription of Biops.
Did an exam first, and did it order any other tests?
He said to go get a EMG or something like that.
Okay. And otherwise just prescribed biopsy. Did he comment on any of the findings and
He was interested in 2 intensities, but that was about it.
okay. And have you developed any new symptoms since then, or any changes? Are you taking the biopsy?
Yeah, but it's not helping anything.
Anything else that I missed in there chronologically?
The chest pain and the burning started a week and a half, 2 weeks ago.
Okay. Okay. Let's go back and talk about each of these. We'll start with the headache, okay? Where in your head is the headache located?
It's right there, and then I get it like on the sides here, and kind of across my whole face. It's like a blood pressure.
Okay, so it starts like in the back, or there's some in the back?
There's some in the back.
And it's on both sides equally?
Sometimes it gets more on this side, but it kind of varies.
So the back of the skull, sort of? And then you mentioned both temples and across the whole face, or is it sometimes more on the left?
It's more on the left sometimes, but there's like pressure across the whole thing.
Is it there all the time? So it doesn't come and go?
It gets worse, but it never goes away.
What does it feel like? Is it a very sharp pain? Is it just you described a pressure in the face, but what about the head pain? Is it sharp, dull, shooting?
Most of the time
burning?
it's dull.
Okay.
It does get sharp, but it's just kind of random. I don't know.
Okay. Is there anything that makes it better or anything that makes it worse? So the Vioxx, the chiropractic treatment, rest, ice, those kinds of things I imagine tried and they don't seem to phase it. Sometimes it gets worse.
Sometimes they
like
get
out
better
of the
with
blue.
that, and sometimes they get worse with that.
Okay.
I also have my eyes burned. I can tell you that before that.
When you say your eyes burn, give me a little more description of that. Is that also started around the same time as the headaches?
Yeah, it doesn't, they just come and go. Like for the first week, they burn like all the time. And now it's just kind of they come and go.
Is it sort of itchy, maybe, like you want to rub it, or it just feels like there's an irritation? Or...
They feel like they're dry and burning, but sometimes they water really bad when they're burning.
Is it always both eyes?
It's sometimes worse than the left, but if they burn, it's both of them.
So it is sometimes worse with the left? The next thing you had on the list was, I think, the chest pain and the tightness. Okay, tell me about that. You developed that within a week or two. We're in a pretty short period of time, so that's not an issue as to the date, but describe that a little bit better. You feel like a pressure, a tightness?
At first it was just like a burning, like right on the lower chest, it's just a burn, and I don't know. And then
was that constant also, once it started?
And then it just seems to have been getting worse. And it's like, now it's to the point that it's like, feels like it can't breathe all the way. And like this morning I woke up and there was a shooting pain, and it came like right up my chest. And that was there for a couple minutes, and then it went away, but my headache was worse, and there's like really tight now in my chest.
Was that the only time you had a sharp pain like that?
It happened a couple other times, but it didn't last as long.
Was it followed by your headache getting worse?
Mm-hmm.
Both of the other times that happened?
I don't know that.
Do you feel, besides the like you can't breathe, do you feel short of breath, or do you feel like you just can't get a full breath? In other words, you feel like you've just been running, that kind of thing, and you're out of breath?
I just feel like I can't get everything in there.
Okay. Because of this tightness or pressure, like you're wearing something constricting?
Mm-hmm.
Any other like symptoms like jumping heart or?
My heart feels like it flutters, or like sometimes it'll just like flutter for a little bit, then other times it just feels like it's going really fast.
And you haven't had an EKG or anything?
I had an EKG Wednesday.
Oh, okay. So did you see a cardiologist?
I just went to urgent care at Fair.
Okay. Why did you go to urgent care?
My chiropractor recommended it to get it checked out, make sure it wasn't like
For
heart.
the chest and heart and that kind of thing? And they examined your heart, listened to it with a stethoscope, and then did an EKG?
And I did a chest x-ray.
A chest x-ray. Was the EKG a stress EKG? You did urgent care, I wouldn't think so. So they didn't do like an ultrasound echo or put you on a treadmill and run your leg or anything? But they did a chest x-ray, an EKG, and an exam and told you what?
They don't know what's wrong. They said everything's normal.
And the neck pain, tell me about that. Where in your neck is the pain?
A lot of times it's up here.
Are you pointing just to the left side of the neck?
It goes across the back. A lot of it's down the left. Sometimes it comes down across.
And describe that for me. Is that constant? Does it come and go?
It comes and goes.
Anything particularly associated with it coming and going?
If I sit for a long time, it gets worse, but the onset can be whenever. Sometimes I wake up in the morning and it's worse.
Does anything make it better? Like when you get your neck
Sometimes
adjusted,
does.
does that help it?
Sometimes it makes it worse.
Heat seems to help.
Mm-hmm.
And is there a character to that pain that outside of the ordinary? Is it just sort of that typical neck tight soreness, or is there?
Sometimes it's really sharp.
Does it ever radiate anywhere?
Down into the anterior shoulders.
On both sides?
Usually left, sometimes into the right.
And how far down does it go? Can you point with a finger? Can you say like it starts here and it goes and point the route, or is it more of a sort sort of
Well,
diffuse?
it's kind of like broad across here, and then it comes to a strip down the front here, and then it comes down like along the back side, and then to the front of the elbow like this.
Never past the elbow?
It's gone to my hands a couple times, like 2 or 3 times.
When you say it's gone to your hands, kind of point for me again.
Sometime it went in the back, like it came over here and just right there.
Show me from the elbow, so let's take up where we left off. Or is it disconnected?
I don't know.
So it doesn't go through the forearm, but sometimes you've had sensations in your hands. Okay. And I think that was next on our list. Is that the same thing you're mentioning there? Some, well, no, it was a couple things, but that you get pains in the arms and legs?
Well, when the pain comes in my, it's like a cramping. It's like.
Is that separate from what we were just talking about?
No, that's with what we were just talking about. Like when it comes down with these pains,
Right.
It's like a cramping.
Okay, so let's continue with that. So then, normally it'll come and go to the elbow, but occasionally you've had associated with that some cramping in the hand. And now go ahead and finish showing me what you were showing.
It just
me.
comes like in this area.
All around the thumb, but on the front and back. You ever have any loss of sensation, like if we were to stick with a pin there, you just wouldn't feel it at all?
Not that I noticed.
Have you had any paralysis in your hands, feeling like you can't move them or that they're weak?
The tingling I get in my hands, then in like these 3 fingers. It'll come down the front, my palms and the 3 fingers.
On both sides? When did that start? How frequently does that happen?
It's been getting worse lately. And if I like wear my backpack, it'll happen or things like that. Sometimes just walking down the hall. It just depends.
Any other symptoms with that? And this is just a tingling, sort of the pins and needles type of thing. It's not the loss of sensation or anything.
They feel fat and tingling.
Okay. Let's see. Upper back and lower back. Let's talk about that for a minute. Anything? Is it similar to the neck?
Yeah.
Show me your upper back where we're talking about specifically.
Well, like the same, see, like right in there, all across.
Across the upper back.
But like right at my bra strap, I've been having sharp pains with breathing.
Any other symptoms with that, like tingling in your legs, or aside from that? And is this just again a tightness? You said you get sharp pains, but mostly.
Most of the time, it's just tight and sore.
And what about your low back?
It's more like right at my pants line, across both sides.
Just point for me and see exactly.
Right there.
Just right across, and it's even on both sides. And any other symptoms with that? Does that come and go? Is it sharp dull?
It's there most of the time. Sometimes it goes away though.
Anything in particular make it go away?
Like if I lay just right, I can make. If I lay just right and prop like pillows and stuff, I can usually make like my mid back and low back better.
Okay. Does that radiate from your back down through the buttocks and to your legs at all?
I get pains, they kind of come down and they go around.
Do they start where you started pointing, or they come from your back and go?
I get pain like in my SI joints, but then nothing in here, and then kind of right in there.
Okay. And does it go past your knees? And it's on both sides? Last thing I had here was the dizziness and the nausea. Did they go together?
Yeah.
In other words, when you feel dizzy, that's what's making you nauseous?
Yeah, sometimes.
Describe that for me, just first in general.
I feel like I'm really, well, sometimes the room is like, literally looks like it's spinning or just vibrating and stuff. And then sometimes I just feel like I'm out of it, like everybody else is moving and I'm just like 2 steps behind. I'm just kind of foggy or, I don't know.
And is that typically, excuse me, when you get nausea? Or they can be separate from each other?
They can be separate.
Let's focus on the dizziness then. How frequently does that happen?
Usually a couple times a day.
And how long does it last?
It's lasted all day. It's lasted for like a couple days, or it'll last for like an hour or 2.
So the spinning could last all day, or just that foggy feeling?
That foggy feeling. The actual spinning itself's only lasted for a couple hours.
But it's not the spinning per se that makes you nauseous? So you can have the spinning divorced of the nausea?
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other sensations or things that happen when the spinning is going on? You don't feel like you're going to faint or hear funny noises in your ears or ringing, so you never have any ringing in your ears with that? And how frequently do you get nausea?
Usually every day.
Is it associated with something other than taking tests or no? Is it all the time? I mean, can you just constant some degree of nausea, or does it come in waves?
No, sometimes it goes away.
Have you ever vomited?
When?
With specifically with this?
No.
Well, you were going to say something. I cut you off there. Last night you got really drunk and then you vomited.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. How bad is the nausea? I mean, you feel like you can get to the edge, you have to lie down, you get other symptoms with it, like sweating, or does that associate with the heart fluttering, or is it just sort of these waves of nausea?
I broke out like cold sweats a couple times, and just like that day, just everything was, like my headache, my back, everything was sore. I was really dizzy, nausea, and just kind of everything was going.
And any of these symptoms you had before the accident?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you really didn't suffer from any of this. It all occurred since the accident. And
I'd get like tight right there after studying for tests or something, but that's it. And it wasn't this same degree.
what about your general health? Heart, liver, lung, kidney, thyroid, all seem to be working the way they were meant to work before this happened. Have you had any major surgeries, or do you take medications on a regular basis? Any long hospitalizations?
I had a concussion before,
When was that?
like 10 years ago.
What happened?
Fell off a horse and hit my head on the tar.
Did you lose consciousness with that one? And did you recover from that completely, as far as you know?
I can't smell it. Other than that, yeah.
So you lost the sense of smell with that? And,
I can kind of smell if it's like really, really strong. I can kind of smell it. But a lot of it's just like you get a feeling in your nose, or like it itches or something, so you know.
so it's not the same as it was the sense of smell before the accident?
No.
But you were only 12 when you had the accident. Do you feel that that's coming back, or do you think that you're just learning different kinds of things to, like you said, almost like strategies to deal with?
I think it must be more strategies because I never seem to get the smells right, or I don't.
Okay. So you just know when
I know something smells,
Okay.
and you can, because like if somebody has strong perfume on, your nose like itches or burns, so you know something smells.
Yep. So there are actually other kinds of chemicals that irritate the mucosa, and it's not even the sense of smell. So things like chlorine, really strong smells can actually stimulate through a different cranial nerve. Okay, and you're a chiropractic student. Okay. You just start?
I'm T6.
T6. Seems so young. T6 already, wow. Okay. All right, anything I missed?
I don't think so.
Okay, so we pretty much covered everything. Any questions or comments before we go on from here? Okay. Obviously, we can't really do a full thorough exam because of the constraints of the classroom and so forth, but I think we can do most of what we need to do. What I always like to do is start out with you just taking a look at your back and your posture. So go ahead and stand up for me and then turn around so you're sort of facing that screen over there. There you go. Just look straight ahead. Okay. And let's just do this. There you go. Okay, so shoulders are level. As far as we can see, no scoliosis that you know of. A little soft swing here. You always have that. I'm going to put my hands on the top of your hips, okay? And that appears to be level. Okay. All right. What I want you to do is turn around. There you go. I want you to stand with your feet together so they're touching. There. Look straight ahead in the distance. Okay, I'm going to stand behind you here. There you go. And off to the side there. Now I want you to close your eyes. Problem there? A little tough to balance? I'm going to give little pushes, okay? All right. There you go. Open your eyes again. Let's get you steady. There you go. Okay, now go ahead and close your eyes. Okay, so you're swaying a little bit there. Okay, go ahead and open up your eyes. What I want you to do is try walking. Let's have you go left and right here. Just do this. Great. Oh. Close enough. Okay. I want you to walk a straight line like a sobriety test. One heel touching toe and walk toward the front of that table. Okay. I want you to turn around, come back toward me, and this time walk just way up on your tiptoes. That's good. Okay. Turn around, go back the other way, walk only on your heels. Don't let any toes touch the ground. Perfect. This time when you turn around and come back toward me, can you hop on one foot? Feel steady enough to do that? Go ahead and hop. Okay. Hop straight up again. Okay, and now switch to the other foot. Good. Okay. All right, why don't you go ahead and have a seat right over here. I want you to hold both arms straight out in front of you. Spread your fingers wide apart. Okay. I don't know how to do this off to the side. This is going to be challenging. And turn your palms up to the ceiling. Now I want you to close your eyes. Hold your hands out there for a little while. When I touch you, I want you to say now. Okay, where did I touch you? Which one? Good, okay. Good, okay. Now when I touch you, that feels the same, doesn't it? So you're not feeling it more on one side than the other? It feels about the same on both sides? Okay, how about here compared to here? Is that about the same? Okay. Here, here. Good. I want you to open up your eyes. I want you to squeeze my fingers as tight as you can. Just tight, 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 and strong. Okay. Hold both legs straight out in front of you. Do the same game now with this. I want you to close your eyes. Bring your feet and toes up toward you. Does that shoot pain anywhere or hurt? You feel a little bit in the low back where it doesn't radiate down or anything? Okay, close your eyes. When I touch you, say now. Okay. And you feel me touching on both sides? And it feels the same on both sides? And it feels the same sort of here and here? As it does here. Good. Okay, relax. What I'm going to have you do is just stay right there. I'm going to do just a little push-pull on your neck. So, and you tell me if any of this causes any pain or shoots pain or is uncomfortable in any way. We'll do a push. You okay with that? We'll do a pull. Are you okay with that? I'm going to have your head this way and give a push like that. And we'll bring your head over that way, all the way over, and we'll give a push like that.
That goes into my shoulder.
How far?
Like right down here.
So you feel it more down this way?
Like in the wrist scapula.
Okay. All right, we're going to do a couple more things here. You just stay right where you're at. Rest your hands on your lap, just like that. Take one hand, one hand. Borrow your arm, just let it hang. Good. Okay. Come over here. Just rest your arm. Alright, I'll do the same down here on your legs. Can you scoot back so your legs are dangling a tiny bit more? Good. Go ahead and close your eyes, okay? Let them off to the side on that one. Let's just try that one more time. Come down here. Just relax your foot. Do some. Okay. And burn your foot here like this. I'm going to scrape up on the bottom of your foot, okay? Alright, some people find that a little uncomfortable. No pain or problem when they did that? Try it over here. Straight up. Okay, good. All right. Over here, why don't you angle so that you're facing me a little bit, but I just want to get out of the way. Yeah, that's good. Okay, why don't you look at my fingers? Just hold your head right there. Okay. Let me move this camera. I don't think the camera's going to sit. You got that?
Examining it, I'll make sure you're focused.
Thanks. Actually, have a tiny bit of nystagmoid movement when you go to your left. Do you wear contacts?
No.
Good. Okay. I want you to bite down real hard. Good. Tip your head back a little bit. I want you to open your mouth. Stick your tongue straight out. Say, oh. Tip your head back a little. Go ahead and do that. Okay. Put your tongue in your cheek. Push as hard as you can against it. Good. Same thing on this side. Excellent. Okay. I want you to close your eyes tight. Tighter. So tight. I'm going to try and open them, but I can't do it. Pull back the corners of your mouth at the same time, so just really help. Really big. Okay, good. All right. Okay. One of the last things I want to do here. If you look right over here, and I want you to put your hand over one of your eyes, and then tell me, say now when you can see my finger come into your view.
Now.
Is my finger moving?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Over here.
Yeah.
Is it moving?
Yeah.
Can you see this finger?
Yeah.
Is it moving?
Yeah.
Can you see it now?
Yeah.
Which one's moving?
Both of them.
Good. Switch eyes.
No, not hands, actual eyes. No, I'm just kidding. Over here. Same game. You tell me when you see it. Okay. Good. Yeah? Good. Okay. I want you to take your finger, touch the tip of your nose, and then come touch the tip of my finger. Okay, and back to your nose and just keep going. Try again. Get very specific, okay? This time I want you to come as close as you can to my finger, but don't touch it. Okay, use your other hand. And back and forth. We'll do that one first. Okay. This time again, as close as you can without actually touching it. Good. Okay. I want you to take your hands and slap up and down as fast as you can. Keep going. Okay, good. Can you do this? You touch your pinky to your thumb and then go up and down the fingers as fast as you can. Good. Okay. Let's see. Go ahead and lie down on your back. Put your head up here. Down. Okay. I want you to touch the heel from your right foot to your left kneecap. Hold it right there. Be very specific. Try it again. Just get the heel and come straight down on your kneecap. A little sloppy still. Do it a little slower. So you come up and then straight down on it. Okay, I want you to slide your heel straight down your shin and come right up off your big toe. You probably have just left foot up. Okay, do that on the other side. Straight down. Okay, all right. I'm just going to grab a chair here. We're just about done. That sort of. Here's what I want to do. We don't have a swiveling chair, so it's going to be a little tougher to do. I'm going to lower this headpiece and sort of let your head hang down. Okay, if any of this starts to bother you, let me know. Are you okay like that? All right. Watch my fingers now like you did the other way. And I just want you to turn your head that way. What's your name? Any pain or problems? This makes your headache worse. I'll come over on this side and just do it. Okay. Sit up real quick. Did that bring on any dizziness when you sat up like that?
Dizzy.
It did bring on the dizziness? And is it the room spinning dizziness or the foggy?
Just, yeah, more the foggy.
Do you ever feel like you're going to faint with the dizziness, that type of thing?
Not like I might fall over, but not faint.
Okay, so you don't feel like, it's not like when you get up too quickly from sitting down and you feel like you might faint. It's not that kind of dizziness. Okay. There's one other thing I want to do. Go ahead and have a seat there. Let's see, what was that? There's one other test in particular. Does anybody have a lower frequency tuning fork? No? Okay. If somebody pulled one out of their pocket, I would have been surprised. You never know. What I want you to do, I'm going to take this, I'm going to tap it, I'm going to hold it in front of your ear, and I want you to tell me when you can no longer hear it, okay? Look straight ahead and close your eyes. Good. Let's do that. Get the insulation out of the way, there you go. You hear that? Mm-hmm. Okay, tell me when you don't hear that any longer. Okay, try it again. Hear that? Mm-hmm. Tell me when you don't hear that any longer. Do you hear that? Mm-hmm. Do you hear that? Mm-hmm. Tell me when you don't hear it any longer. Over the hum of the projector.
Hear that?
Mm-hmm.
You hear that?
Mm-hmm.
What I'm going to do is just sort of take your hand and roll it around a little bit. And I want you to tell me if this brings on any nausea. Okay. Look over here. Any pain problem or nausea or dizziness or anything like that? All right. Let me see now if there's anything else we want to do. Let me make a couple of notes while they're fresh in my mind, okay? Oh yeah, go ahead and lie down on your back. Curious. Okay. I'm going to press on your clavicles and get to the other side, and then on your sternum, and I want you to tell me if that reproduces your pain. Have you, is your chest tender to the touch?
My sternum
Just
is
feel
right there.
your sternum is right there? Okay. If I press on your clavicle, is it on that side? Okay. But it is right in here. Down in there? Okay. Are you right at sort of the xiphoid? Or above that?
Right
Okay.
there.
Okay, that's the sternal angle. And that is sore right there? Okay. All right, let me help you out. Okay, very good. Being that you're a chiropractic student, we can chat a little further. Usually what we do is thank the patient and then sort of have a discussion about things. But here's what I'm thinking so far. I haven't reviewed all of your records, so I can't say that my opinions won't change after I do that. Okay. What I want to do is go back to that first list and tell you what I think of each of the problems that you're having. Headache. When I test your cranial nerves, everything seems pretty normal. You've probably heard this before because you went to the neurologist and I gave you a biopsy, or you got that elsewhere. But so as far as the bright objects, we'll take a look at those on the MRI and see what that's all about. But I really don't see any neurologic findings. After trauma, even if it's just trauma to the neck, the brain can slosh around in the skull. The skull is hard, the brain is soft. And so what can happen is you can wind up injuring the brain, what we call a traumatic brain injury that has to do with, sounds worse than it is, but it just has to do with getting sort of shaken up. Very common, and the headaches you're describing sort of seem to fall into that category. As far as the chest pain goes, and the difficulty breathing, I think that when you're wearing a seatbelt, and again, you've probably heard most of this, but when you get jarred around, the seatbelt can press on the sternum, and then that can cause inflammation at some of the different joints of the sternum. It's actually most common right about where you're talking about the costal angle. And so I think you probably have some, if not costochondritis, which tends to be more to the sides, that you just have some inflammation of the sternum. Also, the difficulty breathing is real common in patients with thoracic subluxations. And you see what happens is you injure the spine, and then the joints send a signal to the brain that says, I hurt when I move. So the brain says, good, I'll stop you from moving. So there are joints, obviously, as you know, that attach the ribs to the thoracic spine. Every time you breathe, you move almost 200 joints. So when those muscles tighten up, they're constricting the movement of your thorax, and so you're not getting full respirations. And then that becomes what we sometimes call sighing respiration, where you just always feel like you have to sigh in order to get a full breath because of the constriction. Neck pain, shoulder pain, sort of the same thing with trauma like that. It's very common. Upper back, lower back. I didn't really do much of a spinal exam. You're not draped for a spinal exam. You definitely appear to have a saucering or an anterior artery of the thoracic spine. That may have even predated the accident, but that just made you put you in a position to be injured more from that kind of an accident. Some of the other things, that the pains that you have in your legs, I think, are what we call sclerotome referrals. They're coming probably from your back. They're irritating nerves, and your brain is perceiving it as coming from different places. Although we didn't do a thorough hip exam and that kind of thing as well. But it's most likely based on how you were describing it. That was what it was. The dizziness and nausea go along with that TBI, that traumatic brain injury, very common. And in fact, I think in some cases the nausea just has to do with a sympathetic response to the pain. That one, like we said, the worse the nausea was is when everything hurt. Mm-hmm. So when you're having a bad day, and your chest hurts, and you have a headache, and your neck is sore, and tests are coming up, it sort of gangs up on you, and you can become nervous as well. Not nervous, but nauseated as well. The other thing, and I didn't examine for this thoroughly, I could do that right now, just add it on, but it's also pretty common. If I take your arm here, what I want you to do is tell me if at any time the sensations in your hand, come on, I want you to turn your head this way. That's it. I'm going to lift your arm up like this. And I want you to tell me if you have... It's starting to tingle right away? Mm-hmm. Is it the same sort of tingling that you get? Mm-hmm. So it's in that area of the thumb? Mm-hmm. Okay. We can do it on the other side. It's probably not necessary. What happens again is, your heart is beating in your chest. Blood has to come up and then make almost a complete turnaround, 360, to get back down into your arm. Women tend to have slightly lower blood pressure than men, and after neck trauma, they have even lower blood pressure sometimes. So what tends to happen, particularly if you're resting or at a quiet moment sitting in a chair, as opposed to out and about walking, although it can happen for some people both ways, especially like you said with backpacks and things like that, is the blood pressure drops, but the muscles are so tight that they sort of pinch the blood supply off, and it happens symmetrically, or to some degree it happens in both extremities. It would be odd to have neurologic problems paired that way, whereas vascular problems, it happens that way almost all the time. So I don't see any hard evidence of damage to your nervous system as far as things that need more follow-up, more MRIs, more tests, things like that. You do have a little bit of nystagmus, you have a little bit of tremor too. A certain degree of that is physiologic. Some people have a little nystagmus and a little tremor, and it's just how they were, and I wasn't your doctor before, so I don't know if that's new. If it progresses, it's more of an issue than if it just stays where it's at. Okay? Mm-hmm. Any questions about anything?
No.
All right, very good. Thank you very much for joining the class. We'll still talk about things, and I will write a report to Dr. Horton so that we have this all sort of put down, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Yeah.
Okay, you probably just see me off to the side here. That's okay. We're going to go right into our next case. I just wanted to point out a couple of things really quick for you. First of all, if you have any questions or comments about the case, go ahead and start those in the chat, and then in between cases, I will get to that. But the point isn't so much about the individual patient. Obviously, this is a long time ago. We don't have follow-up. When we bring these patients into the class, we really don't get any follow-up. So it's very hard to know the accuracy of the diagnosis, the ability of the treatments to affect the patient's outcome, those type of things. But the class is more about the process. As chiropractors, you sort of go to school, you learn things in a classroom, and then you're thrust into a clinic to do it by yourself. So what I'm trying to do is make this more like we're practicing together. So you can see how I take a history, how I perform an exam, and I try and highlight things as I go, and even that little report of findings that you see at the end. So I just want to emphasize that the follow-up on the individual cases doesn't really happen, unfortunately, in this sort of a format, but I still think it's valuable because it's like we're practicing together. You're getting to see the process, and hopefully you're taking a thing or two away from it as you watch these. So, okay, let me shut down my camera, mute my mic, and jump right into the next case. We have two more shorter cases. The next one's about 23 minutes long, followed by a 37-minute. and then we get another break and a poll, and then we are in the home stretch. I'll do my VBI lecture, which is a bit long-winded, as they always are, and then we'll be done for the day. So let me go ahead and get that going for you. And again, any questions, comments, concerns, go ahead and use that little chat box. So welcome to case number 136. This is an older case, sort of a sad case in many ways. It's filmed on the campus of Northwestern College of Chiropractic before it even moved to Bloomington. So this is the mid-80s, mid-1980s. But every lesson in this video, which is a bit unusual, I'll explain that in a moment, is pertinent. And in fact, I have some other much more recent case slides that I've added into the presentation to show that this is still an issue for a number of different reasons. The reason the video is a little unusual is this is one of the only ones that was specifically made where we just brought the patient into a room, had the audiovisual person at Northwestern bring their camera and set it up as a video session to cut and edit into a later presentation, which is what this is. So I'm just going to put the entire video in there, and I may cut in some overlays to explain it a little bit better rather than just chopping it up and showing a few short parts. So let's go ahead and begin the case. So the history here is we have a 25-year-old female. Her chief complaint was that of weakness in her right upper extremity. This weakness onset about 6 weeks prior to the video that you're about to see. It could have been a little bit more than that. And the other important aspect is that she had had about 6 or 8 weeks prior neck surgery for an enlarged lymph node that was removed and ultimately proven to be benign. So what she related to me was that she woke up one morning and had this lump in the back of her neck, and she went to her family doctor, and her family doctor said, "Oh, I don't like the looks of that. I'm going to send you to a general surgeon." The general surgeon happened to also be a friend of her father. She went over to the general surgeon, and the general surgeon said, "You know, in somebody your age, we worry about a lymphoma or Hodgkin's disease, and so I think we should take that lymph node out and biopsy it." So they went ahead and did the lymph node removal, and as I mentioned, it came out to be benign. Very shortly after the surgery, she told me that she was having people over her house for dinner, and she noticed that she couldn't really lift her arm, her right arm, any higher than about her chest level, and she wound up taking the fork and moving it to her left hand so that she could eat, and she was concerned with this weakness. So she went back to her family doctor, and he said, "Well, you know, I don't know what that is. I'll send you back to the general surgeon." And the general surgeon who removed the lymph node told her, "Oh, this is just a little bit of tendinitis or a little bit of weakness. Nothing to worry about. It'll go away on its own." She denied any other specific symptoms, including other areas of weakness, no changes in her sensation, no difficulty going to the bathroom, bowel or bladder function, and any of the past history or family history and occupational history. Those things were all non-contributory. As far as the balance of the examination goes, she really had no problem with sensory function at all. Her reflex examination was normal. She had good cerebellar function, with the exception that she just could not raise that right upper extremity past about 45 degrees of abduction. During her postural examination, when I just took a look at her back, it was pretty obvious that there was a dimple in that lower portion of the right scapula that implied minimal winging of the right scapula. And here's some video of that. So here's another view of that winging scapula, and note that there's a minor decrease in the volume. Now the tone you can't really tell from a video, you have to be there, And also, tone is always very difficult to assess, but it's, I think, obvious in that right upper trap. And here's a little video to highlight that. Here's another clip that really focuses on the atrophy of the upper trapezius fibers. So let's run that video. And that video really shows the stunning amount of atrophy in that right upper trap area, really profound, especially when you look at it closely. Interestingly, the follow-up visits that she had to her family doctor and to her general surgeon, neither one of them asked her to take off her shirt or examined her at all, telling her it was just some tendinitis, more than likely in the shoulder, which is really just bad medicine. The next video is going to focus on the weakness that is caused by the dysfunction of the upper trapezius and the atrophy of the upper trapezius. I think you can see that she actually still has a lot of strength in the shoulder shrugging test, but that right side definitely pushes down easier than her left side. So she was actually referred to me by a chiropractic orthopedist she was referred to the chiropractic orthopedist from her family chiropractor. So that's actually the third chiropractor that she saw. I remember running to the library at Northwestern, pulling out a book and taking a look to see, well, what's the most common, or what are the common complications of surgical lymph node removal, and number one was surgical destruction of the 11th cranial nerve. So obviously I believe that's what we were looking at here. I offered to refer her to a neurosurgeon. I actually called a neurosurgeon. The neurosurgeon said that they would be happy to take a look at her, but they really thought that within a few days the outcome of trying to reattach that 11th nerve would be a lot better, and that after 6 weeks or 8 weeks or whatever it was probably too late. I talked to her about it, and she said, no, I'm not going back to any surgeons. I'll just live with this. She explored, I asked her if she was going to explore a lawsuit against the surgeon, and she said, well, my dad told me he'd be very mad at me because the surgeon was his friend. And in the interim, the surgeon actually retired and then subsequently died. So there was no action taken against the estate, and this poor young lady wound up with permanent paralysis of that right upper trapezius muscle. And I think you could see from the video, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the whole video in here, and it's just got some mumbling between me and the woman who was working the camera. There's a lot of probably unnecessary video in there. It's only 5 minutes long. But I think just looking at her movements and the discussion that we had a little bit is even more elucidating than just the little video clips that I put in there. So I'll just show that part uninterrupted, and I'll place that in there now. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about the 11th cranial nerve and show you another case with some remarkable similarities to this one. And by the way, whether you're taking this as a live webinar or whether you're watching a replay, I can hear you laughing at the young Dr. Ferzi, so be careful of that or I will subtract points.
Your presentation.
Okay.
And don't hesitate to tell me if you want a tighter shot or whatever, because
Okay.
like you said, this is just video.
Okay, ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm just going to make some comments for the tape. And I want you to notice the dimpling right along here. by the scapula, which is not apparent on the opposite side. Once again, the dimpling here. Looking at the angle of the scapula, we have straight up and down on this side. However, we have a line that would go outward from this, showing rotation laterally of the upper part of the scapula, the apex of which is palpable right here. This way I'll know what I was doing when I go back to do it. Okay, how about a little bit tighter on this right scapula? There we go. Quite that tight.
Show my shivering.
Back a little bit. Are you that cold?
Yeah.
That's all right. That's all right.
That looks good. That's perfect.
Okay.
I'm always
Okay. Once again, I'll just show the dimpling here, as opposed to no dimpling on the other side. The dimpling is, of course, made worse by having the patient put your arm extended forward. I'm going to press down on your arm.
Well, maybe we should do this with her at an angle to the camera so we can see that you're
it
doing
come
that.
off more. Okay. Let's do it both ways. We'll try first
Okay.
this way,
this
so it can be seen to some extent coming back, and then I'm going to do it with you angled like that. Okay, yeah, that looks good on the film there. I'll have you put that arm out, and I'm going to press down. I know that one wasn't the most comfortable. Actually, I don't even know if that was in the film. Let's try it there. That's better. Now I'm going to a little bit this way. There. Okay, now I'm going to push down again. Just showing the winging of the scapula down along there. Okay, that's fine. Okay, one other thing I wanted to do now. Why don't you face the camera? And you can do this, show this up at the top.
Well, I can, let me
Wanna
put
bring
this
up here?
back on. Well, I took it off altogether.
Okay.
And, I'm showing it right
now. Now we can't get your arm up here, can we?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can zoom out.
What I'd like to do is zoom actually in more to this area.
Okay. Right in there?
Right, and right up in here more. So back off a little bit.
Yeah. I want to get in focus first.
Okay. Right there.
Okay.
That's good. Okay, and I want you to just hold your arm even higher. Let's see what it is. And what I'm showing here is the hollowing in the supraclavicular fossa and the sharp delineation of viable trapezius muscle
Whatever that is.
as opposed to
You gonna show the other side then?
yeah,
For
let's do that
comparison?
for a normal comparison on her.
Could show them both at the same time.
Sometimes on film it doesn't quite come out as good. And on this side, of course, no such hollowing out, even with applied pressure. No problem. Okay, all right. And let me think what else I want to do with you sitting right in front of the camera there. I think some of the shoulder shrug might be a good idea. So why don't we have you start?
Can I put these up?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Why don't you back off a little bit? That's good. Why don't you come down so you don't have to get her face in it that way. And then you can zoom in even more. Okay, that way you remain faceless.
Good.
Okay. And now shoulders up. Now I'm going to push down.
Ooh, that one really went.
Yeah. As you can see on the right side, we have a slight higher amount of weakness. Why don't you start with them down and now try and bring them up. Okay. That may or may not show what we're doing. Okay.
That one's definitely easier though.
Yeah, to start at the
To
bottom
go down
come
and
up.
work up, yeah.
Yeah. Usually it's okay. As long as we have her sitting down, why don't we do some of the reflexes that I want to. I want to do this pectoralis one, and then you can put the gown on. We'll just do the ones that you're fine.
Okay.
Okay, so just relax. I want you to zoom in right in this area where my hand is. I want to see if that's fine. Okay. I don't know if it's coming out on the film, but it's coming out in real life. Okay.
I can feel it.
All right, you can put your gown back on now, just in the front part. We won't bother hooking it up. And I'll do some of the reflexes of your arms.
So here you can quickly
reacquaint yourself with the anterior surface of the brainstem, and also quickly reacquaint yourself with the 11th cranial nerve exiting the lower part of the medulla oblongata and heading toward innervation of the sternocleidomastoideus muscle as well as the upper trapezius fibers. Here you can see the anatomical course of the 11th cranial nerve, and in this next slide you can observe it with the platysma muscle removed. Now in this next series of images, I'm going to show you a patient that I had in my chiropractic office, and this is more like 2012, 2013, so much more recent. And this patient also had destruction of the 11th cranial nerve post-surgery, but in this case he did have Hodgkin's disease or lymphoma, I don't actually recall, and they did this radical neck surgery, and in so doing destroyed the 11th cranial nerve. So here's a few snapshots of this individual with actually the same ultimate condition. So here you can see the patient from the front, and it's not really all that obvious, but I think you could see some anterior trap fibers atrophied on the right side. You could also see the scar on his right side as well. Here you can see, not that clearly, but once again you can see sort of a displacement and a slight winging of the scapula on that right side. Now here I have him just holding his arm straight out in front of him, and I think the change here is really very subtle. And here in this next slide, I ask him to just lift his arms up above his head. And here it's really not noticeable at all, except that he has that higher right side shoulder. In this picture, I had him just pressing on the door with one arm, and the angle of the camera isn't that great, but I think you can see some slight winging of the scapula. I sort of turn the angle a little bit, and I think it's far more obvious this way. But even more so, and this is a great test to look for winging of the scapula, is to have the patient press on the door or something like a wall real hard, like he's trying to push it down, and here you could compare side to side, and it becomes pretty obvious that he has winging of that right scapula. So this is again just a slightly different angle of the same thing, the same sort of test where he's just pushing on that door. Now the last thing that I wanted to point out was that I had some correspondence with a doctor who took my program and believed that he had a patient with the same thing. So here's the actual correspondence from Dr. Wickman. I believe this patient has such a lesion following a surgical procedure. She felt the electricity shock during the procedure. She had numbness on the left side of her neck and ear that has gotten a little better, but has weakness in the shoulder shrug. She's unable to abduct her arm as a result. And by the way, as I'm inserting here, it's really shocking how weak that what would seem to be accessory upper trapezius muscle, the amount of weakness that it causes when it is in fact damaged, when the 11th nerve innervating the muscle is damaged. I referred her to a local neuro, and it turned out she knew the surgeon. She ordered an MRI of the neck, clean, looking for a disc lesion. Originally, she was having a benign lesion removed. The doctor commented that it was bigger than he anticipated. Would an EMG test confirm this lesion, or what direction should I point them? Obviously, I will start with a different neurologist. I've attached a copy of the PIC with the site of the incision. They gave me permission. So I replied to Dr. Wickman, hello Todd, I have seen this before. In fact, I believe you saw a video clip of that in class. Though it is impossible from the info you sent me to tell for sure, it is highly likely that you are correct. The location of the incision coupled with the weakness you describe is highly suggestive of a severance of cranial nerve. That should be 11. I urge you to send her to a competent neurosurgeon on a stat basis. You need to call someone you trust and tell him or her what you suspect. I do not know how long she's had this, but a clean cut can be reattached with the hope of axonal sprouting if it is done quickly. After a certain period, maybe a few weeks, the surgeon will know better, it is lost forever. If you can send videotape of her, that is even better, or have her come to the class. Can you send me records and permissions as they come in? This will dovetail nicely with the existing case I have on video. P.S. Odds are the neurosurgeon nicked the great auricular nerve based upon her shock and numbness sensation as well. His reply was, Joe, I said so in an email I just sent them. Your email said cranial nerve 12, and I was thinking 11 because of the trapezius weakness. Is there a branch off of 12 that would contribute to this, or was that just a typo? As a good student, he saw my error. I had the same question in class, but forgot to ask you. This happened in January, so we are probably getting too late. As you could see, this was sent in March. The neurosurgeon group I called was in Naples, won't even look at somebody else's surgery until 90 days after the previous surgery. Thanks, Todd. Of course, they're talking about patients with a new complaint after surgery. They're saying, hey, give it 3 months, then we'll go. But this is a completely different case. And so once again, procedure has blocked the ability to get something looked at in an appropriate time frame. My final reply was, sorry, I'm a crappy typist and I meant cranial nerve 11, not 12. Contact both the original neurosurgeon and the neurosurgeon of your choice, microsurgeon, and recruit the patient to call the original surgeon as well. Do this by phone and fax. This is serious. We're talking about a lifetime of partial paralysis. If no one moves on this, they are condemning her and themselves. The message, cranial nerve 11, was accidentally surgically cut during removal of a mass, lymph node, by a general surgeon, likely, and we need to know immediately if too much time has elapsed to surgically reconnect. So in other words, he needs to be diligent and get back to that neurology group and explain to them that this is not just one surgical opinion looking for the outcome from a previous surgery. So the last two pics will be the images that he sent me of that patient, and then we will conclude this class. So I think following the pictures that I had earlier up there for you, there's nothing really stunning about these. In fact, it's sort of difficult to see. In the next picture, you will see the surgical scar more than anything. But I think what's important about this is the fact that it's seen, that it's something that 3 cases that I've been able to document in my career. And so this could easily walk into anybody's office, and hopefully the knowledge that you've gained from looking at this case will have you almost immediately be able to recognize this and take appropriate action. Thank you very much for participating in the class, and I hope you'll continue to take more of these neurology modules. Thanks again. Dr. Ferzi signing off. Okay, we'll just jump right into the next case, and then we're going to do a poll and take a break. So let's see the next case. And once again, if you have any questions, just drop them in the chat area. Welcome to case number 140. This is an interesting case because it's not a patient that I actually interfaced with or saw, but in fact it was a case that was sent to me via a chiropractic malpractice insurance company to review for merit. So the way that works is somebody goes to sue a chiropractor, they hire a lawyer, and before the suit gets filed, they typically just send what's called a letter of demand to the insurance company saying, hey, if you give us $1 million, we won't even sue you. And here's why your horrible chiropractor injured our wonderful patient. So this then is forwarded by the chiropractic malpractice company to an expert in the field to determine whether there's merit to the case. So that's how I came in contact with this. It was forwarded to me after a letter of demand was delivered by the plaintiff's lawyer. So let's take a look at the case itself. So the insurance company received this letter of demand, and I will read it to you. Dear Mr. Insurance Company, as you will recall, this office represents a patient concerning injuries she sustained as a result of your insured's negligence on July 29. Not sure why I blacked out the year there. It is our position that your insureds are liable to the patient for her injuries because of 1, lack of informed consent, and 2, because of a negligent treatment. Then the next title, liability. I'm enclosing a letter dated January 24 from a medical doctor in the Department of Neurology. It was the University of New Mexico School of Medicine, as Exhibit 1. You'll notice that when the patient was admitted to the hospital, she had severe neck pain, right-sided weakness, and slurred speech. According to the history given, this occurred as the result of neck manipulation performed by your client, Dr. Blank, earlier that day. The New Mexico MD suspected an infarction of the brainstem based on his experience that cervical neck manipulation is a recognized cause of infarction in this location caused by vertebral artery dissection. Subsequently, an arteriogram of the neck artery showed that one of the patient's vertebral arteries was occluded, consistent with a dissection. The New Mexico medical doctor goes on to state that in his opinion, the patient undoubtedly had a vertebral artery dissection, which based on the history given, occurred during chiropractic neck manipulation. Fortunately, even though the patient had a great deal of pain associated with the dissection, there appears to be no evidence of permanent brain damage, and the damaged artery appears to have returned to normal. I'm enclosing literature concerning case studies of cervical manipulations and the resulting injury, which indicates that this is a common result of improper cervical manipulation. Enclosed is Exhibit 2, is a case report, and an editorial by the New Mexico medical doctor. Also enclosed is a copy of a letter from medical doctor in New Mexico concerning a subsequent examination of the patient. You'll notice that even as late as, and the date's blanked, the patient was still walking with the aid of a cane, still had numbness of the anterior aspect of the right thigh, and a diminished strength of grasp in her right hand. She was prone to drop things from her right hand and was slow in typing with her right hand. The patient had diminished peripheral vision of the right eye. In December, she was still suffering tightness and discomfort in the back of the neck and headaches. It appears clear, based on the findings of the New Mexico medical doctor and the medical records that I am enclosing, that your clients negligently and without informed consent performed cervical manipulations on my client, which negligence was the proximate cause of her injury. Now, that last sentence is essential because in order to prove malpractice, you have to have two things. Number one, you have to have the doctor make a mistake. Now, that can be something that they don't do, an error of omission, or something that they do, and that's compared to the average chiropractor, not the greatest chiropractor in the world, but if the average chiropractor would have done that, or if the average chiropractor would not have done that, then that is a breach of the standard of care. That's sort of the negligence side. On the other hand, though, that exact thing that was either done or not done, that should have been done or not done, has to lead to an injury. And then the damages are assessed based on that injury. So you have to have the two prongs. Number one, do something wrong. Number two, that thing you did wrong has to have caused an injury. And that's basically what the last sentence here is saying. The patient was at the hospital in New Mexico from July 29th through August 9 on her initial admission. She was subsequently admitted to New Mexico Hospital emergency room on August 14th because of a fall she took that day and extreme pain in the neck and skull. She was released to return home. Subsequently, on December 15th, she was admitted to the hospital, having been taken there by ambulance because of sharp left neck pain in the back of the neck and paralysis of the right side. When the patient appeared at the hospital, she was scissor-tongued, extremely emotionally upset and tearful. She complained of pain, right-sided vision problems, no feeling in her tongue, and inability to recognize whether she could move it or not. She was unable to do anything with her right side. As a result of this, she was in New Mexico Hospital from September 15 through September 21. The patient was again admitted October 1, at which time she was diagnosed as having a syncopal episode. The patient was in the hospital on an outpatient basis. I am enclosing records pertinent to this claim. I'm enclosing copies of medical bills from New Mexico Hospital that total $25,550.20, or this amount, $1,179.19, are not related to the injury, leaving a University of New Mexico Hospital bill in the sum of $24,371.01. Ambulance service, radiology, healthcare services, hospital bill, Department of Radiology, or whatever that would have been, Department of Public Safety, the ambulance, for a total in the sum of $29,782.81. The patient has lost earnings from the date of the accident until February 1 for a period of 6 months. The patient earned $5,000 and $5,021.97 in the year prior to her surgery. A copy of her 1040 ES is enclosed. The patient is now attending school at Technical College in New Mexico and has been working 4 hours a day since May 11. Based upon her earnings, she lost earnings as a result of her injuries are approximately $10,000. So you can see the case they're building here is that the doctor was negligent, it injured the patient, so there's the malpractice, and now they're trying to show what are the damages, both the medical bills, lost wages, and then of course usually there's pain and suffering, that kind of thing. The present status is hopefully the patient has no permanent damage. She's feeling much better and as of June 5th did not exhibit any problems. Based upon the literature, it is hopeful that she will not have problems in the future as a result of her injury. The patient is an attractive young lady who, as a direct result of her injuries, suffered extreme emotional and mental stress. She was embarrassed because of her inability to walk and speak properly and suffered emotionally because of her inability to care for her 8-year-old daughter, causing additional stress. Physically, the patient suffered excruciating neck pain on the right side from the base of the skull to her shoulder from July 29th through mid-October. The pain actually was worse in October and started to subside thereafter, eventually returning approximately to normal in April. The patient had no feeling in her right arm from the shoulder through the entire arm from the date of the accident until October. She could not grasp even light items or objects until October. Full feeling returned to that portion of her body in December. Her right leg was numb from the thigh to her toes with no feeling at all until approximately December. The patient was unable to walk at all for 2 weeks and walked with a walker and a cane through September. The patient had no feeling in her right upper thigh area until approximately May 1. Speech. The patient had difficulty speaking. She had slurred speech that was not intelligible from the date of the incident for a period of 8 to 10 days, which gradually improved with speech therapy. Her speech became normal after approximately 1 month, even though her tongue had no feeling and felt thick. The patient lost all vision of the right eye for approximately 2 days. Her peripheral vision of the right eye did not return until February. As a result, she had been required to get new contact lenses for the right eye, which was blurred until November, during which time she was unable to drive. The patient has made an amazing recovery, and hopefully she will not continue to experience any problems as a result of your insured's negligence. However, she has endured a great deal of pain, suffering, embarrassment, humiliation, and stress as a proximate result of your insured's negligence. So again, that's a very important line there. Now here's why they call it a demand letter. We respectfully demand the sum of $158,910 in full and complete settlement of this patient's claim against your insureds. I would appreciate hearing from you at your earliest convenience after you have had an opportunity to review these records. If you have any questions or comments, please do not hesitate to contact me. Thank you for your anticipated cooperation. So there you have it. The plaintiff's lawyer has made the case that the chiropractor was negligent, caused a stroke, has a medical doctor at the University of New Mexico backing up that claim, and then totaled up all of the medical bills, everything balled together, added pain and suffering, and came up with this number of $158,000 and some odd dollars to make the whole thing go away. So the next step for the insurance company is, gee, do we take this to court, maybe lose $1 million, or do we negotiate the number down a little bit, or do we go ahead and just pay this to get rid of it? Because certainly a young woman having a stroke could cost more if losing in court than $158,000. So that's when they bring in the expert. In this case, the expert was me. There was a time where literally every single case that was referred to a particular insurance company, the largest one for chiropractors, would come to me first if it has anything to do with stroke. That's a long time ago, though. I don't do that any longer for various reasons. But in any event, here is my reply. Now, while to the casual observer this might look like a pretty strong case, you can see from my letter, dear Mr., and this would be the adjuster at the insurance company, thank you for allowing me to participate in the assessment of the above captioned case. I have reviewed the materials which you have sent me. including the following information. That would be the letter from the plaintiff attorney that you just saw, the report of claim, the medical narrative from the New Mexico doctor, and the hospital records from the New Mexico hospital. Based upon my review of these records, I believe that this patient did not suffer a vertebral artery dissection, and therefore there is no legitimate basis for this claim. I offer the following specific reasons for my conclusions and opinions regarding this case. So you see here in the first sentence a bit of a twist to the story in that this patient was actually employed by the chiropractor that she's suing. So if you think that just taking your CA in the back room between appointments and doing some quick adjustments and not keeping records is really pretty much okay, it's not. These are still people. They're human beings. They deserve exactly the same care that you would give any patient. It has nothing to do with how much they're paying for it or how available they are. And on top of it, I've seen several cases where the chiropractic assistant has sued the chiropractor. This patient was a 28-year-old female employee of the chiropractor on July 29th when she received a cervical adjustment for a complaint of headache. Subsequently, she developed neurological symptomatology and was transported and admitted to the University of New Mexico Hospital. She was examined by the medical MD there, neurology, who noticed she was sobbing, had a right hemianopsia, visual field loss. She also had difficulty looking to the right, but he felt that eye movement was essentially normal. She had a complete loss of sensation on the right side, face possibly less than total, that wasn't clear in the notes, with normal corneal reflexes. Weakness of the right face was also noted, though a later letter he denies that she had facial weakness. She had slurred speech, though he does not differentiate whether this was labial, lips, lingual, tongue, or palatal. She had some difficulty swallowing and weakness pushing her head to the right. She was completely unable to stick out her tongue. She was completely paralyzed in the right upper and lower extremities, though she had feeble grip on the right. She also had a complete sensory loss on the right arm and leg. Apparently, trunk strength and sensation were not tested. Just a side note here, if a person's paralyzed in their right arm and leg, you want to find out if the right trunk is also paralyzed, meaning it would be a complete hemiparesis, but in this case that wasn't tested. Muscle stretch reflexes were present and symmetrical in the upper and lower extremities, and pathologic reflexes were not present. On July 29, an MRI-CT combination and an MR angiogram were performed. This MRI-CT combination was interpreted as normal. Based on the radiologist's report, the MR angiogram was not a diagnostic study due to the technique used and movement on the part of the patient. Somehow, they were able to glean by inference, and those are the words used in the report, that there was poor to absent flow in the right vertebral artery. The patient was asked and agreed to participate in the medical neurologist's study, though I do not have a clue to what that is, apparently some sort of research project. So here I find that interesting because now the patient has a dual relationship with the treating doctor who's also writing a letter on her behalf that this was a stroke caused by the chiropractor. So this is not only his patient, but now it's also a subject in some sort of a study that they were running, which could create clearly a conflict of interest situation. A vascular lab, Doppler ultrasound test, report dated July 30th notes that the right vertebral artery signal appears weak and that it is difficult to visualize. The report on this scan states that is considered normal. Follow-up CT of the head on August 3rd and August 6th were also interpreted as normal. The New Mexico neurology doctor continues to follow the patient and notes numerous inconsistencies, particularly with the absence of any hard neurological findings in a patient with such severe neurological complaints. He also notes poor cooperation by the patient for some unknown reason. This patient was admitted to the University of New Mexico on 2 other occasions. First, September 15, where this is more of an ER doctor, notes that she says that she cannot move her tongue to the right, but can move it spontaneously. He also notes that she has decreased sensation on the right, but that some of her responses are inconsistent. A new MRI reveals no abnormalities. Again, and this is a quote from the emergency room doctor's record, no reflex change or Babinski in the face of complex motor sensory paralysis. There are multiple notations of other inconsistencies in the record. Another vascular lab analysis report dated September 17 revealed there was no change, no change from the July 30 report. The patient's final hospital admission for this complaint was on October 1. At that time, she was diagnosed as slight hysteria. Again, this is through a emergency room doctor. Another CT was performed on 10/1 and was normal. Another angiogram was performed on 10/2 and interpreted no sign of dissection without evidence of previous dissection. Poor cooperation was again noted, and one record clearly states that this doctor feels that she has not had a CVA and that she is hysterical or malingering. Now, to find that in the actual medical record is quite damning to the case of this plaintiff, if you ask me. Aside from the fact that they're having it reviewed by me, who's looking at it with a very critical eye, having other doctors in that University of New Mexico hospital see the patient didn't help her case one bit. So here I lay out my conclusions and then my opinions. The numerous inconsistencies and irregularities of this case point clearly away from any neuropathology, as would be expected in a case of right vertebral artery dissection. In fact, the picture is quite classic for hysteria malingering, what we would now call a somatoform or a malingering disorders. It is almost inconceivable that the New Mexico neurologist or anyone else would suspect that this patient suffered either a vertebral artery dissection or a resultant brainstem stroke. So now comes the part where knowing a little bit of neurology is not a bad thing. So I'm going to go ahead and state my reasoning. Number one, the patient had a right hemianopsia, now hemi half, and without opsia vision. So she lost half of the right field of vision. As found by the New Mexico neurologist, is almost always due to a lesion of either the optic nerve or optic tract, neither of which receive a blood supply from the vertebral artery. While it is remotely possible that a lesion of the occipital cortex could cause this phenomenon, and the occipital cortex is irrigated via the vertebrobasilar system, it is the left cortex which is responsible for a right hemianopsia. There has never been any suggestion of a left vertebral artery problem. So here the patient sort of got that backwards. And that's the result of this patient, as well as virtually all other patients who are malingering or have somatoform disorders. This is where the lack of knowledge of neurology, clinical neurology, neurocircuitry, neurovascular phenomenon, and so forth, works to their disadvantage, because they have a general idea of what paralysis might look like, but they don't really understand the neurocircuitry behind it, and therefore tend to have symptoms which become inconsistent with the disorder that they may be claiming. Second point, eye movement was essentially normal except for difficulty looking to the right, as found by the New Mexico neurologist. Cases of vertebrobasilar ischemia are virtually always accompanied by nystagmus, which is, of course, the to and fro oscillations of the eye, yet that was not observed in this patient. Third point of note, a loss of right-sided facial expression, as found by this doctor, should be accompanied by a loss of the right corneal reflex. This was not found. Remember, I think it even said in there corneal reflexes were normal. So if you've lost sensation on your face, that's facial nerve. Facial nerve is also the sensory arc of the corneal reflex. So if you have no sensation, you should not have a sensory arc of the reflex, which means you wouldn't get the reflex. This is not found. It is not clear, due to conflicting statements by this doctor, as to whether or not there was facial weakness. Now, of course, that's the seventh nerve. Also, a vertebrobasilar infarct should cause a crossed sensory deficit, meaning that if the right body has lost sensation, then the left face should lose sensation and not the right. Yet this patient was showing more of a cortical or even thalamic level of loss of sensation, which would be the the right face and the right body. So again, when you have a lesion in your brainstem that causes a loss of sensation, and the anatomy is reviewed in all of my earlier classes, so I'm not going to bother going over the rather detailed anatomy of that. You have what we call a crossed sensory deficit. That is, you lose sensation on descending fibers coming from your face and ascending fibers coming from the lower part of your body, and so there's a cross, one side of the face, opposite side of the body. Yet in this case, the patient did not have that cross-sensory deficit, but indicated, at least through her symptoms, that she was having a lesion that is higher than the brainstem, at least at the level of the thalamus or partial thalamus. A fourth point worth noting was, if you recall, now this patient is blind in the right eye, has paralysis of the right arm and leg, has loss of sensory of the right arm and leg, and can't turn her head to the right. So in her mind, everything's on the right. But as we know, again, understanding the neuromusculoskeletal systems, weakness turning one's head to the right during cranial nerve testing, as found by this doctor, is in fact accomplished by contraction of the left sternocleido muscle. Another glaring inconsistency with otherwise total right body complaints. Fifth point to make here is inability to protrude the tongue, as found by this neurologist, is not consistent with a unilateral or one-sided lesion. The tongue would be expected to either be normal or to skew to the right, and my rights and lefts I screwed up a little there, with a right brainstem problem. So again, a lack of knowledge of neurocircuitry causes the patient who has either emotional problems or is faking outright to believe that everything should be on the right, when we know that the left genioglossus muscle is going to be responsible for pushing the tongue to the right, and this is not a left-sided lesion. Point number 6, complete paralysis of proximal extremity musculature while maintaining some grip strength is directly opposite to what we would suspect in central nervous system paralysis. With CNS paralysis, one would expect the distal extremity to show a greater gradient of weakness compared to proximally. So, in a neurological problem, we almost always see more central nervous system, even peripheral to some degree, we always see more loss of function distally. So a person might have, who has hemiparesis, let's say they had a stroke on the left side, they might have some movement in the shoulder and maybe a little in the elbow, but the hand would be the most affected. Now, by the way, that's exactly the opposite in myopathy. If you have disease of the muscle itself and not the nervous system, then you tend to have proximal muscle weakness, particularly in the shoulder girdle and the pelvic girdle, and then the muscles get stronger as you go peripherally, but it's the opposite in neurology. And so in this case, the patient who has a claim to have, or at least the doctor is stating that she had a stroke, has function in her hand but not in her shoulder. So sort of more of a myopathic distribution than a neurologic distribution. All of the above findings and others as found by this neurologist are serious neurologic deficits and would absolutely be expected to be accompanied by objective neurological signs, yet in this case there were none. So what we're saying here is that if a person comes to you and says, boy, doc, this really hurts and it tingles a little bit, we wouldn't expect to find loss of reflexes and atrophy of muscle and abnormal pathological reflexes and so forth, because the complaint doesn't really warrant itself toward these neurological tests that we use or lend itself to them. However, if a person comes in and says, I'm totally paralyzed, I can't move my arm, I can't move my leg, and I can't feel anything, yet their reflexes are normal, their Babinski sign is normal, they have no atrophy, or of course in central nervous system in an acute situation we wouldn't expect that, but you get the idea. We don't have any hard neurological findings, things that we can, swing our hammer and say, look, this isn't what we expect. Instead, all the tests we do come out normal, but the patient has this incredibly severe complaint. Those two things don't go together. If you have minor complaints, your neurologic tests may not be severely affected. But when you have major complaints, you just really do expect to see neurologic objective findings. profound neurological complaints exhibited by this patient and lasting as long as they did on this patient should be accompanied by abnormalities on imaging. Repeated CT and MRI of this patient's brain have never been found to reveal anything but normal structure. And as noted by the New Mexico neurology doctor at the university, the MRI is a very sensitive test. And you thought I was done ripping this thing to shreds, but I'm not. Point number 9. The MR angiogram cannot, by any stretch of the imagination, be considered diagnostic of a right vertebral artery dissection. For that matter, it cannot be definitive of very much at all. Why? It should be reviewed by a qualified neuroradiologist to see if it is even of diagnostic quality at all. The official angiogram report on August 8th was absent from the file. This is curious as the file was otherwise complete. I suggest that this study be obtained and also reviewed by a qualified neuroradiologist. The angiogram of October 2 was interpreted as normal, but mentioned an abnormal right subclavian artery. It is important that this film too be obtained for review, and this might explain any past decrease noted in right vertebral artery flow. In other words, if the right subclavian is, let's say, stenosed, either congenitally or otherwise, that would, of course, then, because the vertebral artery is a branch of the subclavian artery, that would decrease the flow going through the vertebral artery. And if the flow is decreased in the vertebral artery, then that would explain why, at least on the one Doppler study, they said there was a decrease in flow in the vertebral artery. So again, we have to take a look at all these studies and all these conclusions and put them together, and we see the wheels start coming off this cart. Vascular lab reports of July 30 and September 17th are interpreted as essentially unchanged and essentially normal, though there is possible reduction of flow in the right vertebral artery. This can be easily explained as it is entirely normal for a large percent of the normal population to have one dominant vertebral artery. This would also explain the questionable MR angiogram and vascular lab findings. So aside from the fact that the subclavian artery could be slightly stenosed and reducing the flow in the vertebral artery, a huge percentage of the population, I don't want to throw a number out there now, but it could even be more than half, have one vertebral artery significantly larger than the other. So if you take a look at a Doppler flow study and you see one vertebral artery has limited flow without actually seeing the artery, which they really can't with an ultrasound because the vertebral artery is cased in bone. They're mostly using the Doppler part of that for the sound of the flow through the vertebral artery. So a reduction in flow of one vertebral artery compared to the other, it may be totally meaningless because that may just be how the patient was born. Now, while I would have enjoyed going on forever with this, number 11 here, this is, I think, the last one. Numerous record entities of inconsistencies, hysteria, malingering, and lack of cooperation for unknown reason are highly suspicious. It is my opinion that this patient is exhibiting classic behavior of a malingering or hysterical patient. Classically, this type of patient will have all signs and symptoms on one side of the body, even when it is physiologically incorrect when considering the site of the lesion. That is because the patient's perception of her nervous system is incongruent with actual neurocircuitry. It is highly probable that her initial symptoms of tingling and weakness were, in fact, associated with her history of migraine headaches, as this is extremely common. I feel very confident that any competent, ethical, medical, or chiropractic specialist will agree with these conclusions. Thank you for eliciting my opinion in this interesting case. I hope that this report is satisfactory for your needs. Should you have any questions or wish to discuss the case in greater detail, please feel free to contact me at your convenience. Sincerely, Joseph S. Ferrazzi, D.C. So I just noticed that I haven't been babbling on long enough and we have a little bit of time, so I thought I probably would explain a few of the things that were covered here in the previous discussion. So on the slide that you can see now, we have the left field of vision represented by the red box and the right field of vision represented by the green circle. So if you take a look at that green circle, that's the right field of vision. Now this patient was claiming that they had lost this right hemianopia, right? Lost half of the right visual field. So if you just take a look and you follow that green circle, you could see that the green circle in the left eye is going to be perceived in the lateral retina, and that's going to go straight back to the occipital cortex on the left side. In the right eye, it's going to be received by the medial retina, and if you follow that back, the medial retina crosses, and again, that winds up in the left hemisphere occipital lobe. And so for the patient to say that they had a right hemianopsia, it would have to actually be the left cortex that was involved. If the right cortex is involved, as this is claimed, or not cortex, but the right side is involved with the alleged stroke and ischemia, then in fact it would be a left hemianopsia. So I hope that slide straightens that out a little bit. So now this slide shows some classic sensory patterns, and if you look at your screen right, it says left brainstem. Now again, this patient is claimed to have a right brainstem, so hers would be reversed, but the principle is the same. If it's a left brainstem, you can see that the left side of the face is involved, but the right side of the body is involved. And the reason for that I'll clarify here in the next slide or two, and this is of course to loss of pain and temperature. So again, looking at that, it's the left brainstem involved, and it involves the left side of the face. That's where the fibers are descending from, but the fibers from the right side of the body cross before they get up to the thalamus, and therefore those fibers will have already crossed, and so you will be involving with a left brainstem lesion the right side of the body, but the left side of the face. So at first, this slide may seem a little bit confusing, but it really lays out multiple pathways that involve sensation. And what we're going to focus on are the following. Now this may be a little harder to follow, so let's start with screen left. You can see I put a little square around lateral medullary lesion, ipsilateral facial pain loss, contralateral limb pain loss, and spinal thalamic tract. Why? Because if you follow that spinal thalamic tract down, you can see that it's coming from the opposite side. So from your body, the primary sensory neuron, the first order sensory neuron, is going to enter through the dorsal root, and then it's going to ascend and descend a little bit in the dorsolateral fasciculus before synapsing in the substantia gelatinosa. Once it synapses there, it immediately crosses the midline. And so in this slide here, the pain from the right side of the body is going to have crossed over to the left side before ascending up into the thalamus area where you're going to begin to have some sensation. Now, if you look at the right side of the slide, we notice that the facial nucleus is up a little bit higher, but actually descends down. So you could see there where it says the spinal trigeminal tract. Spinal trigeminal tract. Trigeminal is fifth nerve, yet this is a tract that takes sensation from the primary sensory neuron of your face and brings it down into your spinal cord ipsilaterally before synapsing. So the ipsilateral, the spinal information, or rather the sensory information from your face, comes down that spinal trigeminal tract ipsilaterally. So in fact, if we were to have a lesion on the right side in this slide, we would lose right facial sensation and left body sensation, and conversely, for a lesion that would be on the left side, where again we would catch the left descending tract. So it's always going to be ipsilateral on the descending trigeminal tract, and then contralateral because the fibers from your body have already crossed before they reach your brainstem. So I hope that was clear. Again, I have this explained in great detail in the cranial nerve discussions that are online, both through the ChiroClasses website and also through ChiroCredit website. And if you have an interest in basic neurology like this, then you are a great candidate to consider taking the online chiropractic neurology diplomate program. Thanks a lot. I appreciate your attention, and I hope you enjoyed this class and will continue to take more classes with me through ChiroClasses. Okay, so let's go ahead and get a polling question up there if I can get that darn thing to work. Okay. Once again, this is not a problem that I'm having. This is a problem with Zoom, apparently, because my screen says that you are now viewing the questions, but it looks like if I just relaunch the poll enough times, it suddenly pops up. So let's try that again. Not happening. Okay. We'll try it again. Yep, see, took 3 tries, but there it is. So this is just a single question, and it's about the very last case that you just looked at. So go ahead and take the poll there, click submit, and then you can be off until 4 o'clock when we will resume after a 15-minute break. Or the topic on your practice of chiropractic. Those of you who have taken the class previously know that I have authored some papers and book chapters on this subject, starting back in 1988 when I published something in the ACA Journal, which actually won an award. But then in 89, 92, 94, I have a textbook that was published by Aspen Publishers, the Chiropractic Neurological Examination. I have a chapter in there. And then I was asked by Howard Vernon, who was the director of research for Canadian Memorial Chiropractic College at the time, to supply a chapter for the textbook Advances in Chiropractic, which was a Mosby publication. And that's really the last substantive thing that I've provided as far as published literature on the subject. But I like to continue to scan the literature on a regular basis and see what else is coming up, what's new, what's changed, and then relay that to you. I like to scan the internet and take a look at what the average lay population is seeing in regard to cervical manipulation and stroke. So I call that the societal view and the impact on the chiropractic perception in the general public. So still leading in the headlines is the story that's a couple of years old now about the model Katie May. And if you follow the timeline, it started out by saying that Katie May had a stroke which was triggered by a fall that she took during a photo shoot. She went to the hospital. She got checked out. She was released later that day, but she thought she pinched a nerve in her neck and then went to the chiropractor. But as soon as the coroner's report was released, the coroner being a medical doctor who then attributed it to the chiropractic adjustment and not the fall, it being the dissection of the vertebral artery. And then the story quickly changed. Model Katie May's death, coroner finds the chiropractor did it. So here you could see as the story changes, TMZ obtained a copy of Katie's death certificate, and it cleared up the mystery. She died when a blunt force injury tore her left vertebral artery, cut off blood flow to her brain. It also says the injury was sustained during a neck manipulation by a chiropractor, even though her death is obviously listed as accidental. Originally, as I said, they talked about her taking a nasty fall during a photo shoot, which actually drove her to the hospital and then later to the chiropractor's office. It says that she suffered the stroke on Monday and remain on life support until Thursday. Seems like a very, very short period of time for such a young person to be given up on. And there's a lot more to this story, a lot of very disconcerting things, if you ask me. Then it goes on to say Katie's family is aware of the coroner's finding and won't comment on whether her state would pursue legal action. Well, I believe they did, and unfortunately for us as a profession, these incidents tend to be followed by lawsuits. At least in my estimation, I guess there's no way to know how many happen and how many file lawsuits, but I see a lot of these lawsuits being an expert witness, and it appears that a large percentage of them do wind up being pursued as malpractice claims. So as I said, I did a Google search, and this is now getting a few years old, on Katie May's death, and take a look at what we came up with. On the first 2 pages of the Google search, every single one of them listed chiropractor as the cause. Interestingly, the ones that were, if you look here closely and say, hey, well, this one doesn't seem to, only because it's been cut off, truncated by limited space in the title. And I don't know why this sort of infuriates me, but it says that the lawyers, of course, there was a lawsuit here, for the estate of Katie May is giving the chiropractor 2 options. 1, fund her daughter's education, or 2, be sued for a wrongful death lawsuit. Well, if you go down and look in the article, the amount they're asking for is something in the low 7 figures. That means millions of dollars. And they use it to set up a fund for Katie's little girl. So if they put $2 million away now for Katie May's little girl, by the time she reaches college, who knows how much money that'll be. And even at the increased rates of college education, I think it's a little bit ridiculous to say that that is for a fund for college for her little girl. So when this happened, apparently Dr. Oz had a television show, season 8, episode 48, Can Your Chiropractor Kill You? And so when I saw that was coming, I went ahead and I watched the episode. In fact, I recorded it, but then foolishly deleted the recording. But in any event, during that, they brought up they actually had a neurosurgeon, a vascular surgeon, and all of the hospital records. And they asked those physicians to go through them. And what came out I thought was very interesting. When Katie May arrived at the hospital, she had a procedure done to her to remove the clot. That's called a thrombectomy. So they actually go in there with surgical tools and try and pull the clot out. She died during that procedure, which is very invasive. Then her family took her off life support, but apparently, and this just came up in 1 or 2 sentences in that show, the doctors were urging them not to. And so I believe it was a brother and 2 sisters that were on the show as the executors of Katie May's estate. And most of you know that we love our family members, but occasionally that's not true. And Katie May, having such a flamboyant lifestyle, it just came across to me, now again, this is all opinion, but it came across to me that there wasn't a lot of love lost in that family. Now, obviously, I don't know this family, and I don't want to cast any aspersions, although perhaps I already have. The point I'm trying to bring up is that the media is not always honest. In fact, the media lies outright, particularly about chiropractic. They have an agenda against chiropractic, and they go to push it. And I have that documented in many lectures in the past. And so I just want to bring the possibilities out to you, the providers in the field, because patients are going to approach you with this. And if you have more information about what's actually happening, that is factual information, I think that can aid your ability to alleviate to some extent the apprehension that this is going to cause in your patient population. And in fact, it definitely causes apprehension. And you'll see from an upcoming slide the degree to which the general public is aware of this issue. So, of course, the geniuses at the American Chiropractic Association came out with a statement, and I'm going to read this part, although their statement is much, much longer. Our sympathies go out to the family of Katie May. Without complete information about Ms. May's history or injury or the treatment that she received at the chiropractic office and at the hospital, It would be inappropriate for us to comment on her specific case. In general, however, more research is needed into why young people experience vertebral artery dissections. The exact cause of vertebral artery dissection is often unknown. If I was king, that wouldn't be what the ACA would say. The ACA may just come out and say it is inappropriate for us to comment on any specific case, and then follow it up with some of the suggestions I have on the next slide. So the ACA statement then drones on a little bit more and actually makes some decent points here, but again, I think short and brief is best. So you say, number one, we can't comment on a specific case, but what we can tell you is the best available evidence today indicates there is no causal relationship between neck manipulation and stroke. Just come out swinging. Deny it, because it is not only is it deniable, it's factually untrue. And then talking about droning on in the 12th paragraph of the ACA statement, it goes on, doctors of chiropractic are trained and required to perform a complete health history. I won't even read all this to you. If you're visiting a doctor of chiropractic and have upper neck pain or headache, be very specific about your symptoms and include details about any previous injuries. This will help your doctor. Here it sounds like they're starting to blame the patient for not being frank with the doctor. And then in the last paragraph, the chiropractic profession takes the public health impact of vertebral artery dissection very seriously and engages in training and postgraduate education courses to recognize the risk factors of stroke in patients. Well, in this particular case, there are very few risk factors, and this is just really going on. And if you watch the show Arrested Development, you'll know that there's a law firm out there called Bob Loblaw's Law, and that starts to sound like blah, 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 which is what I think this sounds like. So in Ferizi's world, this is what I would have liked to see. The best available evidence today indicates there is no causal relationship between neck manipulation and stroke. Chiropractic neck adjustments do not cause stroke. Neck manipulation is safe and effective for a variety of conditions, and in the hands of a chiropractor, adjustments are safer than in any other profession. These are all documentable facts. Some patients suffer from a serious underlying arterial disorder, and those patients are not proper candidates for neck adjustments, contraindicated. Chiropractors are trained to examine and attempt to identify and refer patients who are not proper candidates for adjustments. Short and sweet and absolutely factual. I'm sure you've seen the American Stroke Association's mnemonic for remembering what to do if you have a stroke and how to recognize it. And it's over on the left: fast, face drooping, arm weakness, speech difficulty, time to call 911. To me, it's lame. So they could just assume, say, lagging face, arm won't work, mouth won't work, emergency room. And it's dumb. Drooping face, upper extremity, mouth won't work, be calling 911. So these are my ideas at mnemonics, just in case the face one doesn't stick. Now maybe you feel like I'm emptying my liver in your general direction with all this. And certainly, of course, I'm not. The frustration that I have is just built up over 25 years of seeing lies foisted upon the public over and over. And the American Heart Association, American Stroke Association, these organizations, they're not our friends. They, in fact, as you'll see coming up, the American Heart Association is one of the reasons for the most recent wave of anti-chiropractic misinformation, and in fact has affected chiropractic practices to a great degree. So this is directly affecting not only the health of the patients, but the health of the ability for chiropractors to be able to deliver services to the public. My dad was a chiropractor, and I remember very clearly when chiropractors were quacks. And but when we were quacks, nobody else did manipulation, so patients sort of had to come to us. And my understanding is the amount of the population back in the 60s, 1960s, that were seeing chiropractors and the amount of the population today that are seeing chiropractors have not budged all that much. It may be a little bit higher, and I'm not talking about people who've gone once in their life, but people who regularly visit chiropractors for neuromusculoskeletal problems. And so again, I think this misinformation, chiropractors are part of the solution to healthcare, not part of the problem, yet we're being represented as a part of the problem. And that is, I think, pushing down the proper utilization of chiropractic, and it's just making people not want to become chiropractors. It's making chiropractors struggle more and more, and I really see damage occurring to our profession from all sides. Well, these days, again, chiropractic isn't quackery, adjustment isn't quackery anymore. It just can be done by physical therapists and osteopaths and doctors of physical therapy and physiatrists and all kinds of other people that suddenly are practicing chiropractic and telling everybody how the benefits of it and how safe it is in their hands, but chiropractors cause strokes. Well, that's absolutely untrue, because as you'll see, chiropractors have the lowest rate of complication of any group that provides manipulative therapy. Okay, so I've got that off my chest. Sorry about that. Now let's move to some information that I've collected over the last few years. You're going to see 3 columns coming up of surveys that I've done of chiropractors in the audience. If you've come to my live seminars, we call them the clickers. You have them in your hand and you're able to actually vote on slides that are up on the screen. The first column is a survey specifically of chiropractic neurologists that was given at the International Academy of Chiropractic Neurology Symposium back in November of 2017. The middle column is a survey of chiropractors in Minnesota who are at a continuing education class in December of 2017, and the far right column is the same class that was given the following year. So a survey of chiropractors at the Minnesota Continuing Education class, known as USERF, University Chiropractic Education Research Foundation seminar, that's been done for over 30 years, the first weekend in December on the campus of Northwestern College of Chiropractic. So the far right column was from December 2018. I'm not exactly sure how clear this is going to look to you. I think it should be okay. But I'm going to run through it with you anyway. So if you look at screen left, that's the International Academy of Chiropractic Neurology, where we were polling chiropractic neurologists. And you can see there were 41 people that were actively participating in this. That's at the top under active participants. The question was, have you ever suffered a VBI? That means you, the doctor in the audience. If you look at responses, you can see 36, the total, 36 out of the 41 people responded to the question. Apparently 5 people found that moving their thumb was a little bit too much work. And what you can see there is that 1 person did respond in the affirmative. So 2.78% of the group, but actually, so one of the doctors out of 36 people responding, 41 total in the audience, did in fact suffer a VBI. If you look at the middle column, you'll see basically the same thing. Have you ever suffered a VBI, true or false? And in that group, which there were 69 active participants, 54 of which answered the question, 2 of them said, yes, I've suffered a VBI stroke. And then the year later into the same group of people, keeping in mind that sometimes people take this course annually, and this could be the same people reporting, we have 3 that responded true out of 40 people in the class at that time, and 23 of them responding. It's a really lazy group for 23 to respond out of 40 people. But you can see that in every instance, one of the chiropractors, at least in the group, themselves suffered a VBI. Now what you'll see is this is actually a series of a few questions. Firsthand, did you suffer a VBI? And now secondhand, has one of your patients ever suffered a VBI? So if we go back to the left column, that's the chiropractic neurologist, 41 people in the class, 38 of them answered this question. And in fact, 10 of the 38 have patients who've suffered a vertebrobasilar ischemic stroke. If you look at the middle column, these are the Minnesota chiropractors from 2017. 69 in that group, 53 answered the question, and 16 of them answered that yes, they've had a patient who suffered a vertebrobasilar ischemia. And then the same group a year later, out of 40 people, 28 responded to this, and 13 of them said yes. So if you look at those boxes, you can see that it's grown quite a bit as far as the left box being the true responses and the right box being the false. And in that group to the far right, we almost have a 50-50 split with chiropractic doctors who have seen patients that have had vertebrobasilar ischemic strokes and those who have not. Now this then would be the third question in this series, which is really third-hand information. This is the question is, has one of your chiropractic colleagues ever mentioned to you that their patient suffered a VBI. So this would be a chiropractor telling another chiropractor that their patient suffered a VBI. And as you can see, the true boxes now are gigantic. They're almost as big as the false boxes. So in the first column there, we have the 41 chiropractors, of which 16 are saying yes, out of the 40 who actually voted on that one. In the middle box at the USURF conference, you can see that 23 chiropractors out of 54, and in the last box, 8 out of 24 have had this report from other chiropractors. Now, one of the reasons that I asked these questions in the first place is to underscore the impact that this issue of stroke following manipulation has on chiropractors and on chiropractic practice. Now, when you're in chiropractic college, you always hear about those patients that are quadriplegic or paraplegic after an adjustment. Yet when I asked the class, and this is particularly that 2017 class of 69 chiropractors over in Minnesota, you can see here out of 49 respondees, only 2 have even ever heard of a case. So this is not personally aware of a case of paraplegia. So I guess I misstated that, not just heard of it, but in some way they're personally aware of a case of paraplegia or quadriplegia following a spinal adjustment. So while that seems emphasized in chiropractic college, in fact, if you scan the literature, you'll find this is a very, very rare event. Now, if you had any doubt at all of the relevance of this topic to you, look at this question. And this is the 2018 group of chiropractors in Minnesota, but I've actually seen this over and over when asking this question, which is patients and others have commented to me their concerns about the risk of stroke from chiropractic cervical adjustments. True or false? Rarely do I ever see 100%, but here we have 100%. So every chiropractor who responded to this, 28 out of 28, have had patients and others talk to them about the concern over stroke. Keeping in mind how rare this is, it's really amazing because people aren't questioning the deaths from the use of non-steroidal anti-inflammatories, for example, which are something like 800 times more likely to kill you via heart disease, via bleeding, gastrointestinal disease, via kidney disease. Yet people take these things like candy, and they're all chatting about stroke following manipulation. And again, this is a direct result of what I started the lecture with, which is the media misinformation. And unfortunately, not just the media, but some of the public health, or at least health organizations like the American Heart Association. Speak of the devil, the American Heart Association, and of course, I'm saying that with some jest, but keep in mind the American Heart Association does not have the greatest track record on recommendations to the public. Remember, eggs bad for you? No, eggs good for you. Cholesterol bad for you? Oh, wait, there's different kinds of cholesterol. Fat, oh, you got to have a low-fat diet. Oh, no, wait a minute, maybe high-fat diet. So it's not like this group is batting 1,000 in their recommendations. But here, I just took this off of the website. I think this was on the, I forgot actually whether this came from Medline or WebMD, one of those. But in any event, this was Molly McDermott, MD, saying, anecdotally, now she was referencing the American Heart Association article, which says patients should be informed of the potential association between cervical neck dissection and cervical manipulative therapy prior to manipulation of the cervical spine. So that was the American Heart Association's recommendation, that patients should be informed. And Molly McDermott says, anecdotally, many stroke neurologists have seen patients present to the emergency room directly from their chiropractor's office with stroke symptoms, and that temporal association can be difficult to ignore. So let's take a look specifically at the two things she's talking about: anecdotes and temporal associations. So let's take a look at Molly's temporal association of little stories. First of all, the term anecdote, literally translated, means little stories. So let's talk about this temporal association. A temporal profile, meaning a time-locked profile. You do the adjustment, and within a certain period of time, the patient has the stroke. Following cervical manipulation is present, but it's a precipitating factor. In other words, it's an association, not a causation. So the first thing that has to be clarified is what's the difference between an association and a causation? And that's very important, so I'll cover that in a few slides coming up. Dozens of different precipitating activities are documented with cervical artery dissection. In other words, archery, sleep, washing your hair, yoga. Are people, kung fu, are people saying archery causes stroke, sleep causes stroke, hair washing causes stroke, etc.? Let's take a look at another illness. Let's take a look at heart attacks. We all know that in the winter, after a snowstorm, a lot of people go out, start shoveling their driveway, and die of myocardial infarction. So therefore, snowstorms cause heart attacks, or at least saying lifting and shoveling cause heart attacks. They don't cause heart attacks, but they do precipitate a heart attack in a predisposed person. So that is really the best analogy that we can use in regard to cervical manipulation and stroke, that patients who are predisposed to having a stroke, the adjustment can precipitate that, much in the same way shoveling snow and a person with clogged coronary vessels can precipitate a myocardial infarction. Now, to better understand the relationship between something causing something and something simply being associated with it in some way is going to be clear to you in the next few slides. If you take a look here, the red is the number of people who have drowned by falling into a swimming pool, and the yellow is the number of number of films that Nicolas Cage appeared in during those years. Now, as you can see, there's a correlation here. Now, does Nicolas Cage appearing in a film cause people to drown themselves? Well, in fact, if you've seen Nicolas Cage movies, maybe this one was a bad example. That could certainly be the case. So how about this one? These seem locked. I mean, if you look at it over the years, the divorce rate in the state of Maine and the per capita consumption of margarine are clearly linked, right? So once again, we're taking a look at causation and association. Is it a fact that the divorce rate in Maine is influenced directly by the per capita consumption of margarine? Again, maybe this one's a bad example, because if you've ever tried the I can't believe it's not butter stuff, you'd understand why somebody's serving that. And that's the last straw. We can't stay married anymore. You're serving that stuff. In fact, even the name of it sounded odd to me. It's like you could say, I can't believe it's not butter, and saying like, it's so good. Or you can just use a little different emotive inflection in your voice and say, I can't believe it's not butter. Meaning like, why the hell would you buy this stuff? This chart shows the per capita consumption of chicken in green and the total U.S. crude oil imports in red. And you can see there appears to be an association here, but maybe not, in fact, a causation. Here we have in red the number of people who died by becoming tangled in their bed sheets, and the total revenue generated by skiing facilities is in yellow. I don't know what to comment on this one, except saying that if people are dying by being tangled in their bed sheets, and that number seems to be going up, that might be a percentage of the population that is not contributing to this scientific community in a major way. And here's the last example that I found. As the U.S. spends more on science, space, and technology, suicides increase by hanging, strangulation, and suffocation. Again, it's sort of odd how these lines sort of parallel each other, but you can see the point here ultimately is that you can have an association between things that are completely unrelated, let alone an association like shoveling the driveway and heart attack, which have some sort of a link. But again, to go all the way to causation is really a big step. And you have to prove a lot of different aspects. And I'm not a research scientist, so I'm not going to review these with you. But there is a formula for actually proving causation, and it's got a lot of steps to it. There are 9 independent steps, and it's known as the Bradford Hill criteria, named after an epidemiologist named Bradford Hill. So let's take a look at what I consider the biased conclusion of the article that seems to have created a bit of a whirlwind on this subject. It was from the American Heart Association, cervical arterial dissection and association with cervical manipulative therapy. So it sounds like a good solid scientific article. It was published in Stroke, a very renowned journal, volume 45, number 10. Now, if journalists were actually to take the time to read the article, they'd see that within the body of the article, it states very clearly the relationship between neck manipulation and cervical artery dissection is difficult to evaluate because patients who already are beginning to have a cervical artery dissection may seek treatment to relieve neck pain, a common symptom of cervical artery dissection that can precede symptoms of stroke by several days. Now, I've been saying this since the late 80s. And not just saying it, but actually publishing it in those articles that I cited earlier in the lecture. Yet this very important fact, which is borne out later by an article by David Cassidy, as he replies, and we'll cover some of these landmark articles, but as he replies to a Canadian study, which suggested that you were 5 times more likely to have a stroke if you were under the age of 45 years and you saw a chiropractor than a person who was under the age of 45 years and didn't see a chiropractor. So we'll get into that later. But this is a very, very important statement. So as we look at the article, you can see that just in the abstract, the purpose of the article is to review the current state of evidence on the diagnosis and management of cervical dissections and their statistical association with cervical manipulative therapy. Then goes on to talk about the high velocity, low amplitude thrust done during an adjustment. We can also see at the conclusions there, it says clearly, although current biomechanical evidence is insufficient to establish the claim that manipulation causes dissection, clinical reports, here we go, anecdotes, suggest that mechanical forces play a role. And then finally, this unexplained conclusion saying that at the bottom here where it says patients should be informed of the statistical association between cervical dissection and cervical manipulative therapy prior to undergoing manipulation of the cervical spine. There's nothing in the article that would substantiate that conclusion, but it's that conclusion that's been pulled out of this article and used to beat chiropractors over the head with. So really what that conclusion is doing is it's suggesting that chiropractors should offer informed consent for the procedure of cervical manipulation. Now, I thought it would be important to just take a look at what is the status across the board of informed consent. And unfortunately, it's not something that works in the favor of any doctor because I believe that it has been twisted by the legal system and again, used in a way to try, I guess in an effort you could say to protect patients, but really in a way that I think does a disservice to patients. So why would I make that statement? Well, I actually have some experience with this, and I'll tell you a little story. And this, what you're seeing on the screen there was what I published in 1989 in regard to my experience with informed consent. So obviously there's 2 kinds of informed consent, right? There's written, where you just give the patient a big stack of forms when they first come in and they sign all of them, and one of them is an informed consent form. Now, what happens in the legal system is the argument's going to be made that, hey, who doesn't sign the form? I mean, if you go to the dentist, you sign a form basically signing your life away, but nobody's going to say, no, don't fill my cavity because I'm afraid I'm going to die from the Novocaine. So essentially, a written form isn't really something that people read, take seriously, and if you are sued over this later, granted, it may be one extra argument on your side of the equation that you tried to inform the patient fully, but in reality, what I've seen is lawyers, and I think legitimately so, make the argument that everybody just signs these things and nobody really even reads them, or even if they do, they just go ahead with it anyway. The second is verbal consent, where you actually sit down with the patient, explain it to them, and try and bring them up to speed to make a final decision themselves. And that's what I tried to do in practice. And what I found was that, see, I wrote an article, and at the end of the article, that the one I was talking about earlier, the award-winning ACA article, I said, perhaps chiropractors should just take a minute to talk to patients about this. Well, later, I was defending a chiropractor in court in Minnesota, and someone said to me, well, do you in your practice inform patients? And I had to say, well, no, actually, I don't. And they're like, well, in the article you just wrote, you're telling everybody else to. So I thought, gee, it's important for me to do that. So I crafted a form for informed consent, and I also went ahead and started to talk to patients about it. One of the first patients I talked to happened to be a medical student at the University of Minnesota, which wasn't very far from my clinic when I had my clinic in Minnesota. And the student came in and he said he had cervical spondylosis and he wanted to know if adjustments could help. And I said, yes, of course. And then I sat him down and said, hey, by the way, we keep an eye on the blood flow to your brain because in some cases, and I tried, you wind up sort of stepping on your own statements and saying one thing and then say, well, with that said, it's not really something we worry about. And the guy just looked at me and goes, are you saying you could cause a stroke? And you're like, well, no, not really, but I guess. And so you started double talk. Well, what I did during that conversation, he went ahead and said, okay, go ahead and adjust my neck. But what I did during that conversation was I turned a human spine, his neck, into a steel rod. The guy was so afraid of the adjustment at that point that I couldn't really adjust his neck normally. In fact, I felt like if I tried to do a high velocity, low amplitude adjustment to his neck, I would sprain his neck because I'd be fighting his own muscular resistance. And so I quickly ran out and published a paper in the Minnesota Chiropractic Association Journal, which said, I don't think we should be using this. It's a 1 in a million, and we'll look at the numbers more carefully later. There's a lot of estimates floating around out there. But the bottom line is, it's so very rare. Yet, the idea that an adjustment can cause a patient to have some symptoms afterward, complications, unwanted symptoms following an adjustment, well, this has been documented. There's a UCLA study that says up to 1/3 of all chiropractic adjustments have some negative effects immediately after, none of them serious. But the bottom line is it's important to realize that if you're going to increase the odds of spraining the person's neck in order to decrease the odds of something that's a 1 in a million, maybe it's not the right thing to do. So initially, when somebody talked about informed consents, the courts would look at, well, what do other doctors do? So then they felt that it was a physician's duty to disclose information to the patient dependent upon what they call the community standard. So if a majority of doctors within a particular community would customarily tell the patient about a possible complication of a procedure, then other doctors would be held to that standard. However, the people in our court system felt that, well, you know what? What if all the doctors got together and they said, hey, let's not disclose to anybody any problems, and then nobody could ever get sued for malpractice. So considering that that was a problem, although I haven't seen 3 doctors get together on anything, in an effort to address the problem, the DC Circuit Court of Appeals dramatically altered the duty of a physician in a case known as Canterbury versus Spence. In this case, there was a doctor, an orthopedic surgeon, and he was well aware that 1% of laminectomies, by the way, 1% compared to 1 in a million, of laminectomies would result in a paralysis. Yet he went ahead and performed a laminectomy and didn't advise the patient of the risk. The patient who, and this is a little bit complicated, my understanding is the patient during recovery fell out of bed onto the floor and had to be put back in bed, wound up with paralysis. And as the patient sued, they alleged that the physician failed to inform the patient of the risks associated with a laminectomy. The court held that instead of adhering to the community standard that we talked about earlier, that physicians were required to disclose information if it's reasonable to do so. Essentially, to establish true informed consent, a physician is now required to disclose all risks that might affect a patient's treatment decision. Now remember, with the advent of hindsight, I've seen dozens and dozens of legal cases where chiropractors have been sued by patients for causing a stroke, where the patient says, had I known that a stroke was possible from a cervical manipulation by this chiropractor, I never would have consented to that. Well, with hindsight, that seems like a pretty reasonable thing to say, but that would be like saying, oh, I would never step in a car and go anywhere if I knew that I could have gotten in an accident, or I would never step on a plane, or I'd never go outside because I could be hit by lightning. So obviously, it's really a false claim because people go ahead and they take risks far greater. I mean, hundreds of times greater, thousands of times greater every time they step out the door and go through a normal daily group of activities. So in this Canterbury decision, the decision of the court outlined the key pieces of information that a physician must disclose. Now, I don't disagree with all of these, but first of all, every patient should know the condition being treated. I'd go with that one. The nature and character of the proposed treatment or surgical procedure, I think that's a good idea too. The anticipated results, good idea. The recognized possible alternative forms of treatment, also not a bad idea. And the recognized serious possible risks. That's the one where it's too broad to say recognized, meaning if anyone ever published an article about it, it could be a recognized serious possible risk, including complications and anticipated benefits involved in the treatment of the surgical procedure or any procedure, as well as the recognized possible alternative forms of treatment. That one would work in our favor, because if every orthopedic surgeon had to say, hey, by the way, if you go to a chiropractor, you have an 85% chance that you won't need this surgery, that would definitely help us out. But of course, this decision hasn't caused medical professionals to follow it very well. And an interesting final note there, including non-treatment, meaning that you should be able to tell the patient, well, here's what I'm treating you for, here's what I'm going to do about it, here's what I think is going to happen. Of course, you could try this, or that as well. And by the way, if you don't do any treatment, this is what you might expect. So not a bad little constellation of things to talk about, except for that first sentence under 5, recognize serious possible risks, where I think that you can take that to the nth degree and turn it into a ridiculous request. In other words, a physician must disclose information that a reasonable person would want to have for decision making, even though that information may cause the patient to refuse treatment that the physician believes is in the patient's best interest. Now, here's where I have a major problem with all of this, and this is what I actually put in the article back in the Minnesota Chiropractic Association Journal in the late 80s. How can you possibly bring the patient up? What is informed consent? You can only inform the patient up to the level of knowledge that you have, right? You can't inform them beyond what you know. So since that's the case, then they're not really informed because they're just getting the information from you anyway. So how do you inform a patient? How do you get to that point where you're actually informing them properly? And if you were to bring them up to your level of knowledge on the subject, let's say you could 100% inform them, then they would decide to go ahead with the treatment because that's the decision that you just made. So in other words, if they're less informed than you, which is always going to be the case, they're making an uninformed decision. So I think the whole concept is a little bit twisted. And again, I'm sorry if you don't appreciate my interjecting my own comments into this, but I've seen a lot of chiropractors really struggle with malpractice suits. And I think so much of this could be avoided by applying common sense and by having chiropractors in advance sort of understand the whole process. You have to make a decision in your practice about informed consent. And the way things are now, even though in the past I've recommended not to incorporate informed consent into your practice, at this point in time I would recommend that you do it, because there's simply too much information out there that is going to be turned against you in a court. Even though my personal belief is that it is not the proper thing to do, I think from the medical legal aspect it probably is these days the proper thing to do. Okay, so now let's get to the core issue. And rather than give you a whole long explanation of all the anatomy involved and things like that, let's sum up what's actually happening here in the beginning. Over 30 years ago, I published this in that paper in the Journal of Chiropractic of the American Chiropractic Association. It's been theorized that improper blood perfusion through the vertebral arteries is a possible cause of head and neck pain, as well as other common symptoms presenting to the chiropractic doctor. The point that I was making, of course, is that it's the head and neck pain that drives the person to the chiropractor who actually has a problem with blood perfusion through the vertebral arteries. In the Minnesota Chiropractic Association Journal, also over 30 years ago, I stated, it is clear that many patients who experience vertebrobasilar ischemia are predisposed and would do so with or without cervical adjustments. In my text published in '92, I mentioned that it is extremely difficult to unequivocally postulate a direct causal relationship between cervical spinal manipulative therapy and the subsequent neural ischemia in many of these cases, because it is entirely possible that the head and or neck complaint or injury that prompted the patient to seek care from a practitioner of manual therapy may well have been a reflection of underlying vascular pathology. In fact, descriptions of non-manipulated patients who suffer posterior circulation disease, and by the way, there's many more of those than there are ones that suffer posterior circulation or specifically VBI stroke after seeing a chiropractor, have been reported. Most of these non-manipulated cases parallel their post-manipulated counterparts strikingly, especially regarding onset, type, and location of pain, as well as occurrence in patients of similar ages. Finally, I think the statement is the clearest in the 1994 publication Advances in Chiropractic, published by Mosby, where I said, if one remains completely objective, however, and that's the problem, is that many in the medical literature community, in medicine, in the lay public, in the media are not objective. It is extremely difficult to draw a direct causal relationship between cervical spinal manipulative therapy and the subsequent neural ischemia in any of these cases. Keep in mind that the only evidence to support a causal link is the often undeniable time relationship or temporal profile. It is equally possible and most probable that the complaint that prompted the patient to seek professional care may well have been a reflection of an underlying vascular pathology, the subsequent neurovascular accident either being exacerbated by the cervical spinal manipulative therapy or only coincidental with it. As an analogy, one cannot draw the conclusion that hospital treatment causes heart attacks simply because many people die from heart attacks while being treated in hospitals. So backing up the statements that I made a decade earlier than this, there was a huge task force put together, funded mostly by the United States under George Bush's presidency, and that's the second George Bush, because the country's not big enough. We have to keep going back to the same family for presidents. In any event, this task force took a look at a 10-year period and called it the Decade of Bone and Joint. And then they used the United Nations and the World Health Organization, and aside from this study, to me, those organizations would have zero credibility. The task force initiated a new population-based case-control case crossover study, which was published in 2008 in the journal Spine. The study analyzed 9 years worth of data from a population of 110 million person years. So keep in mind what that is. If you had 1 million people and you studied them for 10 years, that would be 10 million person years. So it's not 110 million people, but over a 9-year period, 110 million person years. The conclusion of this study was that vertebrobasilar ischemia is a very rare event following cervical manipulation, and that the risk of a stroke following a visit to a chiropractor's office appears to be no different than the risk of the same stroke following a visit to the office of a primary care doctor. Well, where would they have gotten that information? We'll take a look at some studies that verify that conclusion. The next part of the conclusion exonerates statements that I had been making for 20 years previous to this, which is, it goes on to say that any observed association between a vertebral artery stroke and chiropractic manipulation, as well as its apparent association with primary care physician visits, is likely due to patients with an undiagnosed vertebral artery dissection seeking care for the neck pain and headache that occurs prior to the stroke. The particular committee looking at this association went even further and stated that over the years, the medical monopoly through the popular media and scientific journals has sensationalized the association between chiropractic cervical manipulation and cerebrovascular accidents. The evidence strongly indicates that this assertion is incorrect. The chiropractic profession has been injured by this public falsehood, denying patients of the proven benefits of chiropractic care. I think this slide is very, very important because it underscores what's happening to our profession right before our very eyes and simultaneously demonstrates the reason for what's happening. I'm sure many of you that are listening to this are too young to know, or many of you just don't remember, that back in the 70s, the American Medical Association, the American Hospital Association, and a variety of other medical groups were found guilty in federal court of conspiring to contain and eliminate, put quotes around that, those are the exact words, the chiropractic profession. Nothing that those groups did have been as damaging to our profession as this public falsehood, as described by the Neck Pain Task Force. So to take a step back and sum up again, we know that vertebral artery dissections are happening more commonly than previously believed. We know that spontaneous dissection, meaning nowhere near a chiropractor, no trauma involved specifically, is far more common than the traumatic variety of dissection, meaning that the dissection followed a specific trauma. And that spontaneous dissection may be due to an underlying collagen disorder or other predisposition. We know that the most movable part of the neck is predisposed to dissection due to arterial stretch, and that would be the atlas axis occiput complex. We also know that a single stretch damaging a healthy artery may be nearly impossible without fracture dislocation of the bony elements. And we know that much of the quote-unquote scientific literature that's out there is flawed and skewed. In fact, it doesn't appear that the thrust has much to do with the dissection, but more likely extreme or repetitive movements seem to wear that artery and cause the intimal layer to degenerate. The cardinal sign of having a vertebral artery dissection is a sudden onset of severe neck pain and headache. The location typically is behind the ear on the unilateral side, so that as the artery starts to tear, it hurts on the same side as the artery. And when I say behind the ear, it's sort of just below, right where you would palpate the atlas actually, below the mastoid process. And it's that pain that then prompts the patient to visit a physician. If they go to a medical physician, they're likely to just get nonsteroidal anti-inflammatories, some bed rest, and they may or may not experience a dissection subsequent to that. But when they go to a chiropractor and the chiropractor tugs on that artery using a high velocity, low amplitude, or even other technique of cervical manipulation, it seems to precipitate the problem. Whether or not it appears, though, that it doesn't always precipitate the problem, and the number of people who will have a dissection is no different than that same population of people who just showed up in the office of a primary care medical doctor. So another stop and sum up. Patients with dissection are predisposed to injury from cervical adjustments. Patients with dissection may have no warning signs prior to having the stroke, other than the headache and neck pain, which are so prevalent in the population, be very difficult to discern which group has a musculoskeletal cause of neck pain and headache and which group has an arterial cause. And it appears that only patients under the age of 45 years of age are at any increased risk for vertebral artery dissection post-manipulation. So how frequently does this actually occur? Well, it should be very simple, right? As long as we know how many adjustments are delivered and how many of those adjustments result in a stroke, then we can calculate the exact number of the incidence of stroke following cervical adjustment. The problem is we don't know either one of those numbers. We don't know how many adjustments are delivered, and we don't know how many result in a stroke. So really the best thing we can do is take a look at some published studies, and they're listed here for you, and this is a slide that came from Dr. Rosner formerly at the FCER. And you can see in the Dvorak study, it was one serious complication. That wasn't just a stroke, but any serious complication in 400,000 with no deaths. Paintchin, one complication in 518,000. Haldeman study, 1 to 2 strokes per million. Jaskowiak showed 0 complications in 5 million adjustments given at the National College Health Center over a 15-year period. Canadian Memorial Chiropractic College showed 0 complications in 5 million adjustments, but it only took them 9 years to hit that 5 million mark. Has a little bit of that chiro competitiveness thing going on there. And then Ian Coulter, who was actually the president at one point of Canadian Memorial Chiropractic College and is not a chiropractor, via the RAND Corporation, did a cervical study literature review and found 0.64 serious complications per million with 0.27 deaths per million. So that's 1 death in over 3 million adjustments. Canada's largest malpractice company, and because of the way Canada is structured, it probably covers all of the chiropractors in Canada. They say there's about a stroke for every 3 million with no deaths over a 5-year period. And NCMIC, who is the largest carrier of chiropractic malpractice insurance in the United States, estimates it to be about 1 stroke in every 2 million adjustments over a 3-year period. So you can see that these numbers are actually strikingly low for the number of manipulations off. When you sum up and then amalgamate this, the number that's thrown around the most lately is 1 per 5 to 6 million, or about 0.17 per million cervical manipulations, resulting in an arterial dissection. Now, if you compare that rate to the death rate caused from gastrointestinal bleeding alone by nonsteroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, you find it's 400 times less likely. And if the person were to go in for spinal surgery, 700 times less likely to die from the manipulation than the surgery. So you can see, and we're comparing it to NSAIDs and surgery because those are the 2 things that a person would do to get treatment for neck pain aside from visiting the chiropractor. So the question is it really that dangerous when the alternatives are 4, 5, 6, 7, 800 times more deadly than the adjustment? So I think the practical application of this, I think it would be interesting to ask a patient who is suing a chiropractor who's claiming that they never would have undergone cervical manipulation if they knew that the risk of having a stroke was at all possible, is to ask that patient, well, what would you have done otherwise? And then more than likely they'd say, well, I just would have taken some Aleve or Advil. And then to tell them that that's 400 times more dangerous, I think would undercut the statement that they make that they never would have gotten the adjustment in the first place. So the rule of continuing education, that I'm not allowed to go any further without boring you with a review of the anatomy and hemodynamics, comes into play right now. So you probably remember that we have the arch of the aorta sitting in the chest. And then on the right side, we have a little bit different anatomy than the left side. On the right side, we have something called the brachiocephalic artery, which comes off and gives off a branch to the common carotid. It then continues on. It really doesn't change anything. It just continues on, but we rename it the subclavian. And as the subclavian, the next branch that it gives off is the vertebral artery. And then the vertebral artery enters the lateral foramina of vertebra C6 through C1 usually, and then ascends. On the left side, we have the common carotid coming off the arch of the aorta separately, and then the subclavian is a later branch of the arch of the aorta. But again, the subclavian is the artery that then gives rise to the vertebral artery on both the right and the left side. So the 2 vertebral arteries then ascend, and they go in through the foramen magnum, and they sit in the clivus of the skull where they come together. At the point that they come together, or right before they come together, they give off the anterior spinal artery, which then descends down into the upper thoracic spine. But as they come together, they form the basilar artery. The basilar artery gives off little branches, and this is the level of the pons, and so most of these are called pontine branches, and then goes up to the famed circle of Willis. And as you can see, the middle cerebral artery is actually simply a continuation of the internal carotid artery. And then we have little communicating arteries and an anterior and a posterior cerebral artery as well. Anatomists describe the vertebral artery as having 4 parts. The first part of the vertebral artery is at its origin at the subclavian artery. The second part of the vertebral artery is where it travels up through the lateral foramina of the cervical vertebra, C1 through 6, or I should say C3 through 6, really, because the part between C2, C1, and the occiput is called the third part of the vertebral artery, and then the fourth part of the vertebral artery is primarily the intracranial portion of the vertebral artery. Just a nice little three-dimensional looking diagram here of the structures just mentioned. Now, the largest branch of the vertebral artery, and probably the most clinically significant, because this is at least something akin to the syndrome that we tend to see following a cervical adjustment leading to or precipitating a vertebral artery dissection, is the posterior inferior cerebellar artery. It takes its origin just prior to the union of the 2 vertebral arteries that we just showed, and it irrigates. It has to wrap around the side of the brainstem, so it's actually at the level of the medulla, before the pons, of course, and that's why we call this the lateral medullary syndrome, because the artery that's involved after a vertebral artery dissection tends to feed the lateral portion of the medulla oblongata, but also feeds the anterior portion of the cerebellum. So this is the brain flipped upside down, and we're looking at the posterior inferior cerebellar artery here at the tip of the arrows, affectionately called the pica. Here we just have a more graphic representation of how you have to wrap around the side of the medulla oblongata via that pica to reach the anterior inferior portion of the cerebellum. The vertebral artery is responsible for irrigating the posterior third of the intracranial contents. We call this the posterior circulation, and here I have a list of things that are actually structures within the brain which are irrigated directly by the vertebral artery. When we depict this graphically in the next couple of slides, you'll see why then the vertebral artery or vertebro-basilar system is termed the posterior circulation. So here you can see in this graphic depiction the area that would be irrigated by the vertebral basilar system. And here you can see in an arteriogram the same thing. Now, the arteriogram is actually, it's still injected into the vertebral arteries, and you think, well, we have that circle of Willis. Why doesn't anything move forward? Well, it has to do with the fact that if you have pressure coming through the carotid system and the same pressure coming through the vertebral system, there's no reason for the blood to swirl around and move, because it's like taking 2 ends of a hose that have equal pressure and then tying them together. The water's just not going to move from one hose to the other. And you can see here how clearly it's the posterior circulation only when we talk about vertebro-basilar irrigation. The question of what happens to blood flow to the brain when the neck is moved through normal ranges of motion has been answered for a long time. Back in the 60s, this particular study, Toole and Tucker, but actually they've both been involved in other studies as well, they took 20 cadavers, they cannulated the major neck vessels, and then flowed water through the vessels. And they found that just by moving the head through normal ranges of motion, they could reduce by 90% the blood flow through some of the major cervical arteries. So this is like saying, gee, if I had known that I'm cutting my blood circulation off on one side by 90%, I would have never turned my head. Now, the findings weren't always consistent. It depended upon the age of the cadaver and the shape of the cervical spine and spondylosis, etc. But the most reproducible of all the movements was that when you turn the chin in straight rotation to one side, the contralateral vertebral artery was compromised. So in other words, when the chin went left, it was the right vertebral artery that had the greatest reduction in blood flow. Most of the other movements were relatively unpredictable, and I'll let you read the slide yourself. The takeaway from these studies is that rotation was the single most likely movement to cause occlusion and significant occlusion. Dr. Kruger from the Mayo Clinic published an excellent article in the late 70s regarding the subject, and the illustrator that he used had this diagram in the article. So as you can see, as the head turns to the right, it pushes the lateral mass of the atlas anterior on the left side, and it's the accentuation of that virtual 360-degree angle that the artery goes through, especially when that head is turned to the right, that causes the greatest amount of stress on that portion of the vertebral artery, which not coincidentally, most likely, is the most common origin of the dissection. So here's another graphic for you that's really basically illustrating the same thing. And aside from that Toole and Tucker article from 1960, throughout the 60s, there were numerous other studies that corroborated the findings of the previous study. And you can see Toole is in that one, Hardesty and Associates study, and also you'll see some other familiar names in there in neurology like Posner. So the fact that the third part of the vertebral artery, as we described, the occiput atlas axis area, is commonly occluded with rotation is considered now a normal finding. There's nothing pathologic about it, it's physiologic. Again, just another illustration underscoring that point. And this one is an overlay made a long time ago by Dr. Tom Bergman for a class that we were teaching together. And I like this one because it sort of shows where your hands are, where these arteries are, and maybe gives you a little bit of a mental picture the next time you adjust somebody's neck, that this isn't a parlor trick or anything, that this is a procedure done on a human being, and there are sensitive structures underlying your fingertips. So let's briefly review what an arterial dissection actually is. We're all familiar with the much more common scenario that the caliber of an artery can be narrowed by a thrombus. So this blood clot, if you will, builds up on the inside of the artery and narrows the lumen of the artery. However, we also are familiar with the fact that a piece of the thrombus can break off, and that can travel, and eventually it'll travel to a point where the caliper of the artery is not large enough for the embolus, as we call it, to travel through, and that will block everything distal, or the irrigation of structures distal to where the embolus lodges. Now, this process of a thromboemboli is the most common, by far, type of stroke that people suffer, and usually it starts out at the bifurcation of the carotid artery, and then people have these middle cerebral artery strokes from that, although the emboli might go anywhere. The disorder that we're dealing with is a tear in the artery. This has nothing to do with thromboemboli, long-term thromboemboli, although sometimes the arterial dissection can have its own problem with embolic transmission of the down the vessel. However, in what we're talking about is a tear on the inside of the artery, formerly called a pseudoaneurysm, perhaps still is called a pseudoaneurysm by some, but that may be not the best term for it. But what we're looking at is a tearing of the inside layer of the artery called the intimal layer. So if we take a look at the images on this particular slide, you'll see that on the image to the left that says pseudoaneurysm written over it, unfortunately, you can see that if you have a tear on the inside lining of the artery, blood can get under and cause a flap. Now, if we look to the top screen right, you'll see that once the blood gets under the intimal layer, it can cause a ballooning out of the artery's appearance from the outside. So surgeons that would go in there and see this ballooning out would say, oh, look, it's an aneurysm, but then they would cut it out, send it to the lab and be told, no, it wasn't an aneurysm, it was a dissection. So that's how it got the name pseudoaneurysm. On the other bottom of the screen, you'll see that occlusive flap where the blood gets under the artery can then go to the point where there's a bifurcation. And as we said, the distal bifurcation for the vertebral artery is the posterior inferior cerebellar artery, or pica. So you can see how the flap can actually flap over then and occlude the pica. Now, I've seen chiropractors sued for thromboemboli in the carotid artery. I've seen them sued for dissections of the carotid artery. but far and away the vast majority of cases where chiropractors are being sued for a stroke following cervical manipulation are arterial dissections related to the vertebral arteries. And the studies that have been done that where the patients have died and they've taken the arteries out show that it is vertebral artery dissection, as well as in imaging studies done where it can be inferred that the vertebral artery dissection was the cause of the subsequent ischemia. Since it's quite fortunate that it's not common for people to die following the vertebral artery dissection, the diagnosis is usually confirmed by radiographic findings, although occasionally by autopsy. At one point, it was not appreciated that there was a such thing as a spontaneous dissection, meaning that doctors believed that if your artery tore, it had to be due to a physical trauma to the artery and not just a brittle artery that tears on its own, which is really what a spontaneous dissection is. And of course, it's sort of difficult to draw the conclusion because maybe you back out of your driveway 10,000 times or 5,000 or 2,000 times, whatever, and each time you're okay, and then one day you turn your head back out of your driveway, you have a stroke. So is that spontaneous or is that traumatic because you were turning your head? So there's always the question of what's the difference between them. But I remember calling a friend of mine back in the late 80s, early 90s, and asking them, hey, this guy was a medical neurologist, and I said, hey, when you went to medical school, what were you told is the cause of vertebral artery dissection? And he said, oh, we were always told there were three causes: trauma, trauma, and trauma. So this idea that a spontaneous vertebral artery dissection can occur may not be held by some of the older neurologists. So what the radiologists are actually looking for is sometimes referred to as the rat tail. Because on the imaging, what they'll see is that the blood flow terminates in sort of a pointy structure. And you can see why if you had a flap, that might be the case. So here you can see on screen left what might appear to be an occlusion of the artery, where the blood column is just narrowed for a certain portion of the artery. While on this arteriogram, you can see that the blood column ends, and it ends sort of in a point, which makes it look a little bit like a rat's tail. And here's another image that shows the rat tail and would then suggest an arterial dissection. So with this understood, the next logical question would be, okay, so if one set of patients with neck pain and headache have an arterial dissection, and another set of patients with neck pain and headache have an atlas subluxation, how can I tell the difference between them? So one of the first chiropractors who stepped up and tried to create a series of tests that could discern the difference between the typical chiropractic patient and someone suffering from a dissection was Dr. George at Palmer, and most of you have heard of George's test. It's actually George's tests because there are 4 parts of it. So he suggested checking 4 areas prior to beginning any cervical manipulation, and those 4 areas were case history, bilateral blood pressure, listening to the neck for vascular noises or bruit, and the provocative test, where you put the patient's head in extension and rotation and look for provoking some of the classic signs and symptoms of vertebrobasilar ischemia. Those tests became a gold standard. They were taught at every chiropractic college for a long period of time. Unfortunately, what came to light after a period of time is that while each of those 4 things have, those 4 portions of the test, has a clinical utility, none of them are actually any sort of predictor for a patient who's about to have a vertebrobasilar stroke from an arterial dissection. So in fact, and I'll sort of review them quickly, they really just don't work for that particular disorder. So the first part of the test was look in the history for something that might give you a clue that this patient is about to have a stroke. In fact, if you look at actual patients who suffered VBI following cervical manipulation, there's a list of complaints. Now, nothing in any of those, neck pain, neck and head pain, headache, dizziness, strained shoulders, stiff neck, none of those would differentiate a patient with a cervical subluxation from a patient with a dissecting vertebral artery. The next part of George's test was to take the blood pressure bilaterally. The question is why? What would that have to do with a dissecting artery in your neck? Now, there is a disorder called subclavian steal syndrome. So just like taking a history is important, just doesn't give you a clue to a dissecting artery. Same thing. The taking of blood pressure bilaterally has a number of different uses, but the most common one would be to search for a subclavian steal syndrome. Subclavian steal syndrome is when you have occlusion of the subclavian artery on one side, which lowers the pressure in one vertebral artery. And so blood will go up one vertebral artery with the normal pressure and then go back down the other vertebral artery. And hence the vertebral artery, or rather the subclavian artery, is stealing blood from the brain. So the blood moves from the arch of the aorta through the brachiocephalic, because that would be the right side. It's screen left, but right side of the patient. And then when it reaches the vertebral artery, it goes up to where the two vertebral arteries join. However, if you look on screen right, you see that black mark. That would indicate a stenosis of the subclavian artery as it comes off of the arch of the aorta. And that stenosis causes low pressure in the vertebral artery on the opposite side. In this case, would be the left side. And therefore, the blood goes up the right vertebral artery and then comes right down the left vertebral artery. And so it's stealing blood away from the brain. Great test, but it just has no clinical utility in this particular instance. And likewise, listening to the neck for some vascular noise has a couple of problems. First of all, in one study, Alan Terrett took a look at people who actually had strokes following chiropractic manipulation and then their visit in the emergency room. And in the instances where the emergency room after the stroke had occurred had auscultated the neck, there was no unusual vascular noises. So if the patients who actually had strokes didn't have vascular noises, then why would we expect that before they had the stroke they would have had these vascular noises? Second of all, if we take a look at the area where the dissections take place, and that is again between the occiput C1 and C2 area, that's encased in bone. It's very, very deep structure, and the idea that you can be able to put a stethoscope up there and hear it is probably not correct anyway. So then that leaves us with the so-called provocative maneuver, the extension rotation tests. Now, George wasn't the only one who suggested that this might be useful. There were other doctors. He certainly actually was not even the first doctor to mention that this might be a good idea. But unfortunately, once again, we find that in actual practice, the provocative test is not a good indicator. It has both false positives and false negatives, meaning sometimes the patient has symptoms and they don't have a dissecting artery, and other times they have a dissecting artery and the test is negative. So it fails to be of any use. So as you can see from this diagram, by putting the patient's head in extension and rotation, a positive finding would be that both the patient and your chiropractic table become completely transparent. So as I said, false negative and false positive tests have been documented with VBI. So if the person has low blood pressure, hypotension, sympathetic storm as described by Maine, vestibular dysfunction, and other things, then they're going to have symptoms related to extension and rotation. In fact, if you know the Dix-Hallpike maneuver, which in fact you will hear in another part of the lecture if you attend Dr. Dishman's guest lecture coming up, then you'll see that the Dix-Hallpike maneuver is essentially identical to the extension rotation test, yet that's a test for vestibular dysfunction. And so it would become very, very confusing to assume that this test was directly correlated to vertebral artery dissection. So just like the information that I published years earlier in regard to the reason that people have an association between cervical manipulation and stroke, and that is that they're predisposed due to a dissecting artery causing them to go to the doctor in the first place, I had also been saying that these tests are not useful. And finally, by March 2004, many years after publishing information to that effect, the clinic directors of all chiropractic college clinics that are accredited came out and said the tests are not useful, they should no longer be taught, and all chiropractic colleges will be eliminating the teaching of the provocative testing from their curricula. So here's a chart of the types of things that are out there that are thought to possibly have some ability to detect patients with a dissecting artery in the neck. So the first one is provocative testing. We covered that. The value of it may be in court. You could say, hey, look, I did this test. I tried everything if you're being sued for causing a stroke. But it may have the reverse effect. They may say, well, doctor, you're so aware of stroke being a problem that you went ahead and did this test, yet just because it was normal, you went ahead and adjusted them anyway. Well, why did you bother to do the test if you had no suspicion? So it might actually underscore the fact that this is a concern of yours. The limitation, of course, is there's little or no clinical value, and it may even give a false sense of security to you and the patient. Well, what about Doppler ultrasound? The thing about Doppler ultrasound is the value is that you can image the vertebral artery flow. You're probably not, and that's using the Doppler portion. The ultrasound is not going to see the artery very well because the artery is encased in bone, and ultrasound is basically blocked and absorbed by bone. But you might be able to tell if there's decreased arterial flow. Of course, the limitation is that normal arteries are asymmetrical vertebral arteries, and so you're almost more often than not going to have some degree of asymmetrical flow through the vertebral arteries. And so then you have to ask the question, well, I've got a little decreased flow on the left. Is that normal, or is that due to some sort of a dissection? So again, Doppler ultrasound, highly limited. CT and MRI, the problem with those things is they image the brain beautifully, but the brain is normal until after the stroke. And so the limitation there, of course, is that you have to have already had the stroke for those tests to show anything. So what about MRA? And this would be a magnetic resonance angiogram, taking a look at the arteries using magnetic resonance. Well, first of all, the value of it is that this one does see the vertebral arteries, and you can even localize if there was a dissection or occlusion. But again, it probably has to already be active before you can see anything. The downside, of course, is that it could cost between $2,000 and $4,000 because you have to have the intracranial portion of the vertebral artery assessed as well as the extracranial portion of the vertebral artery. And also they're going to want an intracranial MRI and a cervical spine MRI in addition to the MRA. So you're going to wind up doing 4 tests at somewhere between $600 and $1,200 per test. And we still don't know if it has any value in screening. The last one there, arteriography, the old gold standard for visualizing the vertebral arteries, can certainly document abnormalities as they occur or as they are there. The problem is it's a very invasive test. They're injecting dye into your arterial system, and it has a mortality rate of about 1%. So when 100 people get that test, somebody's going to die during the test. Now, that may not be fair because most of the people that get these tests have aneurysms and other vascular problems, AV malformations and such, and they're sort of predisposed to having a stroke during normal life, let alone during the testing. But still, to put a person through an invasive procedure like that has a lot of risk associated just to screen to see if they're 1 in 4 million that might suffer a stroke is also very impractical. Now, this is a very important slide because what it does is it's going to take a look at the incidence of arterial dissections. So we're going to talk about ones that are post chiropractic adjustment, but also ones that are just out there in the world. So if we took a look at what are non-traumatic or spontaneous arterial dissections that are based inside the hospital, so the people are in the hospital, it's about 10 to 15 per million. So for every million people in a hospital, 10 to 15 of them have spontaneous dissections. If we look at the community, so that would be people in the hospital and people just generally at large, we find 25 to 30 per million have had dissections. If we look at the studies, and these are the same studies that I cited to you earlier, of cervical manipulation induced, or at least associated, if you will, dissections, we can see that if you took the range of 0.17 and you compared it to 30, you're talking about something that would be hundreds of times more common to have a dissection outside of a chiropractor's office than inside of a chiropractor's office. And even taking the worst numbers that are there, worst being from the point of view of a chiropractor, it would be 10 times more common to have the dissection outside of a chiropractor's office than it would inside of a chiropractor's office. What I want to do next is take a look at what I consider the landmark articles on this particular subject, articles that you do need to be familiar with in order to converse with other professionals on this subject. So we're going to take a look at Lee and Carlini. This was a survey that was done of California neurologists. We're going to take a look at the Rothwell study. This was a Canadian study where they went back and looked at a huge population of patients. And this is the study that basically came to the conclusion that if you're under 45 years of age and you see a chiropractor, you're 5 times more likely to have a stroke than if you don't see a chiropractor. And this was very, very harmful to doctors of chiropractic practicing, particularly the ones practicing in Canada, because this was all over the news for a long time. And I've had a Canadian chiropractor who's a part of our Neurology Academy tell me that he knows people that literally gave up chiropractic, that went out of business because of the drop-off in patient population visits. The next article on there is the Simmons-Herzog study. This is a study where they took a vertebral artery and they stretched it and pulled it in a machine to find out how much force it takes before it'll tear. And then they compared that to the vertebral artery during various range of motion and orthopedic testing to see if the forces that stress the vertebral artery during an adjustment could even possibly tear a vertebral artery. And then we'll briefly review the Hurwitz study, which was the UCLA neck pain study that essentially said that 1/3 of all chiropractic adjustments wind up resulting in adverse reactions. And then we'll take a look at David Cassidy's study, where he went back and looked at the Rothwell study and then just looked at the data a little bit differently. And he concluded that this idea that you're 5 times more likely to have a stroke if you're under 45 and visit a chiropractor is simply incorrect because the data was not processed properly. And finally, we'll look at Church's meta-analysis of chiropractic care and cervical artery dissection, and Whedon's study that took a look at elderly patients and their risk of stroke following chiropractic spinal manipulation. So the first one here, the Lee and Carlini study, published in Neurology in 1995, was a survey that was sent to every member of the American Academy of Neurology that resided in California. And the question they were asked was, what is the number of patients that you've evaluated in the preceding 2 years who suffered a neurologic complication within 24 hours of a chiropractic manipulation? He sent out, or they sent out 486 surveys, and they got 177 of the surveys back. Now that's 36%. So again, if you're a research scientist, you can determine if that's an adequate response rate. But it appears to me that it is not, that this would be a skewed population. In other words, if you sent out 1,000 questionnaires and said, how many of you have been stepped on by an elephant? And then one response came back and said, yes, I was stepped on by an elephant, your result would be 100% of people have been stepped on by an elephant. So you have to get a certain amount of these back. Otherwise, you just wind up with the people that have, quote unquote, a story to tell. In this case, that's a very low percentage. They probably should have tried harder through follow-up surveys and phone calls to get people to fill these things out. They were asking about ages 21 through 60 years of age. The tally they came up with was there was 55 strokes. Nearly all of them involved posterior circulation, and about half of them were proven by angiogram, 16 myelopathies and 30 radiculopathies. Now, there are a lot of problems with this study. Some of these problems are itemized here. These are actually from Dr. Rosner at the FCER. The questionnaire was not pre-tested or validated. That's like if you ask a question, you have to make sure that the question itself isn't biased. And the classic example there is, so when did you stop beating your spouse? Well, obviously, there's no good answer to that, because if you say, hey, I recently stopped, you know, no matter what, it's going to seem, no matter how you answer, it's going to seem like you've been beating your spouse. There was no assurance by the authors that the cases reported actually occurred. In other words, they didn't ask the doctors who responded to the survey to swear that, number one, they reviewed the file and saw that it was definitely a 2-year time frame, and number two, they didn't review the file to determine that the symptoms began within 24 hours of the adjustment. The paper didn't discuss observations where, as I said earlier, at least 10 times, if not more, vertebral basilar artery dissections occur outside of chiropractic offices, therefore are also considered spontaneous. Also, if you have a bunch of neurologists in a group and they cover rounds while people are in the hospital, they might both be reporting the same case. So we can't look at the number because obviously we'd have duplication of a number if you have 2 or 3 or 4 neurologists reporting the same case that they happen to see. There's no indication that the respondents documented 3-month outcomes directly from their files. No definition supplied for categories. In other words, it wasn't mild, marked, or severe. It was just adverse reaction, yes or no. And of course, it does assume that each of the neurologists followed up every case for 3 months, which is highly unlikely. The next study we're going to look at is the Simmons and Herzog study. And in this one, they took 6 vertebral arteries from an unembalmed post-rigor mortis cadaver, and they took the portion between the occiput C1 and the proximal C6 subclavian loop. So basically the very top of the vertebral artery, the very bottom. And they exposed these things in the cadaver, and then they fitted a pair of ultrasonic crystals. They were able then to detect movement between the crystals, and so they could tell how much strain was being put on the artery. The strains between each crystal pair was recorded during range of motion testing, diagnostic tests, and a spinal manipulative therapy procedure. They then took the artery out, dissected it completely free, put it in a materials testing machine, and then pulled on it until the artery tore. And obviously the idea here is to see that when the artery was in the body, could the strain on the artery be sufficient to tear the artery, and they needed to know what the load before the artery would tear, and that's why they dissected it free and put it in the materials testing machine. The result of the study showed that the amount of force necessary to tear a vertebral artery was 9 times greater than anything that could be recorded during diagnostic and range of motion testing. So it seemed again that you needed almost 10 times more force than you could even get through an adjustment in order to tear the artery. Now again, to be fair, this study also has a number of flaws. First of all, rather than just test the C0, C1, C2 portion of the vertebral artery, they tested the whole vertebral artery. And because of that, we're not knowing, since we know that the dissections typically start between the occiput and C2, then why not just measure that portion of the artery and not take that strain and measure it throughout the entire vertebral artery. The second thing is that when the vertebral artery fails inside a person's body, when it tears, it's not just being stretched, it's being compressed and sort of twisted and pushed forward. So the materials testing machine they used in no way mimicked the way the artery would be stressed inside the body. Other problems include the fact that the arteries were taken out of elderly cadavers between the age of 80 and 99 years old. And so the range of motion during the testing that they did when the artery was still in the body would be very diminished. And we know that only people under 45 seem to be affected by this. And so to take the older cadavers rather than the typical younger patients that are seen in actual practice is probably not representative of what we would see in practice. Another thing is the force ranges varied so much. The failures of the artery in the materials testing machine was somewhere between 4 newtons for one artery and up to 18 newtons for another artery. So if you think about it, if we had 6 arteries and they all failed at exactly 9 newtons, we could say that, hey, maybe that is pretty reliable. But in this case, the reliability seems all over the chart. And so with only having so few specimens to begin with and then having such a wide range, we can't really say with any certainty that the amount of force necessary before the artery failed is consistent. And then the last thing is, because these were ultrasound crystals, the arterial specimens were put in ultrasound gel. And of course, putting an artery in ultrasound gel may actually increase its flexibility and, again, make it quite different than the artery would be while it was inside the patient. So the next study we're going to look at is called the Rothwell study. And this study took a look at chiropractic manipulation and stroke. It was a case control study, and it was a Canadian study. And in Canada, they have socialized medicine. And so because of that, if you're trying to study a disorder, there's really only one place that all medical bills go to. And so it's a lot easier to study it than it would be in the United States, where there's 2 insurance companies, if you count Blue Cross Blue Shield as having the largest number. But no, just said that facetiously. But as you know, there's multiple places that you would have to go. So what they did was they stated that several reports have linked chiropractic manipulation of the neck to dissection or occlusion of the vertebral artery. Previous studies linking such strokes to neck manipulation consist primarily of an uncontrolled case series. So what they did is design a population-based nested case control study to test this association. So they took a look at hospitalization records, and they used those to identify who had a vertebral basilar stroke in Ontario, Canada during the period of time from 1993 to 1998. What they found was 582 cases. So they then went and said, okay, for every person that we found that had a stroke, we're going to go to 4 people of the same age and sex that didn't have a stroke, and we're going to look at the event date, and we're going to see if a preponderance of the people that had stroke went to a chiropractor. So they used the public health insurance billing records to document the use of chiropractic services to find out who had been to a chiropractor. They found 9% of the cases, meaning the people who had the stroke, and about 9% of the controls did have at least one chiropractic visit in the year before the reference date. So the result, and this story that they sort of led with, is that if you were less than 45 years old, then the people that had a stroke were 5 times more likely than the people who didn't have a stroke to have visited a chiropractor within 1 week of the vertebral artery dissection. Additionally, in that younger group, that is less than 45 years old, the cases were 5 times as likely to have had greater than or equal to 3 visits with a cervical diagnosis. So they not only went to the chiropractor, but they had a cervical diagnosis in the month before the case vertebral basilar artery stroke date. When they looked at people over 45 years, they found no significant association. So this was strictly something that was noticed in this younger or below 45-year-old population. Of course, they put in their conclusion the disclaimer, while our analysis is consistent with a positive association in young adults, potential sources of bias are also discussed. The rarity of vertebral basilar artery strokes makes this association difficult to study despite high volumes of chiropractic treatment. Because of the popularity of spinal manipulation, high-quality research on both its risks and benefits is recommended. Now, this seems pretty conclusive. It seems pretty damning, but in fact, it's neither. So let's take a look at some criticisms here. Again, these were put together by Tony Rosner, formerly of the FCER. The actual differential between the case and the control groups of 4, so you had the one person who had the stroke and then the 4 age and sex matched people who didn't have a stroke, out of about 50 million chiropractic visits in Ontario over that period of time that they studied, actually match the low frequency of vertebral artery strokes attributed to spinal manipulation at about 1 in a million. Now, here's an interesting thing. 9.8% of the stroke patients had the one chiropractic visit in the past year, but 9% of the people that didn't have strokes also had at least one chiropractic visit in the previous year. So that would suggest that only the 0.8% of strokes could be associated with chiropractic treatment. And here's the biggest part, and this is later on what Cassidy did, was actually take this information and recrunched the data, actually added data of more years of population. Here's the point. The preponderance of vertebral artery stroke victims most likely never visited the chiropractor's office, leading to the vascular event in the first place, because there are at least 68 everyday activities that have been implicated in disrupting cerebral circulation. 18 activities have been associated with strokes in particular, and we're talking about non-manipulative, like surgery, calisthenics, yoga, overhead work, neck extension during x-ray, taking neck extension for a bloody nose, turning head while backing out your car out of the driveway, archery, wrestling, CPR, stargazing, sleeping, swimming, rap dancing, fitness, exercise, beauty parlor, tai chi, etc. So this, of course, supports the fact that most people who have these kinds of strokes never were anywhere near a chiropractor. Another thing, and now we're going back to the Herzog and Simmons study, assuming that a vertebral artery stroke is the result of a blunt trauma exonerates chiropractors, because as the Herzog study showed, the peak stretch during a chiropractic manipulative treatment of the neck in this study, of course, on these cadavers, was about 11% of the failure limit, meaning that to fail it was 100%, and during an adjustment you got 11%. So it was 9 times too little force. It would take 9 times more force than the amount that was measured during manipulative treatments in order to tear an artery. The peak elongations, the stretch that is, of the artery was actually less than those seen during routine range of motion and other diagnostic tests. So here's the more appropriate model. Vertebral basilar artery strokes must be considered to be the result of cumulative events. And as I said earlier, prolonged events or cumulative, like turning your neck back and forth over and over. This suggests that stroke patients who had sought chiropractic treatment for neck pain were already well on their way to experiencing a VBA event. So let me restate that. The people going to see the chiropractors had already damaged the artery and were on their way to having the stroke. The chiropractic treatment was a precipitating factor. Now, of all of this, the most important thing to point out is that when they did this study, they took people who had a stroke and then compared them to age and sex matched people who didn't have a stroke. But on those age and sex matched people that didn't have a stroke, they didn't look for a cervical diagnosis. They didn't look for people with neck pain and headache. They just took people with any other reason for going to the hospital. And so when you start to think about that, you'd say, well, wait a minute. What if they took patients who had neck pain and or headache and went to someone other than a chiropractor? So now we take the person who had a stroke, and then we take a person who didn't have a stroke but went to a medical doctor or other practitioner with a complaint of headache and neck pain, because that's why they went to the chiropractor in the first place. So the cohort that we're looking for here are people that had the same exact complaint as the ones that went to the chiropractor. And what we're going to now measure is not the people that had a stroke versus people that didn't have a stroke and just were out for something else, but we're going to measure people with neck pain and headache who went to a chiropractor versus people with neck pain and headache that didn't go to a chiropractor. And obviously, that would make a big difference, and in fact it did, because as you'll see in a later study, Cassidy did just that. He took the same data, he added a few years, and he recrunched the numbers, and lo and behold, it turned out that 5 times more likely, having seen a chiropractor, vanished completely, and it was equal. If you had a complaint of neck pain and headache, and you were under 45 years old, and you went to a medical doctor or a chiropractor, you had exactly the same risk of having a cervical artery dissection. So we're going to get back to that when we look at the Cassidy study, but let's talk about the UCLA neck pain study. Now, in this study, they took a look at the outcome, meaning after treatment, how did patients do, specifically ones who underwent chiropractic cervical manipulation compared to those treated by physical therapy mobilization techniques. they cataloged all the adverse symptoms experienced by both groups during the trial. They polled 280 participants, and they found, generally speaking, 30%, so almost 1/3, had adverse symptoms. The most common adverse symptom was neck pain or stiffness. After that was headache, radiating pain. The patients were randomized to manipulation. The patients that were randomized, meaning they came in with complaints and they said, you go to chiropractor, you go to the physical therapist randomly, were more likely to report an adverse symptom with an odds ratio of about 1.4, so about 40% more likely to have an adverse symptom if you went to a chiropractor. Now, during this study, there were no serious events reported. So we're talking about adverse symptoms, but not serious ones, and you'll see that in just a moment. So one point raised by Dr. Rosner was that the patients had this 40% increase in complaints after seeing a chiropractor versus the physical therapy group, whether they asked them minutes after the treatment or even a day after the treatment. And so it was exactly the same, this odds ratio of 1.44. Now that, we talked about the causality criteria of Bradford Hill. Remember, association versus causation. And this seems to violate it because there's a substantial body of literature that suggests that if you're going to have an adverse reaction, you're more likely to have it right away. And the more time that goes by, that number should have been declining, but instead it stayed the same. So that was curious to me, but more importantly to the author of this paper, Dr. Rosner. The second thing is the comparative odds ratio and frequencies. When we look at, well, what was the complaints that the people had, we actually found that patients that got EMS, electric muscle stim, the odds was actually greater than the ones for manipulation. So their odds ratio is 1.5. So in other words, there were more complaints about people that had muscle stim than there were complaints about adverse effects of people that had manipulation. Also, if the patient just had a hot pack put on them, the quote-unquote adverse event was very similar to what it was to see a chiropractor. And these were things like itching, tingling, burning, slight increase in the problem, these sorts of minor complaints. So what we see from the UCLA neck pain study is, okay, 1/3 of all people that get a chiropractic treatment have an adverse reaction. But we're only looking at the adverse part. We're not looking at the benefit part of the treatment. And the adverse reaction is no worse than if they put a hot pack on it, and actually less worse, if that's a proper way to put it, than if they had electric muscle stim. So really it amounts to very, very little as far as serious question as to whether chiropractic treatment is safe and effective. Also, very, very importantly here was this idea of the predisposing conditions at baseline. In other words, they didn't really say whether people with a severe, well, they just basically said, okay, you have a complaint of neck pain, you go to the chiropractor. You have a complaint of neck pain, you go to the physical therapist. But they didn't say, how bad is your neck pain? So they weren't careful to say like mild, moderate, severe, and make sure that both groups got an equal number of severe cases and both groups got an equal number of mild cases. And so they didn't look at things like who had the higher neck disability index score, and they had no baseline data to confirm that they distributed the patients equally. Of course, we can assume, because of a large body of knowledge, that if you have a severe pre-existing condition, meaning if your headache is more severe, you're more likely to have an adverse reaction after treatment. So that would certainly skew the result if in fact the randomization of these patients was inappropriate. And I'm not saying intentionally inappropriate, just inappropriate because it wasn't measured. The other thing is relativity. In other words, what are the relative risks? For example, if you took a drug and the drug saved 1 million people that had a disease but killed one person, then you couldn't just publish a report saying this drug kills because this one person died. You have to say it's relative to the benefit, right? So that's the problem. They didn't talk about the relative benefits or the risks related to the benefits. And the author's own statement complication rates from surgical and pharmaceutical treatments for neck pain are estimated to be much higher than those from spinal manipulation or other chiropractic interventions. So they went in clearly stating that we're just looking for these minor adverse reactions or any adverse reactions, with the full knowledge that they're going to have a lot more adverse reactions if they take drugs or surgery. And now we come to the study of Cassidy that I mentioned earlier that sort of relates back to that Rothwell study. So what Cassidy did in his paper, Risk of Vertebrobasilar Stroke and Chiropractic Care, Results of a Population-Based Case Control and Crossover Study, he took a look, as you'll look down there in methods, cases included eligible incident VBA strokes admitted to Ontario hospitals from April 1, 93, but he didn't end in 98 like the Rothwell study did. He went all the way to March 31, 2002. So he added years of data. He then took the same thing they did. He took the one person who had a stroke and then age and sex matched 4 controls. But this time the control people were in fact people that had a complaint of neck pain or headache and went to a PCP versus a chiropractor, meaning a primary care physician medical doctor instead of a chiropractor. And as I mentioned earlier, what happened when the results was he had a much larger number of people. He had 818 vertebral artery strokes that were hospitalized in a population of more than 100 million person years. In those aged under 45, cases were about 3 times more likely to see a chiropractor or a PCP before their stroke than the control group. Results were similar in the case control and the case crossover analysis. There was no increased association between chiropractic visits and VBA stroke in those older than 45 years. Positive associations were found between PCP visits and VBA strokes in all age groups. Practitioner visits billed for headache and neck complaints were highly associated with suspect VBA stroke. So the conclusion here is that a vertebral basilar artery stroke is a very rare event in the population. The increased risk is in that group of people that have neck pain and headache, because that's a warning sign of VBA dissection. And if they seek care from a medical doctor, PCP, primary care physician, or a chiropractor, they have an equal risk of ultimately having a stroke. We found no evidence of excess risk of VBA stroke associated with chiropractic care compared to primary care. So this really destroys the credibility of the Rothwell paper. So again, the reason that I go over these papers is these are the major landmark papers that are out there. And if you run into a well-informed healthcare provider who says, well, the Rothwell study sort of proves that chiropractors, you can come back with actual factual information. And here he sounds like he's quoting my textbook from 1992 or my paper from 1988. Finally, because patients with vertebrobasilar artery dissection commonly present with headache and neck pain, it is possible that patients seek chiropractic care for these symptoms and that the subsequent VBA stroke occurs spontaneously, implying that the association between chiropractic care and vertebrobasilar artery stroke is not causal. Since patients also seek medical care for headache and neck pain, any association between primary care physician visits and a VBA stroke could be attributed to seeking care for the symptoms of vertebral artery dissection. Now, next up is the Church study. And the Church study was through a collaboration. It was a meta-analysis. So they took a look at all the papers that have been published on this particular subject. And it was a collaborative effort between the Department of Neurosurgery at Penn State, the Department of Neurosurgery at Loma Linda, and the Department of Neurosurgery at Pennsylvania State University. And so the paper states that case reports and case control studies have suggested an association between chiropractic neck manipulation and cervical artery dissection. But a causal relationship, once again, is there association or is this causal, has not been established. We evaluated the evidence related to this topic by performing a systematic review and meta-analysis of published data on chiropractic manipulation and cervical artery dissection. So they went ahead, did a literature search, and then reviewed all articles that pertain to cervical manipulation and stroke. They then graded the quality of the article. Was this a double-blind controlled clinical trial, or was it just somebody making a case report in the literature? And they graded it. And what they found was that really it's pretty low-grade stuff. There are not a lot of high-quality double-blind controlled clinical trials. However, if we skip down to the bottom of the slide, the ultimate opinion was that there is no convincing evidence to support a causal link between chiropractic manipulation and cervical artery dissection. Belief in a causal link may have significant negative consequences, such as numerous episodes of litigation. And they don't even mention there people being deprived of an effective and therapy that's hundreds of times safer than the alternatives of drugs and surgery. So now you see why I get so emotional when I see something like the American Chiropractic Association response to the tragedy of Miss Katie May that we talked about at the beginning of the class, is that don't go on blather on about how patients need to inform chiropractors of everything and how we're trained to recognize these problems, and basically come out and make the last statement from that paper. There is no evidence that chiropractic manipulation causes stroke, period. Bang that into people's head. It's simple, it's straightforward, and it's absolutely accurate as far as any decent study would suggest. Now we can knock off the Wheaton study, the next study, real quickly, because what Wheaton did was he said, okay, well, just like in Canada, where there's socialized medicine and you only have to go to one place to get all the medical records of an entire population, we have the same thing here in the United States when it comes to Medicare, right? If you're 66 years old or older, you're going to be in the Medicare system. And so what he did was say, well, let's just take a look at the Medicare population in the United States and see if they have visited chiropractors more frequently and then had strokes as well. So he's basically doing the same thing. He's looking to see the association between visiting a chiropractor and strokes, but he's using this specifically using an elderly population. And the result, as you might have guessed, is that among these Medicare B beneficiaries aged 66 to 99 years with neck pain, incidence of vertebrobasilar stroke was extremely low. The small differences in risk between patients who saw a chiropractor and those who saw a primary care physician are probably not clinically significant. Now, because Wheaton said that it was probably not significant, it got a lot of people upset. And he was a chiropractor. And they said, well, why is it probably not significant? Well, the reason is because if you take a look at he studied the 30 days following the office visit to either the primary care doctor or the chiropractor. So if you look at the solid line, the rate of stroke was actually higher after seeing the primary care doctor for about the first 24, 25 days. And then the people that saw a chiropractor that had a lower risk of stroke following seeing the chiropractor started to increase as the primary care, the patients who visited the primary care doctor dropped off. So you could see on the screen right there that the dotted line representing patients who saw a chiropractor wound up being a little bit higher. Now, if you smooth them out, they're the same. But if you just take day 30, you'd say, oh, look, there is a difference. More people had a stroke. So you have to sort of add it all up and make it cumulative. And that process eluded some that were critical of the study. The very last study, you've made it, that we're going to talk about is Tuchin's study published in the International Journal of Clinical Practice. And this, again, tries to look at the difference between association and causation in the issue of chiropractic manipulation and stroke. So I mentioned to you earlier that I wasn't going to bother you with the causation criteria of Bradford Hill, but here it is. And it was published in this paper. It was sort of reiterated, and I forgot that this was coming up. But basically, the 9 criteria include strength, consistency, specificity, temporality, and that's the only one we have with chiropractic is that temporal profile. The biological gradient of dose-response relationship, meaning the more chiropractic treatment you got, the more strokes that we should see, or the more likely a person. So a person who had 30 adjustments should have a higher risk of stroke than a person who had 1. Plausibility, other explanations, experimental confirmation, and coherence. And of course, I'm not going to go through all those, and I probably don't even fully understand all of them, but I think that much of that is plain English and easily understandable to differentiate causation from association. And what's the upshot and the conclusion? There's a lack of compelling evidence that spinal manipulative therapy is causally associated with stroke. Physical triggers, including spinal manipulative therapy, can serve as a plausible final link between the underlying disease and stroke, for instance, in case of an arterial dissection with existing connective tissue weakness. It appears few of Hill's criteria for causality appear connected with vertebral artery dissection and chiropractic. So again, you could read through the rest of that yourself, call for more papers. All authors do that at the end. But the point here is that you can say with a surety, or at least again with a large body of evidence, all the evidence that's been published out there to date, that chiropractic adjustments do not cause strokes. You could tell that to your patients, you can tell that to the general public, the media, because the media and even biomedical journals are lying to the population, and they're forming this causative link that really just does not exist. So there you have it, right? You can't cause a stroke, so you might as well just adjust every patient's neck and don't worry about it. But no, that's not the case at all. Why? Because if you can possibly discern the difference between a person whose symptoms are being caused by a dissecting artery in their neck, and that drives them to your practice with neck pain and headache, from the patient who has neck pain and headache from an atlas subluxation or other neuromusculoskeletal origin, then you can save that person, possibly, the trauma to their life and even their life itself of having a stroke. So what would alert the prudent chiropractor? What are the things that we really have to focus on that would say, you know what, maybe today I shouldn't adjust this person's neck. Let's take a wait and see, or let's get some more testing, or let's get another opinion. Well, here is a list that I've compiled for you. The first thing is the patient's going to tell you they have the worst headache ever, and it's going to be different than headaches that they've had in the past. So even if you have a headache patient who comes in, this one is going to be different and very severe. They're also going to tell you they have the worst neck pain ever, and the location is going to appear to be over the atlas, located down below the ear. Another thing that's very important here is that the neck is stiff in rotation, not flexion. So they can flex and extend very well. Now, if this was meningitis, which causes stiff neck and headache, and also a fever, which they wouldn't have in the case of a dissecting artery, but to differentiate it from meningitis, the person in meningitis can't bring their chin to their chest, because when they do that, it stretches the meninges. The meninges is inflamed, hence the term meningitis, and that hurts. In this case, they can bring their chin to their chest, no problem. But when they go to rotate, especially again, chin right would cause, so if their headache and neck pain are on the left side and they go chin right and that makes it worse, that would at least give you another inkling that this may in fact be a dissecting artery. A huge one is if they're nauseous and have true vertigo or vomiting with the neck pain and headache. Those are not things that we commonly see with an uncomplicated subluxation. The other thing is sudden onset. Now, a lot of times there is a traumatic link thing, like they were playing handball or archery, or but it could have been as simple as sleeping on their stomach with their neck turned or painting a ceiling. Those are the kind of things that you're going to look for initially, but this isn't something that comes on gradually over a period of days or weeks. This comes on pretty fast. They're going to tell you too that the pain, the headache, neck pain, is different than what they've had in the past, that it's behind the ear. So to reiterate that here, that it comes on after either extended or repetitive neck movements. Other orthopedic testing besides rotation to the opposite side of the pain do not reproduce the neck pain. So shoulder depression, cervical compression, distraction, those kind of things are not going to reproduce their neck pain. And of course, if they tell you after the last treatment they got nauseous and vomited and the room was spinning and then they gradually got a little bit better, that's another warning sign that you don't want to go ahead and manipulate that patient in the same way. Unfortunately, the things that are much more clear, like nausea, vomiting, dystaxia, difficulty walking a straight line, dysmetria, dysarthria, slurred speech, numbness, tingling, loss of sensation, visual disturbances, or even loss of consciousness, these all occur after the patient has had a stroke. Of course, if the patient comes in with some slurred speech, can't walk a straight line before you adjust their neck, then obviously it's not a good idea to go ahead and adjust their neck. But these are the kind of things that you see immediately following. So I've seen cases where the chiropractor adjusted the person's neck, the person had a stroke, and the chiropractor didn't recognize they had a stroke and just said, oh, you're probably just getting a virus, just go home. I've seen people literally lose consciousness driving home and drive off the road. I've seen people throwing up in the parking lot that have had to come and get picked up by relatives. So recognizing a stroke after it's occurred is extremely important in getting the patient proper care. So recognition of the warning signs of a stroke, as well as the signs that a person has actually had a stroke, are very important. One of the things we note is that a person could have had any number of treatments before having a stroke. I've seen patients that have been chiropractic patients for 20 years, gotten the same treatment, just come in for what they thought was fairly similar complaint, and then wound up having a stroke following the treatment. But most of these cases do occur in people that are in for their first or second treatment for a new complaint. Now, when we reviewed the hemodynamics, we talked about the posterior inferior cerebellar artery and the fact that it has to wrap around the side of the medulla oblongata to get to the posterior inferior portion of the cerebellum. Well, in fact, that is what we call the Wallenberg syndrome. The Wallenberg syndrome, also called the dorsolateral medullary syndrome or the lateral medullary syndrome, derives its name from infarction of the dorsolateral area of the medulla, usually due to occlusion of either the vertebral artery or the pica. Now, it's important to note that people that do have vertebral basilar strokes from dissecting vertebral arteries make complete recoveries, usually almost complete recoveries, if not fully complete recoveries. Another important thing for us to talk about, though, is action steps. Well, let's say I give an adjustment and all of a sudden the person starts to get dizzy, nauseous, room starts spinning. How do we handle that? So once the patient has reported an adverse effect from a cervical adjustment, which is possibly consistent with the syndromes outlined above, meaning nausea, vomiting, just feeling very unsteady, you can just go ahead and call an ambulance. But maybe you shouldn't call an ambulance, sort of up to you. Most emergency room physicians are going to be way less familiar with this condition than you are. And you are a physician, and taking a couple of minutes to perform an examination to rule in or rule out the possibility of a stroke is not going to alter the outcome of the patient at all. In fact, quite the opposite is true. If you take a couple of minutes and determine that this is likely a stroke, then when you send the patient off to the hospital, you can call ahead and you can give them that information, and that might expedite correct treatment. So, do you just send every patient off to the emergency room? Well, let's look at that. First of all, what's your diagnostic confidence? Are you a board-certified chiropractic neurologist? Are you a person that takes 20 minutes, half an hour examining every new patient? Or are you more of a chiropractor with a high-volume practice? Are you uncomfortable with parts of the neurological examination? So if you want to do the test and you feel competent doing the test, do the tests. If you don't, then don't do the tests. You can certainly refer the patient. There's no problem with that. In fact, I actually had somebody lecturing for the International Academy of Chiropractic Neurology at one point on this subject. And they made the statement, and I'm not going to embarrass the person by telling you who they are, but they made the statement while they were up there that, well, if the patient is a little dizzy getting off the table, boom, I send every single one of them to the emergency room. So I raised my hand and I said, Brad, how many patients are we talking about here? And then he threw out a number, I forgot what it was. And I said, so how many of those wound up having vertebral artery dissection? And he said, none. So all I could think about is the waste to the system of taking every person who gets up off the table and doesn't feel good and burdening the healthcare system with those patients when we were just talking about how if they're going to have an adverse reaction, and maybe a third of them do, that's going to decrease as time goes by. So if we just give it a little bit of time, as long as if we do an exam, of course, I'm not talking about somebody who's vomiting, who has objective neurological signs and just sending them home. I'm talking about a person that gets up maybe a little unsteady, doesn't feel good, a little nauseous even, and then you do an exam, they're completely normal. They're not sweating, their vitals are not abnormal. We'll go through a list of things to look for. And then saying, okay, well, look, if a problem creeps up on your way home or anything else, you just be sure to go straight to an emergency room, tell them what to do. But otherwise, odds are vastly true that it's not a stroke and that they're going to be just fine. So one of the questions I hear a lot is, well, if I examine the patient, aren't I wasting time? Because if I get them to the hospital quickly enough, they can get those new clot busters, the intra-arterial thrombolytic agents, to dissolve the clot and restore blood flow. Well, the answer to that is no, and I'll tell you why. First of all, we're talking about something called the tissue plasminogen activator, or TPA, and there's several different varieties of them. Early on, the idea is if they are receiving this medication, it's going to dissolve the clot, and then the artery will recanalize, so this clogged artery will get a new canal through it. And in about 50% of the patients with using the TPAs, this is what happens, apparently, based on some studies done. Now, it needs to be given within 3 hours. They used to say 6 hours. And in certain patients, of course, elderly patients, patients who are already on blood thinners, there's a whole bunch of people, and this isn't our decision anyway. But if it's a young, otherwise healthy person, you have a 3-hour window. A 5-minute exam isn't going to change anything, particularly if you do the exam, find results, and send those along to the hospital. You could actually save time while they're sitting waiting to be analyzed. Instead, the ER doctor knows that another doctor has examined this patient and found objective signs of a stroke. But when given within 3 hours, studies have shown that in about 50% of the cases, there's recanalization. Only about 14% of the cases that would happen anyway. So we're talking about maybe a 40% improvement over placebo. European clinical trials found that selected patients still benefit up to 4.5 hours after the stroke. So again, that number is a moving target. The main concern, however, and what I've seen over and over now lately in reviewing these malpractice cases, is what's called hemorrhagic transformation. In other words, you have an ischemia, right? Ischemic stroke is much less dangerous than a hemorrhagic stroke. A hemorrhagic stroke is when the blood just starts pouring out of the arteries into the parenchyma of the brain, whereas an ischemic stroke is where the brain is deprived of blood. So if you were to give a clot buster and you get the dosage wrong, or for whatever other reason, you wind up taking this clot, dissolving it, but also decreasing the clotting coagulation of the patient's blood to the point where now it turns into a hemorrhagic stroke, which can be catastrophic. So, and if they have any concomitant anticoagulant therapy going on, then this is definitely an issue. Now, another thing that I've seen recently is this more aggressive approach to actually surgically going into the artery and trying to vacuum out or pull out the clot. And I've seen a couple of cases where this has also been disastrous, including that case of Katie May, where that's not highly described when looking at her case, that she did not die of a stroke. She died of during a surgical procedure following a stroke. I think that's an important distinction. So I think between the TPA and the surgical interventions, we're looking at a more aggressive medical approach, and I'm not convinced. And again, you know, I was 25 years ahead on the other part of the stroke issue in regard to the fact that the patients are driven into the doctor's office from the complaint. And I'm just not convinced that these aggressive measures in the long run are going to wind up showing much benefit, if not the opposite. So what do you do when your patient has this adverse reaction and you decide not to call the emergency room right away? Well, first of all, for heaven's sake, don't adjust them again. I don't see that so much anymore, but if you go back 20 or 25 years, it was very common for the patient to go, hey, doctor, something's wrong. The room is spinning. I'm nauseous. I think I'm going to throw up. And the doctor's response is, hey, I must have hit that atlas a little hard from that side. Let me go push it back the other way. And then adjust the neck again. If you do that, you're essentially indefensible from the point of view of any sort of litigation that goes down the road. And as Dr. Terrett said, and I'm paraphrasing to some degree, but this might be an exact quote, there is nothing to be gained from further traumatizing an artery undergoing dissection. I think that says it all. That if the artery is undergoing dissection and you start tugging at it from the other direction, there's nothing to be gained. Don't allow the person to jump up and try and walk around. Keep them comfortable and start right away as a doctor noting their physical signs. Some of them you don't even have to have any instruments. You could just see, are they turning very white? Are they sweating? Is their respiratory rate increasing? Are they vomiting, for that matter? Then you can take their blood pressure. You could take their oral temperature. And then you begin a cursory neurological examination. Again, just looking at them. Can they follow your fingers in extraocular motion? Are the pupils looking okay? Can they swallow? Maybe give them a glass of water, see if they can swallow properly. Swallowing in particular is a good test because it's going right to the medulla, lower cranial nerves, which would be affected if this was a brainstem stroke. So basically, once you've taken a look at things with the patient, talk to them. Is their stream of talk normal? Are they slurring their speech? Can they talk at all? You're just going to do a lower cranial nerve evaluation. Touch them on either side of the face. Can they feel that? Can they swallow? Any weakness? Maybe even check their gag reflex, listen for slurred speech. Tell them, look in their mouth for palatal elevation when they go, test cerebellar function, have them touch their finger to their nose and then to your finger. And if you do find that they're failing some of these tests and it's looking to you like there is something objectively wrong with the patient's nervous system, immobilize the neck. Take a soft cervical support that you probably have in a closet and put it around the patient's neck. Don't traction the neck. Don't do any jostling movements because you don't want to further traumatize this artery. Really, any therapy involving neck movement, including traction, flexion, that's all inappropriate. And if after you do these tests, you do see a new neurological abnormality, then you make the medical referral. So let's say you do the exam and they look perfectly normal. They lay down and go, hey, doc, I'm fine. I'm feeling way better. Sorry to scare you like that, but I really need to go. I have to get to work. Keep in mind that they could get up, feel fine, start to drive home, and then have a stroke. So at that point, it's very important to inform them to say, look, we don't like to see patients that have adverse reactions. There's a whole bunch of reasons for that. But what I want you to do is if you start to feel sick in any way, if any of these symptoms come back, and here's where you can fill in the blank. If you have a 24-hour service and you're confident, you could say, you call me right away. But much more practical and probably appropriate is to say, I want you to go straight to an emergency room. That way, go ahead and get checked out. We don't want any incident or problems to occur when you're not right here and I can evaluate you. So that is a very competent thing to do. And one of the reasons that I go through this with you is because it may be true that the vast majority of these cases are undiagnosable before the adjustment. So the person comes in, they have neck pain, headache, they don't have any neurological findings, you do a good competent history and exam, and then you adjust them and they still have a stroke. That's not your fault. That's not malpractice. But how you react at that point, once they've had the stroke going forward, that might be malpractice or it might not, depending upon how qualified you are to handle this properly. Now, I'm really trying to anticipate all the real-world situations that come up here. So the next thing that I've been asked over the years is, well, if the person did have a little dizziness on the last adjustment, but they seem to be fine, should I ever adjust them again? Well, let's just say for sure don't adjust them on that visit. If they come back and they say, hey, my headache's gone, I feel great, I love adjustments. That was so weird what happened to me. You may want to skip a treatment or two. You may want to do things a little more gently. Certainly if they have another adverse reaction, then you're at that point where it becomes very questionable about repeating that therapy. So like I said earlier, just be sure that you not only tell the patient to contact you or an emergency room immediately if anything recurs, but also chart that in your record. So here's what I'm going to suggest to you as we reach the end of this talk. This isn't a party trick. Upper cervical adjusting is a serious therapeutic intervention. It's remarkably safe and it's remarkably powerful, but it's still a serious therapeutic intervention. There are a lot of sensitive structures that lie millimeters from your fingertips when you adjust the upper cervical spine of a patient. So you should always be conscious of the gravity of the procedure which you're about to undertake. Another thing is leave the lines of communication open between you and the patient. So what I would do is I'll be manipulating the person's neck and I'll just be doing my motion palpation part and testing range of motion. So they're lying on their back. I do most of the cervical adjusting supine, not all of it. And I'll be palpating around and I'll say, hey, by the way, if anything I do hurts or shoots pain down your arm or makes you dizzy or nauseous or anything like that, and then now their head's moving in the sort of the pre-manipulative position right before I'm going to adjust them, I'll say, you let me know, right? And then they'll say, yeah, sure. And you say, you're okay? And then, yeah, and boom. Then you hit them with the adjustment. Not too hard. I always believe that the proper amount of force to apply in an adjustment would be equal to the minimum amount necessary to get the desired result, which is usually an audible release. Anything harder than that is just really straining the tissues. So you talk to your patient prior to and during palpation of the neck, ask them to inform you of any discomfort or nausea, and maybe do that for at least 5 seconds or so in that pre-adjustive position before you're administering the adjustment to give their body a chance to have a little bit of feedback on the position of the head and any symptoms that it's causing. And then if the patient says to you, yeah, doc, you know, putting my head over there, that is making me a little bit sick to my stomach, then just return the head to neutral and don't adjust them on that day in that position. Now you might be thinking, hey, Ferzy, didn't you tell us that it was inappropriate to do a George's test? And isn't that really just another provocative test? Well, the answer to that is no. I never said that. No, actually, the reason is no, because this isn't just another provocative test. First of all, doing it this way takes no additional time. So therefore, you can do it every patient, every visit. This is just talking to the patient during your motion palpation and static palpation and just palpation in general. There's no additional testing, so you don't have to bill for it. It doesn't take up any extra time. There's no increased risk to the patient. You're not putting their head at any point in any position that it wouldn't be going in anyway during the process of your adjustment. And I think it reminds you, the doctor, of the magnitude of the manipulation in that right when you're talking about that, you're waiting. If they say yes, you know, you're going to take a little bit of a step back and go, wow, maybe this is a problematic patient. It also allows the patient's body, a sort of a biofeedback system, to play an active role in helping stem a possible manipulative accident. So I think there's only good to be done from this, which is more of a communication thing than a test. Now I want to cover a couple of other things before we close out here, just a few extra slides, and this is on some cutting edge testing and some things that I think in therapy might be important to know. Studies have been done on a chemical called homocysteine. Homocysteine is found in the blood of all people normally. But the level of homocysteine, which has sort of a burr effect on the inside of arteries, is being looked at very closely now in relation to these kind of dissections and strokes. In fact, homocysteine was a hot topic in the 50s and 60s before sort of cholesterol pushed it out of the way as the big problematic blood chemical, if you will, or blood constituent. As we now know, there's a lot more to cholesterol than it's just bad. But in any event, if we look at homocysteine, there's a study done here, and they looked at cervical artery dissections, right? and they accounting for about 1/5 of ischemic strokes occurring in young and middle-aged patients. So they took 3 groups of patients. They took ones that had spontaneous cervical artery dissection. So these had the splitting arteries. This had nothing to do with a chiropractor adjustment. And they had 25 of those in this study. Then they took people that had strokes, but not arterial dissections, just other kinds of strokes. And then they took a control, and there were 31 people in that group. And then they took a third group, which were people that did not have a stroke and certainly then did not have a dissection. And there were 36 of those. And then they measured the total plasma homocysteine in those patients. And what they found was the average of the 25 patients that had the dissections was 13.2 micromoles per liter. The number in the patients who just had strokes, the 31 people, but didn't have dissections, it was 10.9, and in the control group, it was 8.9. So they realized then that why don't we pick a number? We'll pick the number 12 micromoles per liter. We'll make that a cutoff, and we'll see how many people had strokes above 12 and below 12. And what they found in the controls, only 13.9, so 14% of the controls had above 12 micromoles per liter of homocysteine in their serum. When they looked at the patients that had strokes but not dissections, they found 29% of them had above 12 micromoles per liter homocysteine. And shockingly, when they looked at the group that had dissections, 64% of them had above 12 micromoles per liter. Now, are we looking at causation or are we looking at association? We don't know that yet. There could just be a whole host of other things, but this is pointing us in a general direction. They also found that there was a particular genetic genotype, this MTHFRTT genotype, and they found that patients that have that genotype seem to have an elevated risk for vertebral artery dissections. So the conclusion is that the significant risk factors for spontaneous cervical artery dissection, and really that's probably what the patients that are having adjustments are, they're having a spontaneous dissection and then just going to a chiropractor, is increased plasma homocysteine and this particular genotype variant. Now, in another study, very similarly, they took 26 patients that had cervical artery dissection that were admitted to a stroke unit, and they compared them with an age-matched, sex-matched control subject group. And all of them underwent duplex ultrasound, an MR angio, and or a conventional angiography. They had a total of 15 men, 11 women, 16 vertebral arteries, and 10 internal carotid arteries that had dissected. They then did plasma homocysteine measurements, and they found, once again, that if the person had a cervical artery dissection, they averaged almost 18 micromoles per liter, and the range is there, 5.95 to 40. The control group averaged 6, between that 5.01 and 6.99. So once again, very powerful evidence that homocysteine in some way is a factor. So what do we even know about homocysteine? Well, first of all, there have been some studies done, and these studies are very old. You can take a look at the references there if you can see them. They go back into the 90s, some of them, and some of them even much earlier than that. So the proposed link between increased plasma levels of homocysteine and vascular disease goes back into the late 60s. Vascular injury and thrombosis was induced by producing experimental hyperhomocysteine through a continuous drip of homocysteine in baboons. So these poor baboons had to continue for 3 months a drip of homocysteine, which raised their homocysteine levels. And what they found was that 10% of the aortic surface started to just delaminate and fall apart. They also noticed some abnormal vasomotor activity. So here we have evidence that the inner lining of the artery is destroyed, or that hyperhomocysteine homocysteine, too much homocysteine levels, is damaging to arterial linings. In subjects with too much with too much homocysteine, there's an impaired reaction to endothelium dependent and flow mediated dilation. So there's an alteration, as we said, in vasomotor activity. In cell culture experiments, addition of homocysteine into the cell medium induces cell detachment from the endothelial membrane. So again, we have this evidence, mounting evidence, old and new, that homocysteine is causing arteries to delaminate, to sort of fall apart. After damage to the intimal layer and penetration of blood through the tear, that little flap we talked about earlier, there could be a reduction or occlusion of the arterial lumen, obviously. So homocysteine values greater than 10 seem to be associated with doubling of vascular risk. And then from there, the relationship becomes very steep. So that goes back to one of Bradford Hill's principles about the more of the insulting activity or chemical, the worse the condition. And certainly this meets that criteria of causation. So extremely important, I think, to start to look at homocysteine levels in patients that have adverse reactions to cervical manipulation. So how do you test for it and what do you do about it? Well, here, let's take a look quickly about what you do about it. In a population of almost 10,000 non-institutionalized men and women, my favorite type of men and women, in the U.S., aged 25 to 75 years, they took a look at the dietary intake of folic acid from food sources independently and inversely related to the risk of stroke and cardiovascular disease. So they were studying how much folic acid you take in and what is your risk of stroke and cardiovascular disease. They found that the national average of folic acid intake was 224 micrograms per day. And if Americans just added an additional 95 micrograms per day in their diet, it has been proposed to be consistent with a 12% reduction in stroke over the next 20 years. So you have to start when you're middle-aged, obviously. I mean, when you're older, you can go ahead and start, but just adding that small amount of folic acid to your diet can actually decrease by over 10% the propensity for a person to have a stroke. So what might be the explanation for that? Well, when they took a look at a placebo-controlled randomized clinical trial of 530 men and postmenopausal women with homocysteine levels at 13. Now remember, above 10 is danger zone. 13 or higher, they gave them the folate supplement of 0.8 milligrams or micrograms per day for a year. And they found that in the blood, the folic acid level increased 400%, just with that little bit of additional folic acid. And the homocysteine went down 30%, almost 30%. So we can see here that it works. If you take oral supplements of folic acid, your serum folic acid goes up, your homocysteine goes down. So is that really something that you can do? Well, first of all, when I was in practice, I just called up Quest Labs and I said, hey, I'm a chiropractor. I want to order some tests. They were delighted. They sent me custom-made forms, a book as big as a telephone book on tests so you could fill in the forms, the exact numbers that you wanted. I mean, there was a number for each test is what I mean. And then when I said, hey, here's the tests I do most frequently, they reduced the price of those tests upon my request to give me a better price, some of them by like 80% on like complete blood counts and things. It was amazing. So I went back to the schedule, the client schedule, and I took a look, and I hadn't asked for these particular tests to be reduced. And I found that if you wanted to check for that MTHFR TT DNA mutation or genetic variant, that was a bit expensive, coming in at about $340. But to test for serum homocysteine was $30.56. Also, if you wanted to go out and just buy brand X folic acid, and maybe you want to do a little better than brand X there, it was $7 for a bottle with free shipping, at 400 micrograms in a 3-pack of 250 count. So you can see that the actual treatment is cheaper than the testing. But if you want to go ahead and do the testing, it's available for you to do as well. So that concludes this long-winded presentation. And again, why is it long-winded? Because nobody should know more about this subject than you. And I tried to answer every facet involving this issue. So if your patient comes in and they just seem to be at high risk, or they have a negative response, an adverse response to a treatment, you have a plan. You can go ahead and get their folic acid tested. You could go ahead and get their homocysteine levels tested. If the homocysteine level is high and the folic acid level is low, you can supplement folic acid, try and push that homocysteine level down, and perhaps avoid having a stroke, which is far better than sending them in for TPA and clot removal. I want to thank you again for staying with me for such a long lecture here. I'm sure you're due a break, but I hope you will come back for more of our programs. Thank you very much. Okay, you did it. Somehow. You listened to so much Pharisee, I'm sure you're never going to want to hear my voice again. But you got 8 hours tomorrow. That's not so bad, actually. Tomorrow seems to go fast. We'll be done by 2:30. Okay, I do have a polling question to pop up here. So let's see if I can get that silly thing to work. So far, it doesn't look like it's working. Let's launch it, see what we get. I'm going to keep trying. There we go. Took 2 this time. So there it is. Last question. Go ahead and fill that out. It's like your sign out sheet. Should see that on your screen, and then just hit submit. There we go. I didn't see anybody answering, so I got a little worried there, but there you go. Now, I just sent you a chat, and in that chat, it describes how tomorrow the process might be a little bit different. We were informed by Zoom, that's the platform that we're using that you're on right now, that they've changed their requirements, where I had all the passcodes removed, meeting room requirements removed to make this easy, so you can just click and be right in the room. For some reason, probably they seem to think that people sneaking into the rooms is a big issue, and they've decided to limit that or remove it completely so that passwords and meeting room IDs will now be required, and the day they're implementing it is tomorrow. So I'm not sure whether we snuck in under the wire or not, but you will tonight be getting a invitation, just like you did for this meeting. In that invitation, if it's required, it's going to have the meeting ID, room ID, as well as the password. It's a simple cut and paste. So when you go to register, just like you did today, it's going to have a little bit more, 2 more steps to it. I see people are now signing out, just putting the word present and sending that over. That seems to be working fine. Looks like about 60 or so of you have taken this poll. As soon as you take the poll and sign out, you can sign off, take a deep breath, and go back to your life until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's been my pleasure hosting this meeting, and we'll see you tomorrow. I'll leave this up for a few more minutes, then I'll broadcast the results of the poll.